Chapter 1263. A familiar voice resonated in Duan Tian's ears, as he roughly explained some things about the Tao Martial Saint Land to him. He was confused by many of the things. Based on what my cheapskate father said, it seems like he purposely didn't bring me to the Tao Martial Saint Land. The reason he did that was to train me? Duan Tian was confused. Since he had lost some of his memories, he could not remember when his cheapskate father left Cloud Continent. Not only that, but he also discovered something extremely terrifying. Although he knew he had a cheapskate father in his memory, he could not remember his cheapskate father's appearance or anything else. Soon after, the familiar voice continued to sound. Since you've already broken through to the innate void restoration stage, then you have the ability to cultivate the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. I've left you a set of Saint Grade Martial Tactic. I hope it'll be helpful to you. I won't say anything unnecessary. I've already arranged for someone to look for you when you arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land. He'll bring you to me. His voice stopped abruptly at this point, as if he had been interrupted before he could finish speaking. Duan Tian could tell the voice was indeed cut off abruptly. What's going on? His voice was interrupted at the most critical moment. Duan Tian was frustrated. At the same time, he picked up the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and began to examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered there were a few cracks on the voice transmission jade slip that were difficult to detect. The cracks on the voice transmission jade slip, could it be that they were caused by me forcefully opening it a few times before? It was easy for Duan Tian to figure this out. The inside of the exquisite jade box was filled with hard jade walls. Once the things inside were violently shaken, it would inevitably be damaged. I'm in big trouble now. Father said he's arranged for someone to bring me to see him when I arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, something's wrong with the voice transmission jade slip at the most critical moment. I don't even know where the person he's arranged is. Since I don't know where the person he's arranged is, I won't be able to see him, and he won't be able to bring me to see him. When Duan Tian revealed a gloomy expression, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a bitter smile. It seems like I won't be able to see my cheapskate father immediately when I arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Tian thought of this, the bitter smile on his face became even more pronounced. However, Duan Tian quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that since the matter had already been decided, it was useless for him to overthink it. Father said, he left me a set of Saint Grade Martial Tactic. After Duan Tian returned, he put the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. He looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. Within the exquisite jade box, besides the voice transmission jade slip, there was only a thick jade slip left. This is the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Father left me? Duan Tian looked at the jade slip in a daze. However, he quickly regained his senses and took the jade slip out of the exquisite jade box. He infused his origin energy into it in an attempt to pry into the mystery inside. However, his origin energy did not resonate with the jade slip at all. Could it be that my cultivation base is not high enough so I can't read the information inside? Duan Tian thought to himself. He could figure it out now. The set of Saint Grade Martial Tactic that his father had left behind in the voice transmission jade slip must be stored in this jade slip. After testing his origin energy, Duan Tian tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the jade slip again. At the same time when Duan Tian's spiritual energy came into contact with the jade slip, boom! Strands of vast and complicated information fused into his mind and became a part of his memory. All the information seemed to have been engraved in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This is the Saint Grade Martial Tactic? After roughly reading the information in the jade slip, Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat. This information was a set of martial skills, that surpassed heaven-class high-grade martial skills. Naturally, martial tactic was what Cloud Continent called it. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, it was called the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was extremely helpful to a martial cultivator. It could be said that it was an important part of a martial cultivator's strength. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Soon after, Duan Tian learned the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic. At the same time, he also learned that it was a set of long-range offensive Saint-grade martial tactic. To cultivate this set of Saint-grade martial tactic, apart from the cultivation base of the innate void restoration stage, one must also have a set of Saint weapon bow and arrow. Duan Tian learned all this from the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Saint weapon? Duan Tian muttered to himself. I wonder if the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above grade 1 spirit weapons is considered a saint weapon. Bastard! Bastard! The moment Duan Tian thought of this, he began to call out to Wang Ba who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was calling out to Wang Ba's soul. You're so noisy. Boy, why are you calling me? This time Wang Ba responded. Based on his tired voice, it was obvious he had just woken up. Wang Ba, what kind of weapon is considered a saint weapon? Duan Tian asked curiously. Saint weapon? Don't you have one yourself? Wang Ba said in annoyance. Isn't your sword a human rank primitive saint weapon? Also, the long spear in the hand of the innate void restoration stage guy that you fought with the Devil Seal tablet is also a human rank primitive saint weapon. There's also the Devil Seal tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's above the heaven rank primitive saint weapon. Wang Ba finished his sentence in one breath. Human rank primitive saint weapon? Heaven rank primitive saint weapon? Duan Tian was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, how are the grades of saint weapons categorized? Saint weapons are divided into heaven, earth, and human ranks. They're heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, and human rank saint weapons. Among them, heaven rank saint weapons are the best, and human rank saint weapons are the worst. Whether it's heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, or human rank saint weapons, they're divided into high, intermediate, and low ranks. High rank is the best and low rank is the worst. Human rank primitive saint weapons are the worst saint weapons. Heaven rank primitive saint weapons are the best saint weapons. Of course, this doesn't include the super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Super saint weapons are saint weapons that are above the heaven rank primitive saint weapons. The Devil Seal tablet is one of the super saint weapons. Wang Ba continued, since it's a super saint weapon, why didn't you put it away for me? When Duan Tian heard Wang Ba's words, he had a better understanding of saint weapons. At the same time, he felt depressed. According to Wang Ba's words, the Devil Seal tablet belonged to him. The Devil Seal tombstone was his to begin with. However, it was thrown away by Wang Ba. Humph! I told you I don't like it. Wang Ba snorted. As a devil cultivator, he could not use the Devil Seal tablet even if it was a super saint weapon. Not only could he not use it, but he would also suffer a backlash. Due to this reason, the Devil Seal tablet was no different from trash in his eyes. Why you threw it away just because you don't like it? Duan Tian was furious when he heard Wang Ba's words. A super saint weapon was gone just like that. It was hard for him not to feel depressed. Wang Ba could not use the super saint weapon, but he could. This was because he was not a devil cultivator. Now, I can only wait until I regain my memory and remember where I left the Devil Seal tablet. Then I'll go and take it back. Duan Tian thought to himself. When he thought of this, he felt much better. According to Wang Ba, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, he was fighting an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. In the end, he did not take the Devil Seal tablet with him when he left. An innate void restoration stage martial cultivator was also known as an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Duan Tian was confident that he would be able to take the Devil Seal tablet back from the Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. After regaining his senses, Duan Tian relaxed his body and allowed Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, to bring him north. At the same time, he read the information about the Colossal Aerolite Arrow in his mind. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a set of saint-grade martial tactic. Its power was far beyond any of the martial techniques that he had mastered, could pierce through thousands of steps without missing a target. This was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. If I want to cultivate this Colossal Aerolite Arrow, I'll have to break through to the Emperor Wu stage first. Apart from that, I'll also have to refine a set of Saint-grade bow and arrows. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memory that I've recovered, as long as I have the materials, I can refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon now. The sword in my hand is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Apart from that, there seems to be a spirit weapon that's even more powerful than a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my spatial ring. I think it's called a royal grade spirit weapon. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he quietly took out a sword from his spatial ring. This sword was completely dim and lusterless, as if it had returned to its original state. This sword had indeed returned to its original state because it was not as simple as it looked. It was a royal grade spirit sword. In other words, it was a royal grade spirit sword. Once it was used, it could increase one's strength by 120%. Bastard, can you tell the grade of this sword? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba again. Brat, are you done yet? Isn't this a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Wang Ba's voice resonated. Initially, he was a little impatient. However, he could not help but exclaim when he saw the royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Brat, are you sure you're from the mortal continent? Wang Ba's voice resonated again. It was filled with suspicion. He had no choice but to be suspicious. Chapter 1264. It's only a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Duan Lingtian was disappointed when he heard the first part of Wang Ba's words. However, he completely ignored the second part of Wang Ba's words. According to my memory, I can only refine a human rank mediocre saint weapon like this even if I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the royal grade spirit sword in his hand before he put it away. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to a human rank primitive saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. A royal grade spirit weapon was equivalent to a human rank mediocre saint weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Since I can only cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'll refine the bow and arrows after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He wanted to refine a set of royal grade spirit bows and arrows to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. A royal grade spirit weapon was also a human rank mediocre saint weapon. It could be used to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian completely retracted his thoughts. He no longer thought about anything else as he cultivated the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique and comprehended the two profundities. His strength was increasing with every passing moment. Although the speed of improvement was not fast, the improvement was not small as time went by. Duan Lingtian was the only exception. The other 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong En, the 3 spirit profound Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were also cultivating with their eyes closed. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the spirit profound Emperor Wu brought the group of people to the hidden fog island with his own strength. He wanted to give them more time to cultivate and comprehend in peace so that they could improve their strength as much as possible. After all, the purpose of the trip to the hidden fog island was for the hidden fog martial competition. In the hidden fog martial competition, the performance of the people he brought would affect his reputation and Ling Xian Peak's reputation. He had no choice but to care. It had to be said that as an existence at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm, the speed of the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yonghui was very fast. It only took him 10 days to bring Duan Lingtian and the others to pass through the northern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent that was shrouded in snow and entered the Ruoshui River. The Ruoshui River surrounded the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was also the dividing line between the inner land and the outer land of Cloud Continent. The Ruoshui River in the north was snowing heavily, but the surface of the Ruoshui River was as calm as before. There was no ice, and there was no violent turbulence. With Yang Hui's speed, it only took him a few days to bring Duan Lingtian and the others across the Ruoshui River and entered the northern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The northern outer land was undoubtedly even colder. The heavy snow continued to fall mercilessly. However, when it reached the top of the group of people led by Yang Hui, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The white snow that landed on the invisible force was constantly pushed away. However, before it was pushed away, the pure white snow still piled up into a thick layer. The invisible force on the group of people looked like a gigantic eggshell when it was set off by the falling white snow. This was the force of Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. It was the force that guided Duan Lingtian and the others to move forward. Apart from guiding them forward, this force also blocked the wind and snow completely. No matter how cold and harsh the environment outside was, it could not affect them. Half a month later, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yanghui brought Duan Lingtian and the others to the border of the northern outer land of Cloud Continent. When they arrived, the snow and ice stopped, and the weather became warmer. Standing in the air, all they could see was a vast and boundless ocean. Looking from afar, the ocean and the sky were the same color. At this moment, Yang Hui intentionally slowed down. "We're at the beach." The group of people, including Duan Lingtian, woke up one after another. They temporarily stopped cultivating and focused on the boundless ocean in front of them. Even someone at the first level of Emperor Wu stage would need half a year to leave Cloud Continent and head to the Hidden Fog Island, one of the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian recalled what the spirit profound Emperor Wu said earlier. However, with the spirit profound Emperor Wu's speed, it's much faster than someone at the first level of Emperor Wu stage. We should be able to reach the Hidden Fog Island in a few months at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The group of people looked at the boundless ocean in front of them and lost their interest. The ocean in front of them seemed to have never changed. There was nothing new about it, causing the group of people to lose interest immediately. "Let's continue our journey." Upon seeing this, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yanghui said nonchalantly and continued to lead the group of people to the north. He had stopped earlier because he wanted to use another way to tell the group that they were leaving Cloud Continent soon. At this moment, under Yang Hui's lead, the group of people officially left Cloud Continent and entered the boundless ocean. Their destination was the Hidden Fog Island. "Master." After leaving Cloud Continent for some distance, Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, could not help but ask, "I heard that there's an ocean that completely separates the overseas Saint Islands from Cloud Continent after leaving Cloud Continent for some distance. The heaven and earth energy there is completely different from the heaven and earth energy in the ocean around Cloud Continent. The heaven and earth energy in the overseas Saint Islands won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Is that true?" Zhong'an looked at Yang Hui with bright eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "It won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon?" Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, the group of people, including Zhou Di and Song Ting, shifted their gaze to Yang Hui. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as well. Even Duan Lingtian was looking at Yang Hui. According to the message my cheapskate father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip, he only said that when martial Dao and devil cultivators fight in the Dao martial Saint Land, they won't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. But according to Zhong'an, as long as we leave the ocean outside Cloud Continent and arrive at the overseas Saint Islands, the heaven and earth energy there won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon? The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed when a martial artist from Cloud Continent attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. On Cloud Continent, anyone could know a martial artist's actual strength through the heaven and earth phenomenon formed when he attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. For example, the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons was comparable to the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons. They would all appear in the form of the heaven and earth phenomenon, also known as the silhouette. However, after leaving Cloud Continent and entering the overseas Saint Islands, such a heaven and earth phenomenon would no longer appear? If that's really the case, the heaven and earth phenomenon can be considered as one of Cloud Continent's characteristics. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he could not help but think to himself, "That's right." Yang Hui nodded in the face of Zhong'an's question. "However, there's still a distance from here to the ocean. With the speed I'm bringing all of you along, we should be able to cross the ocean in a month's time. Master, can you wake us up a month later and let us see it?" Zhong'an asked with bright eyes. "Sure. Yang Hui glanced at Duan Lingtian first. When he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be interested as well, he nodded. Zhong En's face was instantly filled with excitement. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, Zhou Di, and Song Ting, also had a look of anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the arrival of a month later. Ever since they were born, they had lived on Cloud Continent where they could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon when they attacked. To them, the heaven and earth phenomenon had long become a part of their lives. However, now that they found out that no matter how they attacked in the ocean outside Cloud Continent, they would not be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Everyone wanted to test it out to see if it was true. If they did not test it out for themselves, it would only be a rumor to them and would not be taken seriously. In the next month, the 10 of them, including Duan Lingtian, cultivated their respective cultivation methods calmly and comprehended their respective profundities to improve their strength. A month's time passed by very quickly. At this moment, Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, who was leading Duan Lingtian and the others, slowed down until he finally came to a stop. Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di were the first to wake up when Yang Hui called out to them. Subsequently, Zhou Di woke up his 2 junior brothers, Song Ting and Zhong En. The rest of them were also woken up by Zhong, and Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked around. All he could see was a vast ocean. The ocean and the sky merged together, making him feel as though he was in a blue world. The white clouds in the sky were the only decorations in this blue world. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Yang Hui withdrew his energy. Waves of sea breeze blew past, causing everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the fishy smell of the ocean entered everyone's noses along with the sea breeze, causing them to smell the rich scent of the ocean. Master, have we left the ocean? Zhou Di looked at Yang Hui and asked respectfully. Yes. Yang Hui nodded nonchalantly under everyone's watchful eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. At the same time, waves of origin energy began to rise from their bodies. It was as though they had transformed into balls of milky white flames that soared into the sky. Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged. After a while, he lifted his head and looked above him. Above the void, there was only silence. The heaven and earth energy did not seem to be moving at all. There really isn't any heaven and earth energy. If there isn't any heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. After withdrawing his origin energy, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the others. He realized that if it was not for his spiritual energy, he would not have been able to see through their cultivation bases. Chapter 1265. Nothing is too strange in the colossal world. After leaving Cloud Continent, I can't see the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy anymore. After confirming it, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim to himself. Just like the others, he was used to fighting alongside the heaven and earth phenomenon. Now that he had left Cloud Continent without the heaven and earth phenomenon, he was not used to it. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even the 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong En, who were Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were shocked when they regained their senses. This is amazing. After leaving Cloud Continent and coming to the overseas world, the heaven and earth energy didn't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. In other words, no matter how powerful one is in the overseas world, one won't easily expose their strength due to the appearance of the heaven and earth phenomenon. What a magical overseas world! Many people whispered among themselves. They could not help but exclaim. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, only regained their senses after a while. Each of them felt as though they had entered a brand new world. This brand new world shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui made his move again. A majestic and vast invisible energy swept out from his body and guided Duan Lingtian and the rest to continue their journey. Overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island, that was the destination of their trip. Their goal was to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition held on the Hidden Fog Island. At that time, they would encounter many powerhouses from Cloud Continent like them. With our speed, how long will it take to reach the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at spirit-profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. About 2 months, Yang Hui replied. Yes. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again. Although he seemed to be resting, he had actually begun to cultivate and comprehend his 2 profundities. Just as Duan Lingtian and the rest were getting closer to the Hidden Fog Island, the inner land of Cloud Continent was not peaceful either. Originally, only the southern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent was stirred up by the Lingtian sect. Subsequently, the people from the inner land of Cloud Continent discovered that the ancient Han clan that had always kept a low profile had also joined in. They were even willing to be Lingtian sect's lackey. The powerhouses of the Han clan went all out and swept across the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It only took them 2 to 3 months to make more than 80% of the first-rate forces in the inner land willingly submit to the Lingtian sect. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread far and wide, and it became a household name in the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was no longer limited to the southern region of the inland. It was worth mentioning that when the powerhouses from the Han clan were willing to be the pawns of Lingtian sect and intimidate many first-rate forces in the inner land for the Lingtian sect, another ancient clan had intervened. According to the ancient clan, as a reclusive ancient clan, the Han clan should not have caused such a big commotion on the Cloud Continent. Just when many people thought the 2 ancient clans were going to fight, the ancient clan suddenly gave in. Not only did it give in, but it was even willing to be the pawns of the Lingtian sect along with the Han clan. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread across the entire inner land of the Cloud Continent. It even spread to the outer land at an extremely fast speed. In the history of the Cloud Continent, there had never been such an exaggerated sect. I heard that the Lingtian sect was originally a low-level first-rate force in an inconspicuous corner in the southern region of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was transformed from a low-level first-rate force called the Yin-Yang sect. I've heard about it too. However, I never thought that this force would rise so quickly and so exaggeratedly. The 2 ancient clans on the Cloud Continent are existences that even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent are afraid of. They're actually willing to be the pawns of the Yin-Yang sect and follow it everywhere. How unbelievable! I really don't know why the 2 ancient clans are willing to be the Yin-Yang sect's pawns. After all, even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent might not be able to make the 2 ancient clans submit to them. Similar discussions were spreading everywhere in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Anyone who heard of the Lingtian sect would be interested in the Lingtian sect. There were even many talented martial artists who wanted to join the Lingtian sect. The Lingtian sect was a powerful force that could command the 2 ancient clans. It was enough to make anyone yearn for it. Another half a month went by. At this time, all of the well-known first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent had become the vassals of the Lingtian sect. Apart from having to hand over a large amount of origin stones every year, they also had to give away some genius disciples. At the same time, the Lingtian sect moved their base to the central area of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was a taller mountain peak. This mountain peak was bigger and wider than the previous Lingtian peak. This mountain peak was originally the base of an upper-class first-rate force in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Since the acting sect leader of the Lingtian sect, Han Shuanai, took a liking to it, the Han clan took it for themselves and gave it to Han Shuanai and the Lingtian sect. From now on, this will be the new Lingtian peak. After the Lingtian sect moved to this new base, Han Shuanai ordered everyone from the Lingtian sect to gather and announced calmly. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, apart from the 3 little fellows by Han Shuanai's side who maintained a calm expression, the rest of the people were overjoyed. They could not suppress their excitement. Of course, at the same time, the group of people looked at Han Shuanai with reverence. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was this yellow-clad young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, who led the three little monsters by her side to defeat the first-rate forces in the southern area of the Cloud Continent. Then, she even made the ancient Han clan work for the Ling Tian sect. That was not all. When another ancient clan wanted to stop the Han clan from working for the Ling Tian sect, it was also this young girl who stepped in. Not only did she help the Han clan, but she also made the ancient clan work for her and the Ling Tian sect. Although they didn't know the exact process, the result made them all feel inexplicably shocked. What's the background of the sect leader's younger sister? Not only is she powerful, but she also has three little fellows with powerful abilities by her side. That's not all. The most ridiculous thing is that she can even make the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent work for her. This is unbelievable. Many people were shocked, and a myriad of thoughts ran through their minds. Even Xiong Quan, although he had long realized that Han Xuan'ai was not simple, he did not expect it to be so ridiculous. She's just a little girl, but she has such ability. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire Cloud Continent who can compare to her. Who the hell is she? Xiong Quan was filled with curiosity about Han Xuan'ai's identity and background. However, no matter what, the Ling Tian sect had become a top force on the Cloud Continent. It was like the sun in the sky. A force that could make the two great ancient clans work for them was enough to make anyone fearful. Recently, most of the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent left the Cloud Continent with their people and headed to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, more people would be inexplicably shocked by what happened to the Ling Tian sect. Even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses were no exception. Right now, our Ling Tian sect is already standing at the peak of the Cloud Continent. However, our sect leader is still missing. Han Xuan'ai looked at the group of people in front of her and said slowly, "Therefore I order, from today onward, all of our Ling Tian sect's focus will be shifted to the search for our sect leader. From today onward, the Ling Tian sect will offer a reward. Anyone who helps us find our sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, will be rewarded with 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones." When Han Xuan'ai reached the end of her sentence, she added, "This reward is also valid for our Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones." Upon hearing Han Xuan'ai's words, many people's eyes lit up. It was as though they could see 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones waving at them. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones was enough to make most people go crazy. On top of that, I'll ask the two great ancient clans to help us find our Ling Tian sect's sect leader. Han Xuan'ai continued. The moment Han Xuan'ai's words left her mouth, many people looked anxious. It was as though they were afraid the two great ancient clans would snatch the reward that belonged to them. The 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones. The news of Han Xuan'ai's reward quickly spread from the Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian sect was looking for their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. Anyone who provided clues to help the Ling Tian sect find Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones. For a time, everyone who heard about the reward went crazy. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones. Even the first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent could not come up with so many supreme-grade origin stones in such a short time. One could imagine the value of so many supreme-grade origin stones. Just as the Ling Tian sect was frantically searching for Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuan'ai temporarily left the Ling Tian sect. She went to the two great ancient clans' encampments. On that day, she left the two great ancient clans again. At that moment, the two great ancient clans began to send people to search for Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. They did not dare to be negligent. Ling Xian Peak was not far from the Ling Tian sect's new encampment. Ever since the owner of Ling Xian Peak, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, left with 10 of his most outstanding subordinates, the atmosphere in Ling Xian Peak was not as good as before. It had always been lifeless. It was only until the news of the reward from the Ling Tian sect spread to Ling Xian Peak that Ling Xian Peak became lively again. Chapter 1266. Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian sect? In Ling Xian Peak, Two young men who looked exactly the same looked at each other. They could see the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Nan Gongchen, do you think the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect, is the Duan Ling Tian sect that we know? After the red-clothed young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he looked at the blue-clothed young man and asked with a dull expression. The time that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect, went missing is almost the same time that we met Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, when we met Duan Ling Tian had lost his memory. The blue-clad young man with a cold expression deduced in an orderly manner. Gulp! The red-clothed young man once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a long while, he finally said with some difficulty, "Your deduction really matches. If that's the case, then the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect, is the Duan Ling Tian sect that we know." When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock and astonishment. Ling Tian sect, with the help of the two great ancient clans, it only took them a few months to wipe out all the first-rate forces in the inner land of Cloud Continent. Then, the red-clad young man gasped and muttered, "Isn't Duan Ling Tian sect a little too terrifying? Although Duan Ling Tian sect is powerful, it's not enough to intimidate the two great ancient clans." The blue-clad young man said coolly, "Moreover, Duan Ling Tian sect has already left Ling Shen Peak and Cloud Continent with spirit-profound Emperor Wu. In other words, the commotion caused by Ling Tian sect has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian sect. No matter what, we should make a trip to Ling Tian sect. Once we confirm that the Duan Ling Tian sect we know is the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect. At that time, we can greet Ling Tian sect." The red-clad young man said, "Let's go." The blue-clad young man was a man of few words. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The red-clad young man quickly followed him and left Ling Shen Peak together. The twin brothers who left Ling Shen Peak were none other than Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi. After they left Ling Shen Peak, they headed straight to Ling Tian sect's encampment, Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian sect's encampment was very close to Ling Shen Peak after their family moved. It only took a few days for Nangong and his brother to arrive at Ling Tian Peak. However, they were stopped by a few Ling Tian sect's disciples who were patrolling the area. Ling Tian sect's encampment. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader looked at Nangong and his brother and said nonchalantly, "We want to see the person who's in charge of Ling Tian sect now." Nangong Yi said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, "Our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader isn't someone who anyone can meet." The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader said, "What if I say I know where the Duan Ling Tian sect is?" Nangong Yi asked again. Boom! Nangong Yi's words were like a bolt from the blue. It shocked the few Ling Tian sect's disciples until they regained their senses after a while. You said you know our sect leader?" The few Ling Tian sect's disciples' eyes were a little dazed. The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader was a tall, middle-aged man. Now that he heard Nangong Yi's words, there was a strange gleam in the depth of his eyes. Humph! Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice. "Since our Ling Tian sect issued the bounty, many people said they knew the location of our Ling Tian sect's sect leader. However, the news was all false. Among them, some people said they wanted to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, but their original intention was to sneak into our Ling Tian sect with ill intentions. You said you know where our Ling Tian sect's sect leader is. Why should we believe you?" As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he asked indifferently, "So long as I see the person in charge of your Ling Tian sect, I'll naturally make him believe me." Nangong Yi said. On the way to the Ling Tian sect, they found out about some things and found out about the origin of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect. He came from the southern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The southern outer continent was the common hometown of them and the Duan Ling Tian sect's sect leader they knew. Due to this reason, they confirmed it at that time. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect, was the Duan Lingtian sect leader they knew. They were the same person. However, Duan Lingtian sect leader did not know what happened and suddenly lost his memory. He even forgot his own name until he met them by chance. After that, they went to Ling Xian Peak with Duan Lingtian sect leader. Although the three of them did not become Emperor Wu's disciples or followers in Ling Xian Peak, the treatment they received in Ling Xian Peak was not inferior to the three direct disciples of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. The two of them were able to enjoy all this because of Duan Lingtian sect leader. Because of this, they sighed in their hearts more than once. As long as it's gold, it will shine no matter where it goes. Follow me. The leader of the Ling Tian sect's disciples, the tall middle-aged man, looked at Nangongyi deeply before he glanced at Nangongchun and said nonchalantly, "All of you continue to patrol." Before he brought Nangongchun and his brother away, the middle-aged man looked at the other Ling Tian sect's disciples and ordered, "Yes." The few Ling Tian sect's disciples accepted the order respectfully and left immediately. "Both of you, please." After the middle-aged man called out to Nangongchun and his brother, he took the lead and flew out. However, the direction he flew was opposite to Ling Tian Peak. Nangongyi immediately frowned and asked, "Where are you bringing us? Both of you might not know. Our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader is usually not on Ling Tian Peak. She's usually cultivating in a valley that's thousands of miles east of Ling Tian Peak." The middle-aged man said, "So that's how it is." Nangongyi came to a realization. Then he and Nangongchen followed the middle-aged man and headed east. However, when they were thousands of miles east, Nangongchen and his brother realized that they had entered an endless desert. They looked around and could not even see a mountain, let alone a valley. This was a place where even birds would not shit. You lied to us." At that moment, Nangongchen and his brother finally reacted. Nangongyi looked at the middle-aged man angrily and shouted coldly, "Both of you, I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man stood at the side and looked at Nangongchen and his brother nonchalantly. He said, "I'm just fulfilling my duty. Only when I'm certain that you know where our Ling Tian sect leader is, can I bring you to see our acting sect leader of Ling Tian sect." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Nangongyi's expression softened a little. "Since that's the case, there's no need for you to do that. We're friends with your Ling Tian sect leader, Duan Lingtian. Then, Nangongyi told the middle-aged man about his encounter with Duan Lingtian, who had lost his memory. At the same time, he told him about Duan Lingtian's characteristics. "It's really the sect leader." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. His breathing quickened. At the same time, he looked at Nangongyi and asked anxiously, "Where's our sect leader?" "You just have to confirm that the person we're talking about is your Ling Tian sect leader," Nangongyi said nonchalantly. "As for where he is, I'll naturally tell your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader in detail when I see him." At that moment, he became more cautious. The Ling Tian sect's disciple in front of him gave him a feeling that he had to be on guard against him. "If you don't tell me this, I won't bring you to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Perhaps you know our Ling Tian sect's missing sect leader, but you might not know where he is. I have to remind you that our acting sect leader is very busy. If you see her and don't tell me where the sect leader is, she'll kill you in a fit of rage." "You don't have to worry about that," Nangongyi said confidently. Seeing how confident Nangongyi was, a trace of undetectable greed rose in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he still pretended to be calm as he said, "Both of you, I think it's best if you tell me where our Ling Tian sect leader is. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the acting sect leader." "Humph, you're finally showing your foxtail. I think you're the one who's greedy. You want the reward of 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones, right?" From the beginning until the end, Nangongyi, who was standing next to Nangongyi with a cold expression on his face, snorted coldly as he mocked the middle-aged man. "If we don't see your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, we won't tell you where the Duan Lingtian is." Nangong Yi also looked at the middle-aged man cautiously. At that moment, he was completely certain that the middle-aged man in front of him had the intention of finding out where the Duan Lingtian was from them. Then, he would go and claim the reward of 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones from the Lingtian sect. Ha 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 ha. When the middle-aged man heard the words of the Nangong brothers, he could not help but laugh out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. I can't believe both of you still managed to find out. The middle-aged man looked at the two Nangong brothers and smirked. However, do both of you have any other choice now? If you don't tell me where our Ling Tian sect leader is, I'll kill both of you immediately. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. We're friends of your sect leader. Do you dare to kill us? Nangong Yi's face turned grave. In this godforsaken place, how would the sect leader know even if I kill both of you? The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. Humph, you're just a mere Ling Tian sect's disciple, and you dare to say that you'll kill us? What a joke. Nangong Yi snorted softly. At the same time, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The sky above his head trembled as the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon, revealing his 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. The 6th-level martial monarch stage is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, I'm not a disciple of Ling Tian sect, but an elder of Ling Tian sect. Chapter 1267. Whoosh! As the heaven and earth energy above the middle-aged man's head stirred, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. An ancient black dragon's silhouette and 1,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. 8th-level martial monarch stage. The scene before their eyes caused the Nangong brothers to turn pale. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. It was no wonder he dared to bring them to such a secluded place. Soon after, the Nangong brothers began to fight with the middle-aged man. Even the most powerful Nangong brothers, Nangong Chun, was only at the 7th-level martial monarch stage. He was slightly inferior to the other party when he unleashed his full strength. Fortunately, Nangong Yi was there to assist them. However, as time went by, the Nangong brothers were in a dangerous situation. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now if the other party wanted to get information about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts from them. Naturally, they knew this very well. Even if they told them about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, the other party would not let them go. They were well aware of this. Flee! In the end, the Nangong brothers chose to flee. Trying to flee? The middle-aged man sneered in disdain when he saw the Nangong brothers fleeing. In his opinion, the two of them would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. It was impossible for them to escape from under his nose. However, when he caught up to them, he soon realized that was not the case. The speed of the blue-clad young man's movement martial skill was even faster than his. Even when he was carrying the red-clad young man, his speed was not inferior to his. Whoosh! Nangong Chun took the lead and fled with Nangong Yi. Although his speed was slightly slower, he was not inferior to the middle-aged man who was chasing after them. Fortunately, my movement martial skill is much better than his. Nangong Chun still had a lingering fear in his heart, just as the Nangong brothers were being chased. In Ling Xian Peak, a few Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of intelligence gathered in a secluded cave and whispered to each other. According to my various deductions, we can basically confirm that Lord Ling Tian is the sect leader that the Ling Tian sect is searching for. One of them said, now that Lord Emperor Wu and Lord Ling Tian are not here, even Lord Ling Tian's two friends have left Ling Xian Peak. What should we do? Go to the sect Ling sect and reveal Lord Ling Tian's whereabouts? Another person asked. What? You want those 1,000 supreme origin stones? Someone sneered. Ling Tian sect leader. As for the Ling Tian sect, Ling Tian, sect, and let him, is, the last person said. The other three people agreed with the last person's words. If that's the case, we'll put this matter aside for now. We'll explain to Lord Emperor Wu and Lord Ling Tian when they return. Alright, it's decided then. The few Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of intelligence decided to keep their mouths shut about Duan Ling Tian. They would wait until the spirit profound Emperor Wu and Duan Ling Tian returned. Due to their decision and the fact that the Nangong brothers were being chased, Han Shuanai and the people from the Ling Tian sect only found out about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts later on. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all of this. Currently, he was being brought to the hidden Fog Island by the spirit profound Emperor Wu. They were getting closer and closer to the hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian, who was being brought to the hidden Fog Island by the spirit profound Emperor Wu, woke up from his cultivation. When he lifted his head, he saw layers of fog in the distance. The fog covered his eyes and completely blocked the view in front of him. We'll reach the hidden Fog Island in about 10 days once we enter the area shrouded in fog. Spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian had woken up. 10 days? That's fast. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Overseas Saint Island, hidden Fog Island. It would only take about 10 days to reach the destination. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mood was more or less affected. After all, this was his first time leaving Cloud Continent in his life. We've been away from Cloud Continent for so long. Did any demon beasts attack us along the way? Duan Ling Tian asked Yang Hui. He was curious about this. How is that possible? Yang Hui said, there were at least 10 demon beasts with a cultivation base at the Demon Emperor stage who wanted to attack us along the way. I killed 3 of them and the rest retreated in fear. Retreated in fear? Just when Duan Ling Tian was stunned, he noticed the calm ocean in front of them suddenly shook. A gigantic creature left the ocean at lightning speed and rose into the sky, blocking their path. It was a demon beast the size of a small hill. It stood there and gave off an immense pressure. This demon beast was completely black. Its body was covered with regular scales. Its 4 sharp claws were like an eagle's claws. From afar, it looked like a gigantic bear standing there. Even its head was similar to a bear's. This is a Stygian scale bear, one of the demon beasts unique to the overseas Saint Island. This demon beast's strength is comparable to a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. This brute force is amazing. However, although it has the strength of a first-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist, it's different from an ordinary first-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist. The Stygian scale bear's intelligence is extremely low, and it can't transform into a human. Yang Hui's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears when he was studying the demon beast that was the size of a small hill. Stygian scale bear? Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. His eyes narrowed suddenly. This was because he noticed the Stygian scale bear was moving. Its mountain-like body was charging towards them. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. This is a Stygian scale bear. I encountered one half a month ago, and I killed it with one strike. Brother Ling Tian, do you want to try? Due to its low intelligence, it can't transform into a human. This Stygian scale bear is different from ordinary demon emperors. It doesn't know how to use spirit weapons. Yang Hui did not seem to be nervous when he saw the Stygian scale bear charging towards them. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. First-level demon emperor stage? Doesn't know how to use spirit weapons? In Duan Ling Tian's memory, let alone demon emperors, even demon monarchs and void transformation stage demon beasts who could transform into humans were no different from humans. When they fought, they would also use spirit weapons. Leave it to me. Duan Ling Tian moved away from the protective shield formed by Yang Hui's energy and charged towards the Stygian scale bear. In his opinion, a first-level demon emperor stage demon beast like the Stygian scale bear that did not know how to use spirit weapons was not a threat to him at all. In fact, he was confident he could kill it with one punch without using any spirit weapons. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Ling Tian's body moved. The 5-colored energy on his body skyrocketed and formed a rainbow as he charged towards the Stygian scale bear, as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Roar! At this moment, the Stygian scale bear noticed Duan Lingtian, who was charging towards it. It lifted its head and roared loudly. Its sharp claws whistled as the wind whistled. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning as it charged towards Duan Lingtian, who was charging towards it. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws, Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged forward calmly, as though he was willing to put his head under someone else's guillotine. Even Yang Hui, who had seen many things in his life, was shocked when he saw this. Courage comes from skill. Such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up slightly. In the next moment, 9 dragons' protection. In an instant, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body stirred and left his body without reservation. It merged perfectly with the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. Fused profundity, sword profundity. Duan Lingtian's body emitted waves of 5-colored energy with a sharp aura. When the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were inches away, it transformed into 5-colored divine dragons that circled around Duan Lingtian's body rapidly. Almost at the same time, a layer of 5-colored light shield appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws that contained extremely terrifying energy finally landed on the shield. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. In an instant, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, accompanied by waves of shock waves that swept out in all directions. With Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center, the shockwave spread out and swept out. In addition to the surrounding air being sucked out, even the surface of the sea beneath their feet was pushed down by the shockwave. When the surface of the sea was pushed down, the seawater was pushed out in all directions, causing a huge wave to form. Roar! When the shockwave gradually weakened, the Stygian scale bear roared again. This time, the roar was filled with extreme anger. This anger originated from Duan Lingtian. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was unscathed after being hit by its attack, the Stygian scale bear was completely enraged. It raised its pair of sharp claws again, as if it wanted to attack again. What? You're not convinced? Seeing the Stygian scale bear's actions, Duan Lingtian smiled and had no intention of stopping it. Soon, the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed again. This time, its strength was even stronger. It used almost all of its strength without holding back. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion was heard again, causing an even more terrifying shockwave. Accompanying these loud noises were the continuous sounds of air explosions in the air, as well as the sound of stormy waves being squeezed out from the surface of the sea. What a powerful defensive martial skill! Yang Hui's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already stopped moving. Inside the protective shield formed by his energy, Zhou Di and the other 8 people were cultivating without being disturbed. Inside the protective shield, they could not hear anything outside. Although the shockwave that swept out with Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center caused the protective shield to tremble, it did not break through. My 9 dragons' protection can be considered to have entered the mastery stage. Once I enter the perfection stage, I'll be able to condense 9 divine dragons to protect my body. Chapter 1268. The 5-colored light shield formed by the 5-colored divine dragons could not be broken even with the Stygian scale bear's all-out attack. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared again. However, this time, its roar was filled with fear. Obviously, the Stygian scale bear had realized how powerful Duan Lingtian was. It was afraid. Although its intelligence was low, it was only compared to an ordinary demon emperor powerhouse. It was completely terrified when faced with an opponent who could remain unscathed even with its all-out attack. Its mountain-like body shook, and it turned around abruptly, intending to escape. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. If you can take 2 of my attacks and not die, I'll spare your life. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the Stygian scale bear trying to escape. He moved his body and performed the dragon soaring 9 heavens again, catching up with the Stygian scale bear in a flash. Duan Lingtian's strength was above the Stygian scale bear's even without his spiritual weapon. This could be seen from how he easily blocked the Stygian scale bear's all-out attack with his defensive martial skill earlier. Therefore, it was easy for him to catch up with the Stygian scale bear and block its path. Before the Stygian scale bear had the time to react, Duan Lingtian moved and executed the movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, once again. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon as he collided with the devil spirit bear. Whoosh! Without using any martial skill, Duan Lingtian threw a punch at the Stygian scale bear's chest at lightning speed. It was a solid punch. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The force from Duan Lingtian's punch penetrated the Stygian scale bear's chest with ease, causing the void to tremble as a rolling shockwave swept out. Boom! 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 The shockwave continued to wreak havoc and swept out, setting off a series of thunderous booms. The commotion was undoubtedly much greater than when the Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Lingtian earlier. Roar! The Stygian scale bear let out a deafening scream as its huge body flew out like an arrow. It flew for more than 100 meters before it slowed down. Roar! After the Stygian scale bear stopped moving, it glared at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gleam in its eyes before it began to descend. It wanted to escape into the sea. How? How is this possible? It actually didn't die. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw that the Stygian scale bear had only let out 2 miserable cries before it fled back into the sea. Not only did he exert all of his origin energy in the punch earlier, but he had also exerted all of his fused profundity and sword profundity. Originally, in his opinion, with the Stygian scale bear's strength, his punch was completely capable of killing it. However, the result was completely out of his expectations. The Stygian scale bear has an extremely terrifying scale armor. Even if I were to punch it with all my strength like you, it might not necessarily die. At the same time, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yonghui transmitted his voice into Duan Lingtian's ears, waking Duan Lingtian up. His defense is so strong? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be shocked. It seemed like the heavens were fair. When the Stygian scale bear had low intelligence and could not transform into a human, it was given an indestructible shell. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea, Duan Lingtian made his move again. Before the Stygian scale bear fell into the sea, he blocked its path. I've said before, if you can survive 2 of my attacks, I'll let you go. Don't even think about escaping before I attack you for the 2nd time. Duan Lingtian said coldly. He did not care if the Stygian scale bear understood him or not. Just now, when he said those words, it was actually just a casual remark. In his opinion, he only needed 1 attack to kill the Stygian scale bear. Who would have thought that the Stygian scale bear's scale armor would be so terrifying? It had blocked almost all of the attacks for it, and it did not seem to be injured even after receiving a full-force punch from him. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared. It seemed to know that it would not be able to escape if the human in front of it did not get rid of him. Hence, it pounced on him again. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's claws, Duan Lingtian looked at the Stygian scale bear calmly. 9 dragons protection. Once again, 5 divine dragons appeared around his body. They moved quickly and transformed into a 5-colored light shield. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Lingtian crazily. It attacked with its claws again and again. The lightning-like attacks fell like rain on the 5-colored light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body. However, its attacks only caused ripples on the 5-colored light shield. It was as though it was tickling the Stygian scale bear. What's he doing? Yonghui simply stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Even his robes didn't flutter in the slightest. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing there in a daze. He could not help but feel puzzled. After a while, he got his answer. Gale Thunderfinger. Duan Lingtian, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly moved. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at the Stygian scale bear's chest that was attacking him. To be more precise, his finger was pointing at a spot where the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck met. There was a gap there that was not covered by the scales. The gap was very small. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Gale Thunderfinger was an offensive martial skill that came with the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was only an Earth-rank martial skill, and Duan Lingtian had not used it for a long time. However, when it was cast by Duan Lingtian, it was like a gust of wind, and its momentum was like a rainbow. The fused profundity replaced the wind profundity. The sword profundity replaced the thunder profundity. As soon as he pointed his finger, the two profundities followed him like shadows and landed on the small gap between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. They cut through the gap like tofu. Spurt. When the finger landed, blood splattered everywhere. During this process, Duan Lingtian did not feel any resistance. When his finger pierced the Stygian scale bear, several finger forces shot out from his fingertips and twisted wildly in the Stygian scale bear's body. Instantly, the Stygian scale bear's mountain-like body trembled violently. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by shrill cries, the Stygian scale bear's voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. The Stygian scale bear's huge body fell from the sky. Inner core. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea, Duan Lingtian made his move. He lifted the Stygian scale bear with one arm and took out a spirit sword with the other hand. He stabbed the Stygian scale bear's wound. What happened next was simple. Using the Stygian scale bear's wound as a starting point, Duan Lingtian tore open the scales on the Stygian scale bear's body along the small gaps between the scales. He took out a pill that was shining faintly. It was the Stygian scale bear's inner core. After taking out the profundity fragment from the Stygian scale bear's body, Duan Lingtian allowed the Stygian scale bear to fall into the sea with a loud bang. It set off countless waves. In the distance, Yang Hui had a shocked expression on his face. What a powerful observation. He saw through the Stygian scale bear's weakness in just a few breaths of time. Yang Hui could not help but sigh when he recalled the scene earlier. He still remembered. When he first went out to sea and encountered the Stygian scale bear, he spent more than an hour to find the Stygian scale bear's weakness. However, the purple-clad young man nearby only spent a few breaths of time to find it. It was so fast that it was shocking. After putting away the spoils of war, Duan Lingtian returned to Yang Hui's side and asked curiously, "Are the demon beasts in the overseas all-powerful but can't transform and have low intelligence?" "Of course not." Yang Hui shook his head. In the overseas, demon emperors like the Stygian scale bear are the minority. Most of the demon emperors are similar to the demon emperors on Cloud Continent. For example, the emperor stage demon beasts we encountered along the way were all like the Stygian scale bear that I killed. The other emperor stage demon beasts can transform into humans and have intelligence that's not inferior to humans. Yang Hui explained. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I see." Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Duan Lingtian had not fully recovered his memory. Otherwise, he would have learned about this from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. After all, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had left Cloud Continent before. Although he did not go deep into the overseas, he had stayed there for a period of time and encountered many overseas demon beasts. There was no lack of demon emperors among them. Soon after, Yang Hui continued to lead Duan Lingtian and the others on their journey. As they got closer to the hidden fog island, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. His mind was completely immersed in the memory that he had recovered in the past few months. He realized that the memory was extremely rich. First, he recalled some of his previous experiences. He recalled most of the memories from when he left the southern outer land of Cloud Continent and crossed the Ruoshui River. Crossing the Ruoshui River, subduing the Gold Thug, annihilating the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan, breaking into the Yin-Yang sect, establishing the Ling-Tian sect. The memories from when he crossed the Ruoshui River grew like bamboo shoots after the rain and took root in Duan Lingtian's mind. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Tianwu. Soon after, he remembered Feng Tianwu. the girl who had always been by his side. He could not recall her origin. She was imprisoned in the Lost Stone Forest. He also remembered what happened to him in the Lost Stone Forest. He remembered the Devil Seal Tablet as well. During the battle in the Lost Stone Forest, the Devil Seal Tablet devilified him and fought fiercely with Emperor Wu until his consciousness was completely annihilated. He remembered all of this. So, the Devil Seal Tablet was left in the Lost Stone Forest. Tian Wu is also in the Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. Brother Yang. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui and took the initiative to greet him. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Brother Lingtian, what's the matter? Brother Yang. I'd like to know if Emperor Wu from the Lost Stone Forest will bring people to the Hidden Fog martial competition this time? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Chapter 1269. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction when he found out that the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, would be coming. At the same time, the cold gleam in the depth of his eyes grew stronger as though it was about to devour someone. What's wrong? Brother Lingtian, do you have a grudge against Emperor Wu? Yang Hui could not help but ask when he noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Yang Hui saw that Duan Lingtian did not say anything after he nodded, he realized that he did not want to talk about it. Therefore, he did not ask any further. However, he could not help but remind him, Brother Lingtian, Emperor Wu Shi broke through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage earlier than I did. His strength is not to be underestimated. 4th level Emperor Wu stage, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although his expression did not change, his heart could not help but sink, although he recalled what happened in Lost Stone Forest back then. However, the strength he displayed after he was devilified and Emperor Wu's strength was extremely vague in his memory. Now that he heard Yang Hui's words, he had a certain understanding of Emperor Wu. Yang Hui led the group and continued on their journey. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, began to ponder to himself. Back then, when the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was held at Lingxian Peak, his cultivation base had already successfully broken through to the 6th level martial monarch stage. Naturally, the reason he broke through so quickly was all thanks to the rebirth pill and the destruction before reconstruction. However, the increase in his strength was not only in his cultivation base. The fused profundity and sword profundity that he had comprehended had also greatly improved. According to his estimation, the rapid improvement of the 2 profundities should be attributed to the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal Tablet suppressing his soul. His soul had been in danger of being destroyed, but it had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He had obtained an indescribable qualitative change and sublimation. It had been a few months since the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was held at Lingxian Peak. Although he was in a hurry, he did not delay his cultivation. Furthermore, along the way, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui was the one who brought him and the other 9 people. He did not expend any energy at all. As a result, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. As for the 2 profound meanings he had comprehended, his fused profundity and sword profundity had both risen to the 5th level. The sword profound had caught up with the fused profound. All of this was due to the sword Dao comprehension accumulated in Duan Lingtian's mind. The sword Dao comprehension originated from the word sword in Duan Lingtian's hometown. The word sword was left behind by a self-proclaimed sword saint, Feng Qingyang. While Duan Lingtian was secretly estimating his current strength, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, and a name appeared in his mind. It was the name of the self-proclaimed sword saint. The memory of the word sword began to flash in his mind as he recalled it. I was wondering how my sword profundity could rise so quickly and even catch up with the fused profundity. So it's all because of the word sword. After recalling the memory, Duan Lingtian's heart was suddenly enlightened. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again. He knew very well that with his current strength, He was far inferior to Emperor Wu, who was at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. If he wanted to defeat Emperor Wu, he still needed to improve his strength. Therefore, he quickly immersed himself in his cultivation and did not let go of any opportunity to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Divine Dragon Form. While cultivating, Duan Lingtian and the rest were getting closer to the Hidden Fog Island under Yang Hui's lead. As the overseas Saint Island, the Hidden Fog Island had many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. These Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses' strength was not inferior to the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. There were 3 people who were the most powerful on the Hidden Fog Island. They were the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. The 3 of them controlled the Hidden Fog Island and had many disciples under them. Although there was no distinction between disciples and followers, there was a clear hierarchy. Core disciple, inner island disciple, and outer island disciple. These 3 types of Hidden Fog Island disciples were treated differently. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition this time was personally organized by the Hidden Fog Island. Apart from inviting the disciples of the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, the outstanding disciples of the Hidden Fog Island would also participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. At that time, the powerhouses below the age of 70 on the Hidden Fog Island and the Cloud Continent would have an intense competition. Currently, there were only 3 months left before the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would begin. However, the Hidden Fog Island was already bustling with activity. The Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who left the Cloud Continent and rushed to the Hidden Fog Island had already arrived on the Hidden Fog Island with 10 of their most outstanding disciples. On the Hidden Fog Island, they were warmly welcomed by the Hidden Fog Island. These Emperor Wu powerhouses, Demon Emperor powerhouses, and their disciples were all arranged to stay in a secluded mansion. These mansions were sparsely located on the south side of the Hidden Fog Island. The south side of the Hidden Fog Island was lush with greenery and fresh air. Moreover, it was filled with rich heaven and earth origin energy. It was a good place for cultivation. Almost everyone who was interested in the Hidden Fog Island knew about it. The rich origin stone reserves on the Hidden Fog Island were hidden underground on the east side of the Hidden Fog Island. The cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island was also affected by the origin stone reserves. Due to this reason, the east side of the Hidden Fog Island was the best place for cultivation. It was the cultivation place of the 3 island masters, the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, and the inner island disciples. The outer island disciples were not qualified to set foot in there due to their low status. The outer island disciples were usually distributed on the north and west sides of the Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog Island was surrounded by beautiful scenery and lush greenery. It was a natural scene. However, unlike the surroundings of the Hidden Fog Island, there was a huge city in the middle of the Hidden Fog Island. It was also the only city on the Hidden Fog Island. Hidden Fog City. In the Hidden Fog City, apart from the guest elders of the Hidden Fog Island, there were also Emperor Wu powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. Of course, apart from these people, most of the people in the Fog City were the natives of the Hidden Fog Island. These natives were the descendants of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples since the Hidden Fog Island was established. Their descendants who were talented had all become the Hidden Fog Island's disciples. Those who were not talented stayed in the Hidden Fog City to do some business and settle down. Many years had passed and the Hidden Fog City had developed quite well. It was extremely lively. The south side of the Hidden Fog Island was the place where the Hidden Fog Island entertained their guests. Currently, the martial emperors and demon emperors from Cloud Continent, as well as the 10 most outstanding disciples they brought, were all arranged to stay here as long as they came. Junior sisters, it's your first time on the Hidden Fog Island, so I'm afraid you haven't been to the Hidden Fog City, right? How about I bring you around? In a spacious mansion in the south of the Hidden Fog Island, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was staring at the 2 young ladies in front of him with greed in his eyes. Beside him, another middle-aged man had a similar gaze. His eyes were filled with greed and desire as he stared at the 2 ladies in front of him. Their eyes were filled with lust, and perverted lust. They had lived on the hidden fog island for most of their lives, but it was their first time seeing such beauties. Moreover, they saw two of them at the same time. It made them feel that their trip was not in vain. The two ladies in front of them were so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as though they had stolen their souls. The two ladies' appearances could be said to be peerless, and they were devastatingly beautiful. Although they were equally beautiful, the auras of the two ladies were completely different. The lady in the light purple robe had a faint, seductive aura. It was as though she could turn all living things upside down. She was like a red rose. If the lady in the purple robe was a red rose, then the other lady would be a pure snow lotus. She was a pretty girl from a humble family, and she was pure and lovely. Both ladies were beautiful in their own way. That's right, junior sisters, with us accompanying you, I guarantee that your trip to the Hidden Fog City will not be in vain, the other middle-aged man said. He did not hide the fanaticism in his eyes at all. Although these two middle-aged men were dressed in casual clothes, there was a token made of an unknown material tied to their waists. Each of them had the word "inner" engraved on it. If there were natives of the Hidden Fog Island here, they would definitely recognize that this was the token that the Inner Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island carried around with them. It represented their identity. The Inner Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island were on par with the ordinary disciples of Emperor Wu on the Cloud Continent in terms of strength. Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. However, both of us have just arrived, so we're planning to rest for a while. We don't plan to go to the Hidden Fog City for the time being, the lady in the purple robe said slowly. The purple-clothed woman said unhurriedly. She seemed polite, but in the depths of her autumn eyes, there was a bit of disgust. She disliked the two middle-aged men in front of her. If that's the case, we'll come back another day, one of the middle-aged men said. After a while, the two middle-aged men turned around and left. The moment they turned around, their faces turned solemn. They had come to the Hidden Fog City more than 10 times recently. However, they were rejected every time. Their patience was almost exhausted. If they were ordinary women, they would have used force if the soft approach did not work. However, the two women they had their eyes on were the direct disciples of Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent. Although they were not as strong as them, they did not dare to use force, unless they wanted to die. The two of them were merely Inner Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island. Even if they were killed by Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent, the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island would not stand up for them. Chapter 1270. The status of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple in the eyes of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island was equivalent to the status of Emperor Wu's direct disciple in the eyes of Emperor Wu on the Cloud Continent. Sister Kerr, it seems like we won't be able to go to the Hidden Fog City today. Although those two fellows have left, they might be lurking nearby. They'll definitely follow us once we leave, the purple-clad lady said to the other lady next to her. It's all right, Sister Fei, or we can go again in a few days, the latter replied. The two ladies were Li Fei and Kerr, who followed Yuhan Emperor Wu to the Hidden Fog Island. Although they were Emperor Wu's direct disciples under Emperor Wu, it was difficult for them to achieve outstanding results in the Hidden Fog martial competition with their current abilities. They came to the Hidden Fog Island to join in the fun. Ever since they came to the Hidden Fog Island, they had planned to go to the Hidden Fog City. However, there were 2 disgusting flies buzzing in their ears every time. It seriously affected their mood. The flies in Li Fei and Kerr's eyes were the 2 Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciples who had just left. It was the 2 Inner Island disciples who welcomed them to stay in the Hidden Fog Island. However, who would have thought that they would pester them every now and then? They would appear as soon as they were ready to go out. They were like dog skin plasters that they could not shake off no matter how hard they tried. Senior Sister Sue should be out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. We'll ask her to come with us then. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she muttered. I don't think they'll dare to do anything with Senior Sister Sue around. Kerr snorted softly. When the 2 ladies returned to their rooms to cultivate, another group of uninvited guests arrived on the Hidden Fog Island. It was the group from Lingshan Peak who had just arrived on the hidden fog island. It was Duan Lingtian's group. Duan Lingtian's group, led by Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yonghui, successfully passed through the dangerous sea region and arrived at their destination, the hidden fog island. We have arrived at the hidden fog island. At this moment, Yang Hui's voice woke everyone up, including Duan Lingtian. All of a sudden, everyone came to their senses. We're here. This is the hidden fog island? Standing here, I can only see a corner of the hidden fog island. Just like its name, most of the hidden fog island is covered by fog. It's as if it's hidden in fog. Many people were sizing up the island in front of them and discussing animatedly. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and sized up the island in front of him. The hidden fog island lived up to its name. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the rest entered the hidden fog island, two silhouettes came from afar and blocked their path. May I ask which Emperor Wu powerhouse from the Cloud Continent are you, my lord? After the two of them stopped Duan Lingtian and the others, they looked at Yang Hui, who was in the lead, and asked directly, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Yang Hui replied calmly and glanced at their waists. Inner Island disciples of the hidden fog island? My lord, the island master sent us to welcome all of you. Please follow us. We, the hidden fog island, have arranged accommodation for all of you on the southern island. One of the inner island disciples said respectfully. Lead the way. Yang Hui nodded. The two inner island disciples immediately turned around and led the way. They brought Duan Lingtian, Yang Hui, and the rest to the southern part of the hidden fog island. That was where the southern island of the hidden fog island was located. The southern island was where the hidden fog island received guests. Usually, no one was allowed to enter. There would be some inner island disciples patrolling the sky above the southern island from time to time. If any intruder was discovered by them, there was only one outcome: death. On the way, Duan Lingtian and the rest learned about the hidden fog island from one of the inner island disciples. This included the three most powerful island masters in the hidden fog island, a group of Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage guest elders, as well as some permanent residents of the Emperor Wu stage. Of course, they also heard that there were many weak natives in the hidden fog city. The hidden fog island is closed to the outside world. Apart from some powerful Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage powerhouses, the rest of the natives have never left the hidden fog island from birth to death. This place is simply like a paradise. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian and the rest also learned about the division of the hidden fog island's core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples from the inner island disciple. If the hidden fog island was compared to the cultivation place of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouses on the Cloud Continent, in that case, the outer island disciples of the hidden fog island were equivalent to Emperor Wu's disciples. The inner island disciples were equivalent to Emperor Wu's disciples. Core disciples, on the other hand, were equivalent to the martial emperor's direct disciples. The participants of the hidden fog martial competition this time aren't only people from Cloud Continent, right? People from the hidden fog island are participating as well? Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'en, could not help but ask in surprise after learning about this from the hidden fog island's inner island disciple. Yes, the inner island disciple nodded. However, our hidden fog island is the same as yours. There are only 10 people participating. The hidden fog island is so big, but there are only 10 people participating in the hidden fog martial competition. These 10 people must have extraordinary abilities, right? Someone asked again. Of course. The inner island disciple nodded as a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. There are no less than 20 core disciples in our hidden fog island. The 10 people who are participating in the hidden fog martial competition are the 10 most outstanding core disciples in our hidden fog island. Boom! The inner island disciples' words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian and the rest. They were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. There were no less than 20 core disciples on the hidden fog island. One must know that the strength of a core disciple on the hidden fog island was equivalent to Emperor Wu's direct disciple on the Cloud Continent. The 10 people selected from the 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island were undoubtedly the elites among the core disciples. Among them, there were probably many powerhouses like Emperor Wu. At that moment, apart from Duan Tian and Zhou Di who could still maintain their calm, the 8 people including Song Ting and Zhong and who were both Emperor Wu's direct disciples had a grave expression on their faces. At this moment, they finally realized that they would encounter a group of formidable opponents in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Soon after, Duan Tian and the rest settled down in a spacious mansion with the help of the 2 inner island disciples. There were many independent courtyards in the mansion. It was more than enough for the 11 of them to occupy a small courtyard each. Master, the Hidden Fog martial competition will begin in 3 months. If you and your disciples feel bored during these 3 months, you can go to the Hidden Fog City for a walk. The 2 inner island disciples said to Yang Hui before they left. Yang Hui nodded. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. The 2 inner island disciples turned around and headed to the east of the Hidden Fog Island after bidding farewell to Yang Hui. Their mission was to receive an Emperor Wu powerhouse and the people he brought with him. As soon as they completed their mission, they could return to the east of the Hidden Fog Island to report. After reporting, they would no longer need to receive Emperor Wu powerhouses and his subordinates from the Cloud Continent. Other inner island disciples would receive the remaining Emperor Wu powerhouses and his subordinates who had yet to arrive. Not only are there natives of the Hidden Fog Island in the Hidden Fog City, but there's also Emperor Wu powerhouses who came from the Cloud Continent to settle down here. Interesting. Duan Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and muttered to himself, I'll take a walk in the Hidden Fog City in a few days. I'll also experience the Hidden Fog Island's culture. However, as an overseas Saint Island, the cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island is incomparable to the Cloud Continent. I feel like there might even be a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Tian speculated to himself as he sensed the rich heaven and earth origin energy on the Hidden Fog Island. A supreme-grade origin stone mine. All the origin stones produced by such a mine were supreme-grade origin stones without exception. There were even some supreme-grade origin stones with extremely high quality. Such a origin stone mine had never appeared on the Cloud Continent before. Although supreme-grade origin stones would appear on Cloud Continent, the supreme-grade origin stones on Cloud Continent were all from high-grade origin stone mines. The production was extremely small and could not compare to supreme-grade origin stone mines. However, even if he guessed that there was a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Tian was not interested at all. In his opinion, the supreme-grade origin stones were merely a currency used to trade and a material used to inscribe inscriptions. As long as he had enough, he did not care how much he had. Since there might be a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island, then the Hidden Fog Island is a treasure land. There must be many rare minerals and medicinal herbs here. I'll make a trip to the Hidden Fog City in a few days to see if I can gather the materials to refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. As long as I have the materials, I'll be able to condense the royal-grade weapon fire and refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow when my cultivation base advances to the Emperor Wu stage. By then, I'll be able to use the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow that Father left for me. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian made up his mind. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again and cultivated in peace. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Divine Dragon Form. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the 2 profundities. While his cultivation base was improving rapidly, the 2 profundities were improving as well. 10 days later, Duan Tian woke up. I'm only half a step away from the Emperor Wu stage. Give me some more time and I'll definitely be able to break through successfully. The moment Duan Tian opened his eyes, a gleam flashed across his eyes. He was brimming with confidence. He had begun to break through the bottleneck of the Emperor Wu stage during his cultivation this time. He was only 1 step away from successfully breaking through the final bottleneck. Once he broke through, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and soaring into the sky. Now, I'll make a trip to the Hidden Fog City. Chapter 1271. On the way to Hidden Fog City, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, what time is it now? I can see that your soul is almost fully recovered. It was Wang Ba's voice. My soul is almost fully recovered? Duan Lingtian did not answer Wang Ba. His eyes lit up immediately. In other words, my lost memory is almost fully recovered? Yes. Wang Ba replied before he continued to say, Boy, you haven't answered me yet. It's been almost a year since you said I'd need a year to recover my memory. Duan Lingtian replied, It's just as I expected. Wang Ba finally understood. He said smugly, Boy, are you convinced now? In my opinion, it's the stupidest thing you did when you went to Ling Xian Peak and asked that spirit-profound Emperor Wu for help. Duan Lingtian ignored Wang Ba when he heard his smug words. However, he soon recalled something and could not help but ask, Bastard, how much do you know about Saint-grade martial tactics? The Saint-grade martial tactic is rare here. In the Dao martial Saint land, almost all those above the innate void restoration stage cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. Wang Ba said nonchalantly, In the Dao martial Saint land, only Saint-grade martial tactics can greatly affect a person's strength. Mortal-grade martial tactics are just some superficial skills. They're only nice to look at but useless. Mortal-grade martial tactics? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? The martial skills on the mortal continent are the mortal-grade martial tactics. Wang Ba said again. The martial skills on the cloud continent are mortal-grade martial tactics. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard that. According to Wang Ba, the martial skills on cloud continent, no matter if it was yellow rank martial skills, profound rank martial skills, earth rank martial skills, or heaven rank martial skills, they were all common grade martial skills. Moreover, in Wang Ba's eyes, the common grade martial tactics were just some fancy tricks that were useless. Fake? Aren't you going a little overboard? Our cloud continent's martial skills, especially high-grade heaven rank martial skills, can still raise one's strength by a lot. Duan Lingtian said with some dissatisfaction. What a joke! Along the way, he had seriously studied and cultivated the various martial skills that came with the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. It wasn't easy for him to achieve what he had today. But now, Wang Ba's words had negated his many years of hard work. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this. What? Are you still not convinced? Wang Ba snorted. Boy, it's good that you haven't come into contact with the Saint-grade martial tactic yet. Once you come into contact with the Saint-grade martial tactic, you'll know that the mortal-grade martial tactic you came into contact with in the past is just a joke. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Even until now, he was still unwilling to admit that the mortal-grade martial tactic was just a superficial skill. Let me put it this way. Even the best mortal-grade martial tactic in your mortal continent can only raise a martial artist's strength by 10%, right? Wang Ba asked. 10%? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The martial skills that he cultivated could be considered as the best martial skills in the cloud continent. However, even if those martial skills had broken through to the perfection stage, it would only raise his strength by 10%. Based on what you're saying, the Saint-grade martial tactic raises a martial artist's strength much more than the mortal-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Wang Ba said matter-of-factly. Even the lowest grade Saint-grade martial tactic raises a martial artist's strength by at least 20%. The lowest grade Saint-grade martial tactic raises a martial artist's strength by at least 20%. Duan Lingtian frowned. Is that true? Such an increase was twice as good as the heaven rank advanced martial tactic that he mastered. Humph! When you arrive at the Dao martial Saint land in the future and cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, you'll naturally know that I'm not lying. Wang Ba snorted. Why do we have to wait until we arrive at the Dao martial Saint land? Didn't you call yourself a Saint stage powerhouse or something? Don't tell me you've never cultivated a Saint-grade martial tactic before? Duan Lingtian asked one after another. When Duan Lingtian reached this point, he wanted to continue but was interrupted by Wang Ba. Boy, I know what you're thinking. Don't you want me to teach you the Saint grade martial tactic? Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Wang Ba said. Humph, Saint stage powerhouse. You're not even willing to teach me a mere Saint grade martial tactic. How stingy. Duan Lingtian snorted and said with dissatisfaction. Boy, I'm not being stingy. You should know that the Saint grade martial tactic is different from the mortal grade martial tactic. Mortal rank martial arts could be taught to others through verbal communication. However, the Saint grade martial tactic can't be taught. If you want to cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic, you'll have to go through the Saint token. Wang Ba said. Saint token? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind, and a jade token appeared. It was the jade token that his cheapskate father had left him. There's a set of Saint grade martial tactic in the jade token. Could it be that the jade token was the Saint token? Soon, as Wang Ba continued to speak, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. The jade token that his cheapskate father had left him was the Saint token. The Saint grade martial tactic usually exists in the Saint token. If you want to cultivate a certain Saint grade martial tactic, you'll have to obtain the Saint token that contains the Saint grade martial tactic. Wang Ba said, because of this, even if I know more Saint grade martial tactics, I won't be able to teach you. You'll only be able to cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic if you obtain the Saint token. As long as you infuse your spiritual energy into the Saint token, you'll be able to read the Saint grade martial tactic in it and cultivate it step by step. When you've cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token to its peak, the Saint token will be useless to you. Wang Ba continued to say, is there a need to leave the Saint token until the Saint grade martial tactic is cultivated to its peak? Duan Lingtian frowned. Doesn't it say that as long as I infuse my spiritual energy into the Saint token, all the information about the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token will be integrated into my mind as though it's taking root and sprouting? Where did you hear that from? Wang Ba said disdainfully. You must have been fooled. Boy, I'll teach you a good lesson today. No matter how high your comprehension is, it's impossible for you to absorb all the information about the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token at once. Everyone has to rely on the Saint token step by step to cultivate according to the information regarding the Saint grade martial tactic in it. In the era I came from, it was rumored that no matter how high one's comprehension was, it would still take 2 to 3 years to completely absorb the information in a Saint token that contained the lowest level of Saint grade martial tactic. Of course, when he fully absorbs the information in the Saint token, he'll have cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic in it to its peak. Wang Ba said, can't he first memorize the information about the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token before he slowly cultivates it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened, and his tone was filled with urgency. Impossible, Wang Ba said firmly. When anyone reads the Saint token with their spiritual energy, they'll only be able to see part of the information about the Saint grade martial tactic. They'll only be able to see the information after they've comprehended and cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic successfully. In this way, step by step, when you've completely read the information about the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token, you'll have cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic to its peak. Wang Ba explained patiently. There should be exceptions, right? For example, some Saint tokens can read the information about the Saint grade martial tactic in one go and memorize it in one's mind before one can cultivate it slowly. Duan Lingtian asked, it's impossible for there to be such a Saint token. Boy, I don't care who told you this. I only know that you've been fooled. Wang Ba said nonchalantly. Fooled? Duan Lingtian did not comment on Wang Ba's words. However, he had no choice but to believe Wang Ba's words. The problem was, he had indeed memorized all the information about the Saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, in the Saint token that his father had left for him without missing a single word. Although he had not officially started cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow yet. However, even if he threw away the Saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow, he would still be able to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow successfully. This was because all the information about the colossal aerolite arrow had been imprinted in his mind the moment he infused his spiritual energy into the Saint token. It was as though it had taken root in his mind. He could not forget it even if he wanted to. Could it be? Could it be that only I have this special ability? I only need to infuse my spiritual energy into the Saint token to successfully memorize the information about the Saint grade martial tactic in it? In the end, Duan Lingtian could only make such a guess. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. This was because, according to Wang Ba, it was almost impossible for such a situation to happen. It'll be great if I can get another Saint token. I can verify if I really have this special ability or not. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he really had this special ability, no matter what Saint token it was in the future, as long as his spiritual energy could reach it, he would be able to take all the Saint grade martial tactic in it for himself. Just the thought of it made him excited. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was because the silhouette of a big city had already appeared in his sight. It was faintly discernible behind the faint, gloomy fog. It was like a jade palace in a fairyland. So this is the hidden fog city? Just as Duan Lingtian was studying the big city that was faintly discernible in front of him, he saw 3 beautiful figures that were also covered by the fog in the distance. They were heading straight to the city in front. It was obvious they were the 3 women who were going to enter the city. Their backs. Why do they look so familiar? Chapter 1272. The 2 familiar silhouettes gradually disappeared into the hidden fog city. Duan Lingtian only snapped back to his senses when he saw them. Who are they? Duan Lingtian frowned with confusion written all over his face. At the same time, he tossed everything else to the back of his mind and chased after them. It was as though he wanted to see who the 2 familiar silhouettes were. He had a feeling that the 2 silhouettes were very familiar. If it was just the silhouette that gave him a familiar feeling, he could say that he was seeing things or that he was overthinking. However, the appearance of the 2 familiar silhouettes seemed to be telling him that it was not a coincidence. Perhaps he really knew the 2 beautiful ladies. At the very least, he knew them in the past and they seemed to have a special relationship. At this moment, he could even feel it clearly. His heart had begun to tremble unknowingly. The trembling became more and more intense as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, when he arrived in front of the hidden fog city and entered the city, he did not see the 2 ladies again. They seemed to be from the southern island as well. In other words, they and the green-clad lady must be brought here by some Emperor Wu or Demon Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian speculated secretly. A few days ago, when he had just arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, he had heard about it from the 2 Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples who had received them. The southern island was where the Hidden Fog Island received their guests. The Hidden Fog Island's recent guests were the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, as well as the disciples they had brought to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Hidden Fog City was extremely lively. When one entered, it felt no different from some of the bustling big cities on Cloud Continent. It was packed with people everywhere. Duan Lingtian walked around a few times, but to no avail. He could not find the 2 ladies who gave him a familiar feeling. Forget it. If they're here to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll see them again sooner or later. I'll know if I know them or not by then. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, there was still some time before the Hidden Fog martial competition would begin on the Hidden Fog Island. I'll walk around and see if I can gather the materials needed to refine the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I'll definitely be able to break through to the Emperor Wu stage before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. At that time, as long as I can refine the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set and cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, my strength will definitely improve. Ever since Duan Lingtian found out how powerful the Saint Grade martial tactic was from Wang Ba, he was eager to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow as soon as possible. As long as my strength increases, I'll be able to obtain a good ranking in the Hidden Fog martial competition. A good ranking means I'll be able to obtain more Saint Stones. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. As long as he obtained the Holy Stone, His path would be much smoother after he broke through to the Emperor Wu realm. After all, the Saint Stone was an item that could speed up the cultivation speed of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. It was extremely precious and was a priceless treasure. His heart was filled with desire for the Saint Stone. At that moment, Duan Lingtian quickened his steps to prepare the materials. At the same time, in a medicine store on the side of the main road that Duan Lingtian was about to pass by, 3 beautiful figures stood there. 2 women who were as beautiful as flowers were accompanying another green-clad woman. The lady in green was looking at a pill bottle that contained pills. Sister Fei, it's just as you thought. Those 2 annoying fellows really didn't dare to flirt with us after we called Senior Sister Sue. The pretty girl from a humble family, who appeared to be pure and lovely, said to the purple-clothed girl beside her. The lady in purple smiled lightly when she heard that. Her smile seemed to be able to charm everyone, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. In order to get rid of the 2 annoying flies, she had purposely brought along their senior sister from Yuhan Valley, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Su Rong. Because of Su Rong's presence, the 2 flies did not dare to approach them, let alone flirt with them. The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei. The pure and innocent lady standing next to her was Kerr. Suddenly, Li Fei's gaze subconsciously swept over the outside of the medicine shop. There was a purple figure walking past in a hurry. She did not see it clearly as she was not prepared. However, although she did not see it clearly, her delicate body could not help but tremble. Bad guy. That was because that figure was simply too familiar to her. That figure had appeared in her dreams many times in the middle of the night. It had haunted her so much that she almost went crazy. Sister Fei, did you get the wrong person? Why would young master? Kerr glanced outside the medicine shop, but she did not see the purple figure who had just walked past in a hurry. She thought Li Fei was hallucinating because she missed Duan Lingtian too much. In her opinion, although her young master was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be here. Where was this place? The Hidden Fog Island. As an overseas Saint Island, the Hidden Fog Island was located outside the North Sea of Cloud Continent. Even if a powerhouse like Emperor Wu traveled through the North Sea from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island, it would still be risky. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu with an ordinary ability might even die on the way. This was because there were many ferocious demon beasts in the North Sea. Among these demon beasts, there was no lack of demon emperors. It was all thanks to the protection of their current master, Martial Emperor Yuhan, that they were able to come here safely. Her young master was here? If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, Kerr's soft long hair fluttered in the wind, setting off her almost perfect face. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had fallen from the sky to the mortal world. Sister Fei. When Kerr snapped back to reality, she noticed that Li Fei had left her side, left the medicine shop, and chased after her. Kerr immediately chased after her. As their senior sister, Su Rong was the first to react to the sudden departure of the 2 girls. She quickly caught up with Kerr and saw Li Fei at the same time. She was shocked to see that her junior sister Li Fei, who was usually well-behaved, was blocking someone's path. It was a man dressed in purple. He stood there as still as a mountain. That back. Looking at the back of the man in purple, before she could see his face clearly, Kerr's delicate body began to tremble violently. At this moment, she was rooted to the ground. Her legs seemed to be filled with lead, and she could not move an inch. She was very familiar with the back of the man in front of her. Bad guy, it's really you. At this moment, Li Fei, who was blocking the way of the man in purple, ignored the surrounding onlookers and slowly walked towards the man in purple. Her beautiful face, which could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of a nation, was filled with uncontrollable joy. In addition, there were also tears of joy flowing down her face. How many years had it been? She finally saw him again. Her man, the man that she, Li Fei, had chosen for her life. She could give up everything for him, including her life. Bad guy, why are you here? After a while, Li Fei arrived in front of the man in purple, who was Duan Lingtian. She stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? As the voice sounded, the smile on Li Fei's face froze. Completely froze. This voice came from Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of her. Currently, Duan Lingtian was looking at Li Fei with a perplexed expression. This woman gave him an extremely familiar feeling, but to the current him, she was an extremely unfamiliar woman. You don't recognize me? In an instant, Li Fei's face became extremely pale. Her delicate body, which had just stabilized, began to tremble violently again. 2 lines of tears fell from her face, like a pear blossom in the rain. She never expected this. Seeing the man of her dreams again, he did not seem to recognize her. Did he forget about her? At this moment, Li Fei only felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife. Intense pain and discomfort spread throughout her body in the blink of an eye, making it difficult for her to breathe. What? Finally, Li Fei could not take it anymore. Her blood rushed to her heart, and she spat out a mouthful of congested blood. Her face became even paler, and she looked so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Sister Fei. At this moment, Kerr finally regained her senses. She hurriedly flew out and supported Li Fei, who was on the verge of collapsing. Kerr, Daddy, he doesn't recognize me. Li Fei, who was supported by Kerr, said in a trembling voice. It was as if she was shivering in the cold, and she could not even speak properly. Kerr heard this, and her eyes reddened as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she could speak, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He reached out and clutched his chest. His face was slightly pale as he looked at the 2 women in front of him. Who are you? Why do I feel that you 2 are so familiar? And why does my heart ache? Duan Lingtian's voice began to tremble when he reached the end of his sentence. Young master, have you forgotten about Kerr as well? Kerr's eyes turned even redder when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. 2 streams of tears flowed down her pure and lovely face. The onlookers felt a wave of heartache when they saw this. This brat actually made these 2 girls so sad. One look and I can tell he's a heartless man. A person like him who doesn't appreciate his fortune should be struck by lightning. Many of the onlookers glared at Duan Lingtian. They were filled with righteous indignation. I've lost my memory. While the crowd was criticizing Duan Lingtian, Li Fei and Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian in despair. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Kerr apologetically and said with a wry smile, Amnesia. Chapter 1273. At this moment, both Li Fei and Kerr felt a huge difference in their hearts. This sort of drop was no different from ascending from hell to heaven. Their man had not forgotten them. He had lost his memory. Scoundrel! How did you lose your memory? Young master, what happened? Li Fei and Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and asked anxiously. When they found out that their man did not mean to forget them, the haze in their hearts disappeared. All that was left was worry. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled violently as he looked at the 2 women who were looking at him anxiously. He could tell that these 2 women who gave him a familiar and intimate feeling were worried for him from the bottom of their hearts. Their feelings were sincere, and there was no pretense at all. I used to have such confidence in the past? At this moment, Duan Lingtian desperately wanted to recover the remaining part of his memory. That part of his memory was also the most important part of his memory. Although he had recovered most of his memory, he had not recovered the most important part. This included the 2 women who seemed to have an unusual relationship with him. Can you tell me what was the relationship between the 2 of you in the past? I feel that the 2 of you are very familiar and intimate. It's as if you're my family. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Fei and Kerr as he asked softly. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not notice that when he spoke, his tone had become gentle. Even his gaze was as gentle as water. We're your fiancés. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, as though she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would remember anything because of her reminder. Fiancés. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wow! The surrounding crowd was in an uproar as well. These two outstanding women are actually his fiancées? Is there any justice in this world? This is the first time I've seen such beauties in my life, and there are even two of them. However, both of them are his fiancées. If I can replace him, even if I die in a month, I'm willing to do it. A group of onlookers looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy, wishing they could replace him. He's junior sister Li and junior sister Ker's fiancé? Not far away, Su Rong stood there, staring at Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, she was staring at Duan Lingtian's back. Her emotions surged. As far as she knew, the reason her master Emperor Wu Yuhan took Li Fei and Ke as his direct disciples was because of their fiancés. Of course, she did not know what her master was trying to do. However, she could guess that her master was trying to get something from Li Fei and Ke's fiancé. Other than that, she could not think of any other reason. Both of you are my fiancés? After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. After taking a deep breath, he asked. Although he believed Li Fei's words, he still wanted to confirm it. However, he still wanted to confirm it because this was truly a shocking piece of news to him. It turned out that he already had a fiancé, and two of them at that. Yes. Li Fei nodded. Even though she had admitted that she was Duan Lingtian's fiancés in front of so many people, her expression did not change. It was as though she did not care about the people around her. Ke was much less thick-skinned. Her face was already flushed red as though it was about to bleed. After receiving Li Fei's confirmation, Duan Lingtian did not know what to say for a moment. Although he knew that the two ladies in front of him were his fiancées, he could not remember anything about them. At this moment, he only felt that the two ladies were very familiar and affectionate. As for what they had experienced together, he could not recall at all. Let's find a place. Both of you can tell me about our past. Let's see if I can remember anything. Duan Lingtian looked around. He felt uncomfortable being treated like a monkey by a group of people. He immediately looked at Li Fei and Ke and said, I have many things to ask you as well. Li Fei quickly nodded. Although Ke did not say anything, she obediently nodded as well. As usual, she obeyed Duan Lingtian's words unconditionally. Many years had passed. Whether it was Li Fei or Ke, although their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, their feelings for Duan Lingtian had not changed at all. Duan Lingtian was the man they had chosen in their lives. He was also the only man they had chosen. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ke, is this the fiancé that both of you often talk about in the past? Right at this moment, a voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Ke, who were just about to leave, to stop in their tracks. They looked in unison at the person who stood out along with the voice. Senior sister Su. Li Fei and Ke quickly greeted the person who had spoken. Duan Lingtian focused his gaze and saw it was a green-clad woman. She was the third figure he had seen outside of Hidden Fog City. Apart from Li Fei and Ke, she was the other person he had seen outside of Hidden Fog City. Scoundrel. She's senior sister Su. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him. Senior sister Su. Although Duan Lingtian could not recall the past between him, Li Fei, and Ke, since he had confirmed that both of them were his fiancés, he did not dare to slight their senior sister. I only know that you're junior sister Li and junior sister Ke's fiancé. How should I address you? Su Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Su Rong. Duan Lingtian, I'll remember that. However, according to junior sister Li Fei and junior sister Ke, you should be in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Su Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, Why are you here? Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Duan Lingtian replied. I see. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Rong's eyes before she asked again. Which Emperor Stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent did you come with? Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian replied. Su Rong nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian before she looked at Li Fei and Ke. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ke, you haven't seen each other for many years. You should catch up. I'll explain to Master, Su Rong said. Thank you. Thank you, senior sister Su. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and Ke's eyes lit up immediately. They quickly thanked her. All right, I won't disturb you two from catching up. I'll head back to the southern island first. Su Rong left after saying her goodbyes. After Su Rong left, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. So they're from Cloud Continent. And they're here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. They must be brought here by Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses. At once, many people guessed the identities of Duan Lingtian and the other three. Rascal, let's go. Li Fei held Ke's hand and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The three of them were about to leave when they were stopped by a loud shout. Stop right there. The loud shout was like a bolt from the blue. It shocked the people on the scene so much that they snapped back to their senses. Their eyes shifted to the source of the voice in unison. Two middle-aged men appeared along with the loud shout. The two middle-aged men walked in the air aggressively. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Inner Island disciples. Many people saw the identity tokens hanging on the waists of the two middle-aged men. Their faces turned solemn as fear filled their eyes. It's you. Li Fei frowned. There was a hint of disgust in her eyes when she looked at the two middle-aged men. What are you trying to do? Ke's face turned grave. The two Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciples who appeared were the two Inner Island disciples who had been pestering them ever since they arrived on the Hidden Fog Island. Whether it was Ke or Li Fei, they hated these two Inner Island disciples from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, merely glanced at the two Inner Island disciples indifferently. His gaze was indifferent, as though he did not care about them at all. I was wondering why the two junior sisters were so heartless to us. It turns out that they already have a fiancé. The two Inner Island disciples approached Duan Lingtian and the other two. They did not respond to Ke. Instead, they studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. One of them said in a sarcastic tone, "The two junior sisters are so beautiful that they're capable of causing the downfall of a city. I say you're just a gigolo. What do you have to be their fiancé?" The other person looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and said sarcastically, "The two Inner Island disciples had been following Li Fei and Ke ever since they left the southern island. It was because Su Rong was following them that they did not dare to get close to them. However, who would have thought that they would witness a scene that enraged them on the streets of the Hidden Fog City not long after they followed the two ladies to the city? The two beauties that they coveted already had a fiancé. Moreover, it was the same person, especially when they saw that the two ladies' fiancé was just a gigolo. They could no longer suppress their anger. Jealous, they showed themselves one after another. What right did he have? He was just a gigolo and his looks were not bad. How could he possess two peerless beauties? They refused to accept this. Moreover, these two beauties were the ones that they had their eyes on. They felt extremely humiliated. My two junior sisters. In my opinion, this kind of pretty boy is mostly good-looking but useless. If you're looking for a man, you should look for a man who can protect you and give you a sense of security. The Inner Island disciple who spoke first glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain before looking at Li Fei and Ke. He reminded them hypocritically, "Who are you to us? What does it have to do with you what kind of man we look for?" Li Fei sneered. Chapter 1274. Ke followed suit. She stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian and reached out to hold Duan Lingtian's arm. However, she was shy, so she did not lean on Duan Lingtian's shoulder like Li Fei did. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt two waves of fresh fragrance assailing his nostrils, causing him to feel relaxed and happy. Ke and Li Fei's provocative actions made the onlookers look at the two Inner Island disciples strangely, as if they wanted to know how they would react. The two Inner Island disciples' faces were as dark as they could get. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian called out to the two girls beside him softly. They then stepped into the air and prepared to leave. However, they were blocked by the two inner island disciples as soon as they stepped into the air. "What are you doing?" Li Fei asked coldly with a murderous look on her pretty face. She had finally reunited with her man and wanted to find a quiet place to ask him about his recent experiences. However, she was blocked by the two flies in front of her. It was hard for her not to be angry. Ker's face was dark as well. "Scram!" Duan Lingtian looked at the two inner island disciples in the eye for the first time and said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. "You've got quite the temper." One of the inner island disciples sneered and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. "Boy, I'd like to see today. How can a gigolo like you be the fiancé of our two junior sisters?" "That's right. If you want to get the beauties, you'll have to prove to us that you have the ability." The other inner island disciple chimed in. "Who do you think you are? He's the man that both of us have chosen. What does that have to do with you? Why should we prove it to you?" Li Fei sneered. "Young master asked you to scram. Didn't you hear him?" Even Ker, who had always been good-tempered, looked extremely upset. She glared at the two inner island disciples and said coldly. For a moment, the onlookers looked at the two inner island disciples with strange looks. When the two inner island disciples sensed the strange gazes that were directed at them from the surroundings, their expressions turned even graver. The way they looked at Duan Lingtian turned even more vicious. "Junior sister Li Fei, you can't say that. There are many things that you don't know when you're in the situation. But as onlookers, we can see through you." One of the inner island disciples stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes and said word by word, "This gigolo doesn't deserve all of you. Don't be fooled by his appearance." Before Li Fei could respond, the other inner island disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a smirk on his face. "How dare you ask us to scram? I'd like to see what you're made of to be chosen by our two junior sisters and become their fiancé." The moment the inner island disciple's words left his mouth, the robe on his body suddenly expanded. The origin energy in his body continued to rise and turned into a milky white flame in the blink of an eye. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it turned into a multicolored energy. It was apparent that apart from unleashing his origin energy, this inner island disciple had also communicated and unleashed the various profundities that he had comprehended. He stood there majestically. "That's right. I'd like to see what he's made of as well." The other inner island disciple regained his senses and did the same. The energy in his body also surged and his aura was majestic. "He's the same as us. He's also a guest of the hidden Fog Island. If you dare to attack him, Emperor Wu behind him won't let you go." Li Fei's expression changed drastically when she saw that the two inner island disciples were about to attack. She threatened them coldly. Although the heaven and earth energy here would not form a heaven and earth phenomenon because of the energy that surged out from the two of them, she knew it. She knew very well. She was not a match for these two hidden Fog Island inner island disciples, and neither was Ker. As for her fiancé Duan Lingtian, although he could come here with a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, it was very likely that he was just here to join in the fun like them. Even if he was not here to join in the fun, he would at most be an ordinary disciple of Emperor Wu. He would not have the confidence to defeat these two hidden Fog Island inner island disciples who were comparable to Emperor Wu's disciples. As for becoming Emperor Wu's direct disciple, she did not dare to think about it. She and Ker had encountered many fortuitous encounters along the way, but they were still on the 7th and 8th level martial monarch stage. They had not even reached the 9th level martial monarch stage yet. Subconsciously, she did not think that her man would be much more powerful than them. "Don't worry, junior sister Li Fei. We just want to spar with him. We won't take his life." One of the inner island disciples smiled. It was a bright smile. The more Li Fei behaved like this, the more he felt that Li Fei was guilty. Li Fei was guilty because Li Fei knew that her fiancé's ability was not as good as his. He could not help but feel a little smug. "Although we won't take his life, fists and legs have no eyes. If we accidentally destroy his dantian, I'm sure that Emperor Wu powerhouse behind him won't be able to say anything. Another inner island disciple said. His words revealed an important piece of information. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would destroy Duan Lingtian's Dantian and turn Duan Lingtian into a cripple. In his opinion, as long as this pretty boy in front of him lost his cultivation base, Li Fei and Ke would definitely not acknowledge him as their fiancé no matter how good-looking he was. At that time, he would have another chance to get either Li Fei or Ke. Haha, that's right. The inner island disciple laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with pride. How dare you? At this moment, Li Fei and Ke let go of Duan Lingtian's shoulders in tacit understanding. They took a step forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. If you want to hurt my Li Fei's man, you'll have to step over my Li Fei's dead body first. The origin energy in Li Fei's body skyrocketed. Various profundities followed like shadows. She stared at the two inner island disciples coldly, showing off her heroism. Although Ke did not say anything, her actions undoubtedly showed that Li Fei's words were her words. A winner in life. A winner in life. This Duan Lingtian is a winner in life. Nobody knew when, but someone could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His voice was filled with envy. When Duan Lingtian introduced himself to Soaring, many people in the surroundings had already remembered Duan Lingtian's name. Therefore, many people knew his name. He's indeed a winner in life. Not only does he have two peerless beauties as his fiancées, but his two fiancées are even willing to die for him. It's already a blessing to have one such woman in one's lifetime. However, he has two. How enviable! All the men in the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian with red eyes. Flames of jealousy were burning in their hearts. When the two inner island disciples saw Li Fei and Ke standing in front of Duan Lingtian, resolutely to protect him, looking as though they were ready to fight to the death with them, their faces turned extremely grave. Would they dare to kill Li Fei and Ke? The answer was no. If they were in a secluded place, perhaps they could kill them to prevent Emperor Wu, who was behind Li Fei and Ke, from finding out what they had done. However, with so many people watching, they would not dare to kill Li Fei and Ke even if they were given 100 guts. Both of them looked at each other and saw the dilemma in each other's eyes. However, one of them's eyes lit up very quickly. He seemed to have thought of a way to deal with it. Li Fei and Ke's faces turned grave when they noticed this person's gaze. Although they did not know what the other person was thinking, they could not help but feel worried. What a gigolo! You're destined to hide behind women and live off them for the rest of your life. The inner island disciple whose eyes lit up immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and chuckled as he mocked him sharply. As if they had discussed this beforehand, the other inner island disciple added, "If I were you, I'd dig a hole and hide in it. As a man, I can't afford to lose face like this. If you ask me, he's not a man at all." The former continued to agree. As the two inner island disciples spoke, Li Fei and Ke's faces darkened even more. Bastards, ignore them. That's right, young master. They're provoking you on purpose. Ignore them. The two girls immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian and reminded him. However, although the two inner island disciples were provoking Duan Lingtian on purpose, the surrounding people's gazes all fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. These gazes were filled with sarcasm, mockery, disdain, and disdain. No one looked up to a man who hid behind women. Coward. Trash. The two inner island disciples added fuel to the fire as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Their gazes toward Duan Lingtian were filled with contempt. To be able to reach such a level as a man, you can be considered the only one. If you ask me, you might as well hide behind the women. It'll be safer that way. The two inner island disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing there with his face unchanged and indifferent. They mocked him one after another and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly. They only had one goal: to provoke Duan Lingtian, to make Duan Lingtian take the initiative to attack them. That way, they would have the opportunity to destroy Duan Lingtian's Dantian and make Duan Lingtian a complete cripple. You two, are you done barking? Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian made a move. He stretched out his pinky finger and picked at his ear unhurriedly as he said lazily, "This is the first time I've seen a dog that barks so loudly." Duan Ling Tian emphasized the word dog in the end. Wow! Duan Ling Tian was quiet, but when he did, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of contempt that were looking at Duan Ling Tian now fell on the two inner island disciples at the same time, as if they were waiting to see how the two inner island disciples would react. Chapter 1275. Dogs? Did this gigolo just call them dogs? All of a sudden, the two inner island disciples felt a surge of anger rushing to their heads, causing them to almost lose their minds. "Boy, you're courting death." Both of them were enraged. The energy in their bodies surged, causing turbulence in the air. With a series of thunderous air explosions, billowing air billows raged. It seemed to have turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The two inner island disciples who had almost lost their minds no longer cared about Li Fei and Ke. Their robes billowed as they moved and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were like bolts of lightning soared through the sky and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. They've made their move. Although most of the onlookers could not see what the two inner island disciples were doing, their sudden disappearance made them realize that they had made their move. Something interesting is about to happen. Many people were eager to see the world in chaos. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire, so they retreated while observing the situation from afar. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian moved leisurely in the face of the two inner island disciples who were coming at him menacingly. As soon as he moved, he appeared in front of Li Fei and Ke, who were standing side by side. He shielded the two girls behind him. Li Fei and Ke, who had planned to fight the two inner island disciples to the death, only saw a flash in front of their eyes before a familiar figure appeared in front of them. So fast! For a moment they were shocked. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." When they regained their senses and were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's speed, Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in their ears again. It was extremely indifferent. Bang! At the same time, they heard a loud bang, followed by a scream. No, to be exact, there were two screams. Since the two screams came at the same time, it was hard to tell whether it was from one or two people. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw the bodies of the two inner island disciples flying out like arrows and landing heavily on the ground. The power in their bodies was instantly annihilated, as if it had never existed. "No! No! My Dantian, you are so ruthless. You're so cruel." Soon, a group of onlookers, including Li Fei and Ke, saw the two inner island disciples rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. In the end, the two inner island disciples gritted their teeth and glared at the purple-clad young man in the air. It was as if they had a grudge against him for killing their fathers and stealing their wives. Their Dantian was destroyed? At this time, many people came to their senses and were shocked. Earlier, they said that they were going to cripple someone's Dantian. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, their Dantian would be crippled instead? This Duan Ling Tian's strength is truly terrifying. From beginning to end, I didn't see his movements clearly. Me too. I've been watching him, but I didn't see him make a move. There was an uproar among the onlookers. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. At this time, Li Fei and Ke looked at each other and saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian ignored the onlookers' fearful gazes and the two inner island disciples' ferocious gazes. He turned around and called out to Li Fei and Ke. The two girls nodded obediently. At the same time, their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious about their man's experience all these years. Judging from the strength that their man had displayed earlier, his strength was definitely comparable to Emperor Wu's direct disciples on the Cloud Continent. Such strength was comparable to the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. Naturally, it would be easy for him to cripple the two inner island disciples. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two left, The onlookers looked at them respectfully. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, it would be easy for him to kill the two inner island disciples earlier. However, he did not do that. If he had killed the two inner island disciples, the news would definitely spread among the onlookers and even the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials. By then, the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials would definitely be furious. After all, it was undoubtedly a naked humiliation for the Hidden Fog Island's disciples to be killed on the Hidden Fog Island. Of course, this did not mean that Duan Lingtian was afraid of the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials. Even if he was no match for them, he could always escape. The Hidden Fog Island's senior officials might not be able to react in time. However, even if he managed to escape, it would mean that he would not be able to obtain the Saint Stone as the reward of the Hidden Fog martial competition. That kind of ending was not what he wanted. To him, the two inner island disciples' lives were far less important than the Saint Stone. Therefore, for the sake of the Saint Stone, he spared the two inner island disciples' lives and crippled their dantians, making them suffer a fate worse than death. What happened today was completely due to the provocation of the two inner island disciples. They even threatened to destroy his dantian in front of everyone. Therefore, his actions could be considered as self-defense. Even if the Hidden Fog Island's people were enraged, they would not dare to look for trouble with him openly. After all, their people were in the wrong. Just as Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Ke left, the two inner island disciples' eyes widened. They felt that the sky above their heads was about to collapse. Since their cultivation base had been crippled, they were destined to be mediocre in the future. When they thought of this, they clenched their teeth so hard that they almost broke their teeth as they looked at the three leaving figures. "I won't let you guys go. I won't let you guys go." The two inner island disciples kept roaring in their hearts. When the onlookers saw that Duan Lingtian and the other two silhouettes had disappeared from their sight, they regained their senses one by one. After looking at the two inner island disciples with pity, they dispersed one after another. "I want him and those two cheese to die." After the two inner island disciples took out healing pills and consumed them, one of them said angrily while clenching his teeth, "We must find a way to take revenge." The other one said with his eyes wide open, "I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge." The two of them looked at each other and ran out of the Hidden Fog City, heading straight to the east island of the Hidden Fog Island. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Ke out of the Hidden Fog City. They only stopped when they arrived at the west side of the Hidden Fog City, above an empty forest. "Young master, you're so powerful." Just like before, Ke looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of adoration, and her little face was flushed with excitement. "Scoundrel! How did you become so powerful? I thought Sister Ke and I had already surpassed you after so many years. I didn't expect you to still leave us far behind." Li Fei smiled wryly when she reached the end of her sentence. She felt that her previous thoughts were so childish. "Young master, how did you survive all these years?" Ke asked curiously. She was very interested in Duan Lingtian's experience all these years. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as well. She was also interested in this. All these years. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while, he sighed and said, "Although I've recovered some of my memories since I lost them, there's still a part that I haven't recovered. That part of my memory is from the southern outer land on Cloud Continent. I only remember that I came from the southern outer land, but I don't know anything about what I've experienced in the southern outer land." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Li Fei and Ke with hope in his eyes. "I think the memories related to both of you and me should also be part of the memories from the southern outer land. Tell me about the past. Perhaps I'll be able to recall something." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Ke as he said in a slightly urgent manner. He had always wanted to know about his past, but he could not recall it in the end. Now that he met these two women who gave him a familiar and intimate feeling and called themselves his fiancées, he wanted to know more about his past. He wanted to know how he had met them, how they had gotten together, and even how they had gotten engaged. "Let Sister Ke speak first. She knew you before I did." Li Fei looked at Ke. Young master, the first time I met you was on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town. At that time, it was the darkest and most helpless time in my life. At that time, my mother, whom I relied on for survival, died. I felt like the sky was falling down. At that time, I only had one thought. No matter what, I had to bury my mother properly. She didn't enjoy any happiness when she was alive, so I couldn't let her suffer when she was no longer around. Therefore, for the sake of my mother, I sold my body on the streets to bury her. When Kerr reached this point, her face was already covered in tears. She looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled through her tears. It was also at that time that I met you, young master. At that time, young master was the first person who was willing to spend money to bury my mother without seeing my appearance. At that time, I knew that young master was a good person. So, after burying my mother, even if young master didn't intend to let me go with you, I still decided to go with you. Facts proved that my choice was correct. After arriving at the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town, young master and madam treated me like family and took care of me in every possible way. From that time on, I saw young master and madam as my only family in this world. As Kerr spoke slowly, her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. After that, I stayed at the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town. After staying there, I personally witnessed young masters rise all the way to becoming one of the most outstanding young talents in Fresh Breeze Town. Not only that, young master was later recommended by the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town to the Lee family in Aurora City, which is also the original clan of the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town. It was also there that young master met Sister Fei. When she spoke up to this point, Kerr paused for a moment before looking at Li Fei beside her. Sister Li Fei, I'll leave the rest to you to tell young master. Chapter 1276. As for when they parted ways with Duan Lingtian, they left together. It was even to the extent that when they left, they didn't even have the time to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian, and in the following days they often felt regret because of this. The first time I met you was during the clan martial competition held by the Aurora City's Li clan. Meanwhile, Li Fei continued Kerr's words and continued to speak to Duan Lingtian. From the first time she met Duan Lingtian, her impression of Duan Lingtian wasn't very good, and she felt that Duan Lingtian was very frivolous. She slowly spoke of Duan Lingtian's experiences in Aurora City. During this time, Li Fei didn't forget to speak of the existence of the two little pythons. I truly never imagined that when I was young, I actually had such a wonderful experience. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he heard Li Fei. After she finished speaking of the events in Aurora City, Li Fei continued. After that, you went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp and stayed there for a period of time. After that, you returned and went to the Imperial City with us, and you settled down in the Imperial City. Subsequently, Li Fei spoke of Duan Lingtian's experiences in the Imperial City, including Paladin Academy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate, the Duan clan, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial family. Of course, Li Fei only spoke of what she knew. At that time, you led the Crimson Sky Kingdom soldiers to capture a neighboring country's city without expending a single soldier, and you seem to have become in existence like a god of war. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was practically no one who didn't know of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei's beautiful eyes seemed to have a burning gaze. That was her man. She was proud of it. Right when your name shook the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you made a decision to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the first possible moment, you locked onto the 7-Star Sword Sect, the leader of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. On the way to the 7-Star Sword Sect, we encountered Little Gold. Li Fei paused for a moment. Little Gold? What's that? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Little Gold is a rat-type demon beast. According to your words, it seems to be some jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Li Fei said. What? Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Although he had yet to recall many things from the past, he still knew a little about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. He knew that it was a powerful demon beast that could easily break through to the Emperor Wu realm when it matured. And he had encountered a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's slightly agitated mood calmed down once again, because Li Fei had already continued to speak about what happened after that. What happened after that was none other than the matter of him being in the Seven-Star Sword sect, the leader of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. During this period of time, Li Fei didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian some other things. For example, when they left the 7-Star Sword sect and went to the ancient city of Everlast. In the ancient city of Everlast, they got to know Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. In the end, Li Fei spoke about how she and Ke left with the peak master of the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. They originally thought that it was just an ordinary birthday celebration, but they never imagined that they would stay in the Yin Yang sect because of this. Yin Yang sect? Duan Lingtian frowned. Scoundrel, you know about the Yin Yang sect? Li Fei asked curiously. Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well and asked with a concerned expression. Young master, what's wrong with you? In my recovered memories, I've been to the Yin Yang sect. But why did I go to the Yin Yang sect? Why can't I recall it for a while? Duan Lingtian shook his head ceaselessly. He kept feeling that, in the part of his recovered memories, there was still a small part that was incomplete. That small part was also the most important. Young master, you've been to the Yin Yang sect? Ke couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, I've been there. Duan Lingtian nodded. In my recovered memories, I seem to have killed the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak. He seemed to be called Yang Hong. His son was also killed by me. But why did I kill him? Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice, and his brows were tightly knit together. What? Yang Hong and his son are dead? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Li Fei and Ke turned pale with fright. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with excitement. Yang Hong and his son were their irreconcilable enemies. They still remembered. The reason they could escape from the Yin Yang sect was because their senior sister Yang Shui had tried her best to stop Yang Hong. That was how they managed to escape. Even when they went all the way north and entered Yuhan Valley, they wanted to avenge their senior sister Yang Shui and their master. Their master was the deputy peak master of Yin Peak, and he was killed by Yang Hong. However, regardless of whether it was Li Fei or Ke, they would never have thought that the enemy they desperately wanted to kill was already dead. Moreover, he was killed by their fiancé. No. Suddenly, Li Fei seemed to have recalled something, and her beautiful face tensed up slightly. Sister Fei, do you think the people who came looking for us were really young master's men? Ke asked. Li Fei took a deep breath. Ke had the same thought as her. She still remembered. Back then, when she and Ke successfully escaped from the Yin Yang sect, someone who knew the name of their fiancé came looking for them while they were hiding. However, they thought it was a trap, so they did not go out. Later on, many people, including the Supreme Elder of Yang Peak and the 2 Deputy Peak Masters of Yang Peak, came looking for them and said that their fiancé, Duan Lingtian, had killed Yang Hong and his son. At that time, they did not believe it. After all, it was Yang Hong and his son's scheme that lured them out. Scoundrel, when did you arrive at the Yin Yang sect? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. As long as Duan Lingtian could tell her when he arrived at the Yin Yang sect, she would know whether what she and Ke had faced was real or not. I think so. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he roughly told her the time he arrived at the Yin Yang sect. Boom! For a moment, whether it was Li Fei or Ke, it was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. Sister Fei, at that time, it was really young master. Ke looked at Li Fei and said with a complicated gaze, we were so close. If we didn't continue to hide at that time and came out, perhaps we would have reunited with the scoundrel. Li Fei sighed. She regretted her choice at that time. Sister Fei, it's not like you don't know the situation at that time. At that time, we couldn't take the risk. Ke comforted Li Fei. Scoundrel, since you arrived at the Yin Yang sect after we left and killed Yang Hong and his son, Did you see senior sister Yang Shui when you killed them? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked eagerly. In that case, I went to the Yin Yang sect because of them? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also guessed his purpose of going to the Yin Yang sect. As it turned out, it was to look for his two fiancées. Yang Shui. Upon hearing Li Fei's question, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Who's that? After Li Fei roughly described Yang Shui's characteristics, Duan Lingtian finally understood. So, you're talking about her. When I arrived, she was already dead. Dead. Although Li Fei and Ke were already mentally prepared, they could not help but turn pale when they heard the news of Yang Shui's death from Duan Lingtian. Two streaks of tears fell from their faces, causing them to look haggard. However, I used an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice to preserve her body. When I recalled this earlier, I couldn't remember why I did that at all. Now, it seems like it has something to do with both of you. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. Just when Li Fei and Ke became a little dispirited after hearing the news of Yang Shui's death, Duan Lingtian was suddenly stunned. His brows were tightly knitted together. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling in the depths of his mind. This tingling sensation caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, he clearly noticed that there were a lot of scattered images in his mind. In his mind, there were many fragmented images flashing past. These images seemed to come from the memories he had yet to recover. The memory fragments were densely packed together. He tried to piece them together, but it was difficult. Every step was difficult. At this moment, the tingling sensation suddenly intensified. Duan Lingtian could not endure it at all and let out a shrill cry. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. It was as if his entire head was about to be torn apart. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Ke were alarmed. They immediately put aside their memories of Yang Shui and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly at the same time. However, after Duan Lingtian screamed, a sudden change occurred. His entire body trembled even more violently as if he had encountered something bad. At this moment, his eyes also became dim and lifeless. It was as if he had become a living dead. At this moment, Li Fei and Ke panicked. They did not know what had just happened. They did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly became like this. East Island, Hidden Fog Island. Two Inner Island disciples whose dantian was crippled finally ran all the way back to East Island with the strength of their legs. Their dantian was crippled, and they had lost all of their origin energy. They could not fly in the air. However, with the various profundities that they had comprehended, their speed was not slow at all. It did not take long for them to return to East Island, to the place where they used to cultivate. However, this time they did not return to the place where they used to cultivate. They knew very well in their hearts. Right now, they no longer had the right to stay in East Island. They only had one purpose in coming back: revenge. Senior Brother Chun has always been lustful. Since we can't get those two bitches, we'll destroy them. Chapter 1277. Ouch! Ouch! Duan Lingtian held his head that was about to split open with both of his hands as he growled like a wild beast. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into an injured beast. He did not know when it happened, but his forehead was already drenched in sweat. Creak, creak, creak. Duan Lingtian's teeth kept chattering as he made strange noises that would make anyone's hair stand on end. Scoundrel! Young master! Li Fei and Ke stood at the side anxiously. Since they did not know what had happened to Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand where they were and look at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Their hearts ached as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sweating profusely and appeared to be in extreme pain. If pain could be transferred, they would not hesitate to transfer their man's pain to themselves so that he would not suffer. At this moment, images flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. These images were fragments of his past memories. As the images flashed past faster and faster, Duan Lingtian felt as though his head was about to explode. He could not help but growl again and again. What the hell? What's your soul made of, brat? Soon after, a voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's mind. This voice was filled with shock and disbelief. It was none other than Wang Ba. At this speed, I'm afraid your soul will fully recover in 15 minutes at most. Wang Ba said as though he had seen a ghost. You're really a monster, brat. I've lived for half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen a monster who can recover his soul so quickly. However, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to hear Wang Ba's words. Or rather, he could not divert his attention to listen at all. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. He did not seem to be aware of his surroundings at all. Perhaps, he would not be able to resist even if someone wanted to kill him. Scoundrel. Young master. Li Fei and Kerr stood to the side. They were very worried about Duan Lingtian's situation. Unknowingly, they were so anxious that tears began to flow out. Time passed quietly. A quarter of an hour later, the beast-like low roar disappeared, and the sound of teeth chattering also disappeared. Duan Ling Tian, whose body was violently trembling, finally regained his calm. That said, even though he had regained his calm, blood was still flowing from his mouth. His teeth continued to chatter, splitting his mouth and causing blood to flow out. Whew! After calming down, Duan Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Right now, he looked as if he had just been drenched by a heavy rain. His clothes were completely soaked. Of course, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had regained his calm, Li Fei and Kerr heaved a sigh of relief. When they saw that Duan Ling Tian was still bleeding from his mouth, they both flew out. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian could only smell two fragrances that were accompanied by two similar medicinal fragrances. Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the pills that the two girls had brought over. A moment later, the blood in his mouth stopped flowing. If a third person saw this scene, they would definitely curse him for wasting God's gift. The splitting of the mouth and the bleeding were only superficial wounds. Even a grade 9 gold injury pill could stop the bleeding in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body fluctuated, his drenched clothes were dried in just a moment. After his clothes were dried, without waiting for Li Fei and Kerr to return to their senses, Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hands and took the opportunity to pull the two girls into his arms. Duan Ling Tian put the two girls' heads close to his cheek and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Kerr, little Feier, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Did you miss me very much? Bah, I didn't miss you. Li Fei, who was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's sneak attack, replied instinctively when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, she was stunned. This was because she could hear that Duan Lingtian's tone seemed to be a little off. This feeling made her unable to help but recall the feeling she had when she was with Duan Lingtian in the past. She had a feeling. Her man seemed to have returned. To be more precise, her man from the past had returned. Young master, you've regained your memory? Kerr asked in surprise when she also felt Duan Lingtian's change. Yes, I've recovered. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. After a full 15 minutes of torture earlier, his soul had finally recovered at an extremely fast speed. Since his soul had recovered, his memory had naturally recovered as well. The moment the splitting headache left him, his current memories perfectly merged with his past memories. He remembered everything. The two girls standing in front of him were his two fiancées that had been in his dreams all these years. They were existences that he treasured as much as his life. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the two girls who still had tear stains on their faces broke into smiles. They hugged Duan Lingtian tightly together and leaned their heads on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. At this moment, the atmosphere also became charming and gentle. Half a day had passed, but the two girls were still unwilling to move. They just leaned on Duan Lingtian quietly. If it was possible, they wished this moment would last forever. To hug their loved ones until the end of time. What a wonderful thing that would be. Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei and Ke tightly. He rubbed his face against Li Fei and Ke. Ke, little Fei, according to what you said earlier, when I went to the Yin Yang sect and killed Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, and sent someone to look for you, were you still nearby? Duan Lingtian asked curiously after a while. Yes. Li Fei nodded. When the Supreme Elder of Yang Peak and the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak came to look for us, we were still there. However, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son's scheme. Fate really makes fools of us. Duan Lingtian sighed. If that's the case, you should have heard about the news about me and the Lingtian sect that I asked someone to spread, right? We heard about it. At that time, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son who wanted to bait us. Li Fei nodded and sighed. Now that I think about it, I was too sensitive at that time. If I had stayed and verified it, we might have been reunited a long time ago. Under those circumstances, you were right to be careful. Besides, aren't we reunited now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Moreover, I've already avenged senior sister Yang Shui and your master. Duan Lingtian added. Scoundrel, thank you. Li Fei took a deep breath and hugged Duan Lingtian tighter. Master, senior sister, the person who harmed you is dead. Both of you can rest in peace in the underworld. Ke slowly stood up and held Duan Lingtian's arm. She looked in the direction of Cloud Continent and bowed slightly as she muttered. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei also bowed in the direction of Cloud Continent. Master, senior sister, he's the man of Sister Ke and I. He's avenged both of you. Li Fei looked in the direction of Cloud Continent and said softly. Li Fei and Ke had tears rolling down their faces again. It was obvious that they were reminded of their master and senior sister when they were still in the Yin Yang sect. Tell me about what happened after you left the southern area of Cloud Continent's inner land. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei and Ke's sadness and changed the topic to divert their attention. Duan Lingtian learned about what happened to them from Li Fei and Ke. They went north and went through many hardships. In the end, they arrived at the northern area of Cloud Continent's inner land safely and successfully joined Yuhan Valley. Speaking of Yuhan Valley, both of your abilities shouldn't be enough to represent Yuhan Valley in the Hidden Fog martial competition, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He had already probed Li Fei and Ke's cultivation base with his spiritual energy. Li Fei was at the 7th level martial monarch stage while Ke was at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised by their improvement. Based on their abilities, it was impossible for them to get the chance to join the Hidden Fog martial competition. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Li Fei said. It's all thanks to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Little Fei what do you mean? I don't know that you Han Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley. Young master. It's because of Han Bing's divine sword technique. Ke said. Han Bing's divine sword technique? What's wrong with Han Bing's divine sword technique? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. Of course, he knew about Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a top cultivation method recorded in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory that he had integrated. Of course, it was only a top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. Besides, he also remembered. Back then, he had passed the Han Bing's God's sword technique to Ku Er. However, he could not figure it out. What did Ke and Li Fei's arrival have to do with Han Bing's divine sword technique? Scoundrel. I'm afraid you've never thought that Ke's and my master, the Yuhan Emperor Wu, would cultivate Han Bing's divine sword technique. Li Fei took over and told Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard what Li Fei said. He then muttered, that Yuhan Emperor Wu, could it be that she's related to the Ice Emperor Wu? No, the Ice Emperor Wu was someone from 20,000 years ago. Even if she's related to the Yuhan Emperor Wu, it must be very faint. Or perhaps, the reason why the Yuhan Emperor Wu knows Han Bing's divine sword technique is because of the inheritance that the Ice Emperor Wu left behind. Duan Lingtian was almost certain when he thought about it. Naturally, he thought that way because of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the logic in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, that was most likely the case. Ke is willing to bring all of you to the Hidden Fog Island, just because she cultivates Han Bing's divine sword technique? Chapter 1278. Scoundrel, you've guessed wrongly. It's precisely because Sister Kerr cultivates Han Bing's God's sword technique that she was immediately accepted as a direct disciple by Yuhan Emperor Wu. Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian, I forgot. Earlier, you said that Yuhan Emperor Wu is your and Kerr's current master. Duan Lingtian recalled what Li Fei said earlier and came to a realization. However, it's not strange that Kerr became Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciple because of Han Bing's God's sword technique. How did you become Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He knew very well in his heart, whether it was Kerr or Li Fei. In terms of strength and talent, they definitely could not enter Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes. However, since Yuhan Emperor Wu accepted them as his direct disciples, there must be a reason. He already knew the reason for Kerr. As for Li Fei, he could not guess it. It's because of Sister Kerr's insistence. She said that if Yuhan Emperor Wu did not accept me as his direct disciple, she would not be willing to be his direct disciple either. Li Fei looked at Kerr. Yuhan Emperor Wu is so easy to talk to? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Actually, I was also quite surprised at that time. Logically speaking, if an Emperor Wu is willing to accept a person as his direct disciple, in his eyes, it's undoubtedly that person's good fortune. If that person still wanted to bargain with him, he would definitely be unhappy. However, Yuhan Emperor Wu did not. Not only did he not, he even agreed to Sister Kerr's conditions immediately when Kerr mentioned it. Li Fei said, if that's the case, there are only two possibilities. Duan Lingtian said, firstly, Yuhan Emperor Wu really wants Kerr to become his direct disciple. That's why he indulged Kerr so much. Secondly, Yuhan Emperor Wu has ulterior motives. After you became Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciples, did you notice anything strange when you were interacting with her? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Kerr and asked. It was a little strange. Li Fei pondered for a moment before she said, she seems to be particularly interested in you. Me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Yes, Li Fei said nodded. Yuhan Bingus of you is... Did you use? Seem to have asked you. Phase's master, SSS? Masters? Kerr was a little surprised. Based on what you said, could it be that Martial Emperor Yuhan has asked you about me? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Kerr nodded. The situation I encountered is similar to Fei's. Did you tell Yuhan Emperor Wu that the Han Bing's sword technique that you're cultivating is from me? Duan Lingtian asked again. Kerr nodded again. After confirming it, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a bright light flashed in them. Now I can be sure. Your current master, Yuhan Emperor Wu, has ulterior motives and is even interested in me. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Kerr. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked you about me. Maybe she knows something. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of vigilance appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, you said master has ulterior motives? Kerr was also a little wary. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. As for Yuhan Emperor Wu, although they were master and disciple, the time they spent together did not even add up to half a day. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Kerr, little Fei, I think it's time to tell you some things. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and Li Fei with a serious expression and said seriously, young master, don't scare me. Seeing Duan Lingtian's serious expression, Kerr's beautiful face changed. Although Li Fei's expression did not change, she also frowned at this moment. She was also very curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. Kerr, you've been following me for a long time. When we were at the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, you should have heard about some things that happened to me in the Li family before you followed me, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr. Kerr nodded. When she had first followed Duan Lingtian to the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, she had also heard about Duan Lingtian's tragic past from some of the Li family members. However, after she had followed Duan Lingtian had acted out of character. Not only had he become high profile, but he had also become one of the most outstanding youths in Fresh Breeze Town. At that time, she had been suspicious. She wondered if the rumors about her young master's tragic past had been deliberately made up by someone. Actually, before I met you, I had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter allowed me to fuse with the memories of an expert, the Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and spoke frankly. He was talking about the matter of fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. As for the matter of his previous life, he did not mention it. It was not that he did not trust Kerr and Li Fei. The two of them were his fiancés, and he was even willing to give up his life for them, not to mention a mere background. He was only afraid of scaring them. After all, that matter was unimaginable to the two of them. Samsara Emperor Wu? The 3 lives Samsara technique? In his 3rd life, he chose you, young master, and wanted to take over your body and replace you? Kerr was so frightened that her face turned white. A person from 20,000 years ago, that Samsara Emperor Wu is really terrifying. He can actually live for more than 20,000 years through a set of techniques. Li Fei was also frightened. After a while, she could not help but gasp. Then, Kerr and Li Fei also learned about the Samsara Emperor Wu's past from Duan Lingtian. For example, the Samsara Emperor Wu's achievements in the Tao of weapon forging, the Tao of medicine refining, and the Tao of inscription. No wonder you not only know how to forge weapons and refine pills, but also inscribe inscriptions. So it's all because of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Li Fei was enlightened. In the past, she really thought her fiancé was an all-around talent. It turned out that everything was because of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Perhaps the Samsara Emperor Wu did not expect that, in his 3rd life, not only did he fail to reincarnate, he even used the memories of his 2 lives to make a wedding dress for you, young master. Kerr sighed. At this time, Kerr also knew about the origin of the Han Bing's God's Sword technique. It was a technique that the Samsara Emperor Wu won from an expert with the title Han Bing, from the hands of the Emperor Wu. Scoundrel! Cold Emperor Wu asked me and Kerr about you. Could it be related to the Samsara Emperor Wu? Li Fei guessed. I have this suspicion too. Since that cold Emperor Wu knows the complete version of the Han Bing's God's Sword technique, it means that she has a certain connection with the Frost Emperor Wu, or maybe she obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky as he guessed. Can we think of it this way? She obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor Wu, and the Frost Emperor Wu left a record of the Samsara Emperor Wu in his inheritance? Li Fei guessed. Moreover, it also mentioned that her technique was obtained by the Samsara Emperor Wu. The reason why the cold Emperor Wu asked about you is because she suspects that you're the 3rd reincarnation of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Maybe she even found out that the Samsara Emperor Wu was a royal-grade alchemist through the information that the Frost Emperor Wu left behind. Li Fei continued to guess. That's possible. Duan Lingtian nodded. Young master, I thought of something. Before I left Yuhan Valley and came to the hidden Fog Island, I accidentally entered the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. Suddenly, Kerr seemed to have recalled something and said, "The forbidden area of Yuhan Valley?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. There are only 2 people in the entire Yuhan Valley who are qualified to enter the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. One of them is the Yuhan Emperor Wu and the other is Senior Sister Su. Li Fei said, Senior Sister Su? The lady in green who was with you earlier? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, she's Senior Sister Su. Apart from that, she's also the eldest direct disciple of the Yuhan Emperor Wu and is highly regarded by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Apart from that, it's rumored that she's also an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Li Fei continued. The last time I accidentally entered the forbidden area, Senior Sister Su was the one who brought me out. However, I still saw a statue in the forbidden area, a statue that looked like a woman. Kerr said, a statue? Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were stunned. Yes. Kerr nodded. That statue was a woman who was standing with a sword, At that time, I could tell that the statue had been around for a long time. It might have been passed down from Yuhan Valley. What's different about the statue that looked like a woman who was standing with a sword? Duan Lingtian asked. There's a sword-shaped mark in between the woman's eyebrows. I'm not sure if it's the effect of the statue. Kerr said. Between the eyebrows? A sword-shaped mark? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and subconsciously searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The memories of his first lifetime. In the end, he confirmed it. The Frost Emperor Wu who had fought with the reincarnation Emperor Wu had a sword-shaped mark in between his eyebrows. He was once known as a natural-born sword cultivator because of that. The statue of the Frost Emperor Wu has been around for a long time? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, it's not that the Yuhan Emperor Wu obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. It's very likely that the ancestors of the Yuhan Valley obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. Yuhan Valley, she didn't build it single-handedly, right? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Both Li Fei and Kerr knew what Duan Lingtian was asking. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were discussing the Yuhan Emperor Wu on the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island, the first thing Su Rong did when she returned from the Hidden Fog City was to look for the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Master, Junior Sister Kerr and Junior Sister Li's fiancé has appeared. Su Rong reported respectfully. Chapter 1279. He was Kerr and Li Fei's fiancé. Was he not the person who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the Cloud Continent 20,000 years ago. Apart from his terrifying strength, he was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Until now, she had never heard of an alchemist on the Cloud Continent who could break through the shackles of a Grade 1 alchemist to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist, let alone a royal grade alchemist. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago was a royal grade alchemist. During that era, the reincarnation Emperor Wu could be said to be an all-powerful existence. He was so popular on the Cloud Continent that nobody could compare to him. The Yuhan Emperor Wu knew all of this. Moreover, she also knew that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation method called the 3 lives reincarnation technique. One would need to go through 3 lives of reincarnation to cultivate it completely. After 20,000 years, it was time for the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd reincarnation to be born. Han Bing's divine sword technique. According to the Frost Emperor Wu's words, apart from herself, she only passed it on to the reincarnation Emperor Wu at the moment of her death. Later on, Yuhan Valley obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. In other words, apart from the reincarnation Emperor Wu and Yuhan Valley, nobody else in the world knows the Han Bing's divine sword technique. In Yuhan Valley, the Han Bing's divine sword technique is only passed on to the next Valley Master. It's impossible for it to be passed on to outsiders. Therefore, Kerr's Han Bing's divine sword technique must have been passed on to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. To be more precise, it was passed on to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd reincarnation. According to Kerr, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she cultivated was passed on to her by her fiancé. Thousands of thoughts flashed through the mind of Emperor Wu in the blink of an eye. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Kerr's fiancé was the 3rd reincarnation of Samsara Emperor Wu. Where is he? The cold Emperor Wu looked at Su Rong with a burning gaze. He seemed to have lost his composure. She couldn't afford to lose her composure. Although the 3rd reincarnation of Emperor Wu hadn't matured yet, it was a unique treasure to her. This was because he was not only a royal grade alchemist, but he was also a powerhouse who was once Emperor Wu. In his first life, reincarnation Emperor Wu was an expert who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. In his second life, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be an Emperor Wu as well. So much so that it might even surpass the first life. He, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, must have left something behind for his 3rd reincarnation before he went through his 3rd reincarnation. Among those things, there must be many that she coveted. Due to this reason, the cold Emperor Wu was eager to find the 3rd reincarnation of reincarnation Emperor Wu. She wanted to control him and steal his spatial ring. She wanted to enslave him. A royal-grade alchemist would become her slave. Just the thought of it made Martial Emperor Yuhan feel inexplicably excited. He's in the Hidden Fog City with junior sister Ke and junior sister Li. Su Rong said. Hidden Fog City? Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. In the next second, she disappeared before Su Rong's eyes without any movement, leaving Su Rong dumbfounded. Master actually went there personally. It seems like that Duan Lingtian has something that Master is interested in. Su Rong thought to herself. Although she had guessed it a long time ago, it was only now that she confirmed it. Just as Su Rong was deep in her thoughts, the cold Emperor Wu was already on his way to the Hidden Fog City. Wherever he passed, the fog would disperse and make way for him. With the cold Emperor Wu's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive at the Hidden Fog City. Unfortunately, she was destined to return empty-handed. Whether it was Duan Lingtian, Ke, or Li Fei, all of them were no longer in the Hidden Fog City. Not only were they not in the Hidden Fog City, but they were also deliberately staying away from the city. However, the cold Emperor Wu soon heard about what Duan Lingtian had done in the Hidden Fog City not long ago. Crippling 2 of the Hidden Fog Island's Inner Islands disciples? As expected of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's third reincarnation. He's not even fully grown yet, but he's already so high profile. The cold Emperor Wu muttered to himself. After finding out from some people in the Hidden Fog City that Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei had already left the Hidden Fog City, the cold Emperor Wu also left the Hidden Fog City. She did not look for them everywhere. Although the Hidden Fog Island was not big, it was not easy to find the 3 of them. The cold Emperor Wu returned to the southern island and returned to the residence that the Hidden Fog Island had arranged for the people of the Yuhan Valley. After returning, the cold Emperor Wu went to look for Su Rong again. Tell me everything that happened when you met Ke and Li Fei's fiancé. Seeing that the cold Emperor Wu had returned alone and did not look good, Su Rong did not dare to delay. She told him everything that happened when she met Duan Lingtian without hiding anything. If that's the case, he must have followed an Emperor Wu or a demon emperor from the Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island. The cold Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself. That should be the case. Su Rong nodded. Duan Lingtian. The cold Emperor Wu repeated the name one word at a time. The light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Duan Lingtian, the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? At this moment, the cold Emperor Wu had a rough idea of what was going on. In the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island, in a valley with beautiful scenery, waves of decadent sounds could be heard continuously. The sounds were enough to make a shy person blush. A tall and sturdy young man was engaged in the most primitive activity with a young lady with a hot body. The lady was sprawled on a huge rock while the young man kept pounding her from behind. It was as though he was riding a horse. The obscene sounds came from the lady's mouth. After some time, the young man's movements became faster. In the end, he let out a low growl as his body twitched violently. He only calmed down after a while. As for the lady, she fell on the huge rock like a dead dog. She was so tired that she had passed out. The young man glanced at the pretty lady nonchalantly. With a lift of his hand, a long robe appeared and he put it on. Suddenly, the young man seemed to have noticed something as he looked out of the valley. Senior Brother Chin. At the same time, 2 voices came from outside the valley and entered the young man's ears clearly. Whoosh! The young man raised his brow when he heard the voices. He immediately moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out of the valley. It's you guys? After exiting the valley, the young man hovering in the air glanced at the 2 middle-aged men standing on the ground nonchalantly. Tell me, why are you looking for me? As a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, he had some inner island disciples following him. The 2 men before him were his followers. Senior Brother Chun, our dantians have been crippled. One of the middle-aged men said with grief and indignation. There was an extremely cold gleam deep in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. The young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chun was the core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, Chun Ji. Apart from having a shocking martial strength and having broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, Chun Ji had another hobby, and that was women. Anyone from the Hidden Fog Island would more or less know about Chun Ji. Chun Ji was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. He was lustful and would not be satisfied without women. It was said that he would do the most primitive exercise at least twice a day. Moreover, he would not be interested in women if they were not beautiful. What's going on? Chun Ji frowned. As the saying went, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He could not help but be furious when he learned that his two followers had their dantians crippled. Senior Brother Chun, you must avenge us. We offended that guy because of you, Senior Brother Chun. However, we didn't expect him to be so ruthless and cripple our dantians. The other middle-aged man said with shame and anger. Because of me? Chun Ji's frown deepened. Tell me, what's going on? Senior Brother Chun, it's like this. Not long ago, the two of us were in charge of receiving a powerhouse from the Cloud Continent Emperor Wu and his 10 disciples. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and suppressed his anger as he said, at that time, we were receiving a female Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. The 10 disciples that Emperor Wu Yuhan brought were all female. Chun Ji's eyes lit up when the middle-aged man reached this part of the story. He was completely captivated. All of them were female disciples? In the depths of Chun Ji's eyes, there was a luster of lust. Among the 10 female disciples that Emperor Wu Yuhan brought, 2 of them were so beautiful that they could make the birds and beasts fall from the sky and put the flowers to shame. No, I should say that they're devastatingly beautiful. The middle-aged man blurted out, I've lived for so long, but it's my first time seeing such beautiful women. Moreover, there are 2 of them. Me too. The 2 women each had an appearance that could be said to be peerless. The words peerless beauties couldn't be more appropriate when used on them. The other middle-aged man chimed in. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Are they really that beautiful? Chun Ji's eyes had already lit up when the first middle-aged man spoke. His eyes were like stars. When the second middle-aged man chimed in, his breathing became hurried, and his sparkling eyes seemed to be filled with flames of desire. There were 2 things that he was most interested in his life. Firstly, cultivation. Secondly, women. To someone like him who was not happy without women, beauties were the source of his desire. How would we dare to lie to you, Senior Brother Chin? One of the middle-aged men hurriedly said. I don't think you'd dare to lie to me. However, I'm very interested in them. Tell me where they are now. There was a hint of urgency in Chun Ji's tone. Senior Brother Chun, we wanted to invite them to East Island to see you. Who would have thought that a fellow would appear out of nowhere? Not only did he cripple our cultivation base, but he even said that you're a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Chapter 1280. A toad lusting after a swan? Chun Ji's eyes turned cold as he asked in his deep voice, Who's he? I think he's someone who came with Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Senior Brother Chun, you must avenge us. Everything we've done is for your sake. That's right. Senior Brother Chun, you must avenge us. The 2 middle-aged men chimed in one after another. Now, the 2 Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples were spouting nonsense. They were trying to drag Chun Ji into the mess. They were sure that Chun Ji was interested in the 2 women. However, they were not sure that Chun Ji would kill the purple-clad young man who crippled their dantian, Duan Lingtian. That was why they wanted to provoke Chun Ji. They only hoped that Chun Ji would be able to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw him. Otherwise, Chun Ji might show mercy if the 2 women interfered. That was not what they wanted to see. Who dares to bully me, Chun Ji, in this tiny hidden fog island? Chun Ji smirked. After learning about the identities of Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei, He moved and disappeared before the two middle-aged men. The two of them were thrilled. They looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They knew very well. Chenji was going to look for Duan Lingtian and the other two. This time, that Duan Lingtian will definitely die. As for the two sluts, they'll become senior brother Chen's female slaves soon. Ha ha ha. One of the middle-aged men laughed heartily. His laughter was wanton. It's a pity that our cultivation base has been crippled. Otherwise, I'd love to see senior brother Chen kill that Duan Lingtian and have those two sluts. The other middle-aged man said with a ferocious gaze. Chun-Ji went to the southern island as soon as he left the eastern island. He arrived at the mansion where the people from Yuhan Valley were staying under Martial Emperor Yuhan. Only he knew what he wanted to do. Meanwhile, a wooden house was quietly erected in the forest along the coast in the northeastern part of the hidden Fog Island. It looked extremely out of place. The wooden house was erected very quickly and it was completed in no time. It was a man and two women who erected the wooden house. As the saying went, when men and women work together, they won't be tired. The wooden house that appeared in a short period of time was the best proof of that. The efficiency of men and women working together was indeed very high. The three people were none other than Duan Lingtian, Kur, and Li Fei. They had left Hidden Fog City not long ago and came here with his two fiancées. We're only lacking a bed. Duan Lingtian glanced at Kur and Li Fei with a smirk on his face. Duan Lingtian left just as the two women were blushing because of Duan Lingtian's words. Of course, he did not really leave. He went to cut wood to make a bed. Soon, the bed was completed and Duan Lingtian tossed it into the wooden house. Subsequently, he carried Kur and Li Fei in each arm and dashed into the wooden house. As the door of the wooden house was closed, a series of creaking noises could be heard from the inside, as if the bed was about to collapse from the tremors. The creaking sounds continued until evening and even late at night. The creaking sounds did not seem like they were going to stop anytime soon. It was not until the morning of the second day that the noise completely stopped. Inside the wooden house, Duan Lingtian, who was on the verge of exhaustion, fell asleep on the large wooden bed while carrying the two women in each arm. He was not the only one who was tired after a day and night of madness. The two women were exhausted as well. Duan Lingtian and the two women slept until the morning of the third day. They slept for an entire day and night. After waking up, Duan Lingtian did not let go of the two little lambs by his side. After transforming into a wolf, he went crazy for the entire morning to vent the desire that he had suppressed for many years. Naturally, the desire that he had suppressed for many years was not something that could be vented in a short period of time. In the end, Duan Lingtian let the two women go for the time being after they begged for mercy. There's still more than 2 months before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. Both of you will stay here with me during this time. As for Yuhan and Emperor Wu, don't bother them for now. Duan Lingtian left the wooden house after informing the two women. However, he soon realized that his words were superfluous. Before he could finish his sentence, the two women had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was obvious that they were exhausted. As the saying goes, there's only an exhausted cow, but there's no plowed field. However, it seemed to be the opposite when it came to Duan Lingtian. After leaving the wooden house, Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Fog City. After a few days, Duan Lingtian entered Hidden Fog City again. He did not stay for long. After buying all the materials that he needed, he left Hidden Fog City again. It only took him an hour to leave Hidden Fog City from the moment he entered to the moment he left Hidden Fog City. And it was in this 1 hour that he had gained a lot. This Hidden Fog Island is really a land of treasures. The materials that are extremely rare on Cloud Continent are actually being sold here. Duan Lingtian exclaimed on his way back. Naturally, he was not surprised that the Hidden Fog Island was rich in resources. This was because he had guessed that there was a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island. Due to this reason, the cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island was better than anywhere else on Cloud Continent. That supreme-grade origin stone mine must be buried in the east of the Hidden Fog Island. It's also where the East Island is located. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover this. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the wooden house. Since the wooden house was built in a remote forest adjacent to the boundless ocean, very few people would come here. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Lingtian saw that the two women were still sleeping. He did not disturb them. Let's refine the profound monarch pill first. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. The profound monarch pill was a pill refined with the 10,000-year red fruit. It could help a martial monarch powerhouse raise his cultivation base quickly. Duan Lingtian had already obtained the 10,000-year red fruit when he barged into Lost Stone Forest for Feng Tianwu and lost his memory. Unfortunately, before he could combine it with other herbs to refine the profound monarch pill, he encountered a great change and lost his memory. He only regained his memory recently. Now that he had regained his memory, Duan Lingtian began to refine the profound monarch pill in his free time. One profound monarch pill will be enough to help me break through to the Emperor Wu stage. The rest will be enough to help Kerr and Little Fayer break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian thought about the distribution of the profound monarch pill when he was refining the profound monarch pill. He only had one 10,000-year red fruit, so he could only refine one cauldron of profound monarch pills. A cauldron of profound monarch pills with a 100% success rate would only produce 10 pills. Smack! After a series of cumbersome actions, Duan Lingtian pressed his hand on the cauldron. The cauldron trembled violently and made a soft sound. Whoosh! 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 Subsequently, 10 pills shot out from the cauldron and were caught by Duan Lingtian. They were the 10 profound monarch pills. After the profound monarch pills were successfully refined, Duan Lingtian realized the two girls were still asleep. He did not disturb them and took one profound monarch pill before he began to cultivate. At the same time, he placed the other 9 profound monarch pills aside and left behind a voice transmission jade slip that contained a message he left behind using voice transmission. In the next moment, he began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Divine Dragon Form. With the help of the profound monarch pill's medicinal efficacy, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy accumulated in the depths of his dantian was activated again. It merged with his origin energy and helped him to raise his cultivation base rapidly. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the 9th level martial monarch stage. The reason his strength rose so quickly was not only because of the rebirth pill, but also because of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. Now that his cultivation base had risen to such a level, there was not much of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy left. By the time I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'm afraid the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy will be gone as well. Duan Lingtian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time while he was cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound resonated from his body. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed like the stars in the night sky. If there was another person who knew Duan Lingtian here, he would definitely be able to tell immediately. The current Duan Lingtian was very different from before. Strictly speaking, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. Emperor Wu stage. I've finally broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. After a long while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His face was filled with excitement. Emperor Wu stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian had officially entered the ranks of Emperor Wu powerhouses. He was no longer the martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was comparable to Emperor Wu powerhouses. Duan Lingtian stood up abruptly when he felt the majestic origin energy that had undergone a qualitative change in his body. His emotions surged, and he could not calm down for a long time. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down his surging emotions. When he regained his senses and looked at the two girls, he realized they had already woken up. They were sitting cross-legged on the bed with their eyes closed as they cultivated. They were completely immersed in their cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized there were only 7 profound monarch pills left out of the 9 that he had left for the two girls. It seems like they've already heard the message I left in the voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he left the profound monarch pills, he had also left the voice transmission jade slip to remind the two girls to consume the profound monarch pills to cultivate after they woke up. Now that I've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I can consolidate the royal grade weapon fire. In other words, I can refine the royal grade spirit archery set. At the same time, I can officially cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Chapter 1281. Duan Lingtian had almost prepared all the materials he needed to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon the last time he went to Hidden Fog City. Coupled with the refining material, the ink steel, that he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, he could now refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. I wonder how long I've been cultivating this time. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. He walked out of the wooden house and checked the killing formation that he had set up before he left with a peace of mind. The killing formation was set up when he built the wooden house with the two girls. This killing formation was powerful enough to instantly kill anyone below the 7th level Martial Monarch stage. Even those above the 7th level Martial Monarch stage and below the Emperor Wu stage would be severely injured if they did not die. It was because of this killing formation that he dared to leave for Hidden Fog City to prepare the materials he needed to refine medicine and refine weapons when the two girls were asleep. Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Fog City again this time. He went to Hidden Fog City this time to find out when the Hidden Fog martial competition would begin. 40 days later? Soon after, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer. It seems like I've spent more than a month cultivating this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still remembered. When he reunited with the two girls, there were still 2 months and 20 days before the Hidden Fog martial competition. Now, there were only 40 days left, which was equivalent to 10 days in a month. Excluding the few days he spent with the two girls, he had spent a month and a few days cultivating. After confirming the time, Duan Lingtian left Hidden Fog City. On his way back, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden, and he let out a long sigh. The rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is completely gone now. At this moment, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was completely gone in his dantian. To be more precise, it was completely depleted. Along the way, the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because of the nirvana pills. Now that the rebirth pill was gone, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, his attention was quickly diverted elsewhere. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I can condense a royal-grade weapon fire. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it's not difficult for me to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a powerful royal-grade weapon craftsman. After fusing with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would be like the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. There was no pressure or difficulty at all. However, according to the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he's never refined a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above a bow and arrow spirit weapon. The best bow-type spirit weapon he refined was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. Even the bowstring of that grade 1 spirit artifact is... Oh no! Then, does this mean that the tendon of the void transformation stage cow-type demon beast that I bought earlier is only a grade 1 bowstring of a spirit weapon? According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian quickly realized that the tendon that he had prepared to use as a bowstring was only a grade 1 bowstring of a spirit weapon. There were 3 important points in a bow. Firstly, the bow must be strong. Secondly, the arrow must be good. These 2 points were not difficult for Duan Lingtian. He could refine it according to the usual spirit weapon. Thirdly, the bowstring. Previously, Duan Lingtian had gone to the Hidden Fog City to buy a tendon because of the grade 1 spirit weapon in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. At that time, he had gone to more than 10 shops just for the tendon. The tendon was not an ordinary tendon. It was the tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. It was extremely rare. There were many 9th-level void transformation stage demon beasts, but not all of them had a material that could be used as a bowstring. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, only the tendon of a cow-type demon beast and the dragon tendon of a dragon were the most suitable materials to be used as a bowstring. It was fine for cow-type demon beasts. Dragons, on the other hand, were mythical existences in legends. Of course, it did not necessarily have to be the dragon tendon of a divine dragon in legends. Even the Wyrm dragons that transformed from snakes had dragon tendons in their bodies. Although it was slightly weaker, it was definitely better than the tendon of a cow. The weakest Wyrm dragon is at the demon monarch stage or above. The stronger ones are at the demon emperor stage. Their strength is incomparable to ordinary demon emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. For example, when a snake-type demon beast broke through to the void stage, it would undergo a transformation. Even though it was a pseudo-Wyrm, it was still a snake in nature. Only when it broke through to the martial monarch stage would it truly transform into a Wyrm and become a powerful Wyrm dragon. Only a Wyrm dragon could be considered a dragon. Of course, it was only the lowest level of dragon. Under the pressure of a true divine dragon, it was no different from an ant. A Wyrm dragon. At the demon monarch stage, it's a silver Wyrm. Once it breaks through to the Emperor Wu stage, it'll undergo another transformation and transform into a golden Wyrm. Once a Wyrm demon emperor powerhouse reverts to its true form, it's a Wyrm dragon with shiny golden scales all over its body, especially its pair of dragon horns. They look like they're made of gold. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. He had seen the true form of a Wyrm dragon once. It was a silver Wyrm that he encountered in the sea outside the Cloud Continent. Based on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of weapon refinement experience, the bowstring required to refine a Grade 1 spirit archery weapon requires the tendon of a void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. The bowstring required to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit archery weapon, or even a royal grade spirit archery weapon, requires at least the tendon of a demon beast at the demon monarch stage or above. It's either the tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of a Wyrm dragon. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. Putting aside the fact that a Wyrm dragon was elusive, cow-type demon beasts at the demon monarch stage or above were extremely rare. In the 2 lifetimes that the reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced, he had only encountered 1 Wyrm dragon. As for cow-type demon beasts at the demon monarch stage or above, he had only encountered 3. Forget it, I'll just give it a try. Duan Lingtian, who felt extremely troubled, shook his head. He planned to refine the bow and arrow first before seeing if the tendon in his hand could be used. Perhaps the royal grade spirit archery weapon and arrow that I refine can make up for the grade 1 spirit archery weapon that's lagging behind. At that time, I'll accept it even if it's only a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon when they're combined. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Even if it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it could be considered as a saint weapon. It would be enough to help him cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, that his cheapskate father had left him. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 girls who were still cultivating before he left the wooden house again. Compared to refining pills, refining spirit artifacts required a lot more space, be it in terms of movement or movement. After all, refining pills was done in the cauldron. Even if there were changes in the cauldron, the outside world would remain calm and would not be affected at all. However, refining spirit weapons was different. Chi. As Duan Lingtian stood in the air outside the wooden house, he raised his hand, and a dazzling golden flame appeared. It shone as brightly as the sun, and it was particularly dazzling. The golden flames wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding air to become scorching hot. A gust of hot wind blew past and blew on one's body. It made one feel as though they were in a sea of fire. The flame that appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade weapon fire. It was the royal-grade weapon fire that could refine royal-grade spirit weapons. As soon as the royal-grade weapon fire appeared, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. As he raised his hand, materials appeared one by one and were devoured by the royal-grade weapon fire, including the ink steel that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. All of the materials disappeared in the royal-grade weapon fire. The royal-grade weapon fire seemed to have transformed into a gigantic flaming beast that devoured everything into its stomach. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon, an hour had passed. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on Duan Lingtian's forehead. Although he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, refining a royal-grade spirit weapon was not something the reincarnation Emperor Wu could be careless about. Therefore, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Fortunately, since he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory perfectly, it was equivalent to the reincarnation Emperor Wu refining the weapon himself. Therefore, there was no problem at all. Another 2 hours passed. It's finally starting to melt. Duan Lingtian's eyes were like torches as he stared at the royal-grade weapon fire in his hand. At this moment, he could clearly see it. The last material in the royal-grade weapon fire had finally begun to melt. This material was none other than the ink steel. The ink steel was an indispensable material to refine a quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon or even a royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian learned this through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. If he used the quasi-royal-grade weapon fire to refine the ink steel, it would take him 3 days and 3 nights. However, with the royal-grade weapon fire, it would only take him a few hours. Under the heat of Duan Lingtian's royal-grade weapon fire, the ink steel finally began to melt. Another hour passed by, and the ink steel finally transformed into a pool of liquid. Along with Duan Lingtian's profound weapons refinement technique, the liquid that the ink steel transformed into merged with the liquid that the other materials had transformed into. What happened next was much simpler. With the help of the royal-grade weapon fire, the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow gradually began to take shape. After spending another half a day, the embryonic form of the bow and arrow finally transformed into their final form in the raging royal-grade weapon fire. As the royal-grade weapon fire was extinguished, the bow and arrow slowly fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, they were completely black without any luster at all. Even under the sunlight, they were as black as ink and did not reflect any light at all. In fact, this was Duan Lingtian's intention. The most powerful thing about the bow and arrow was that it could catch the enemy off guard. This was especially true at night. Chapter 1282. Although it was inappropriate to stab someone in the back, it was undeniable that it was the most effective and direct method. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian was refining the bow and arrow in his hands, he purposely concealed their luster. The bow and arrow could only unleash its most terrifying power when it caught the enemy off guard. Now, whether it's the bow or the arrow, they're both royal-grade spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the black bow and arrow in his hands. As he raised his hands, he channeled origin energy into them respectively, causing them to emit a crisp sound. Whoosh! Without warning, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, and the bow and arrow in his hands shot out. The air was sucked out wherever it passed. When he withdrew his hands, a series of muffled, thunderous explosions were heard. It's my first time refining a royal-grade spirit weapon, and I've already given it a 1.2 times boost. Looks like I'm pretty good as a royal-grade weapons craftsman. Although the heaven and earth energy here would not be affected by anyone's energy and would even form the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian could roughly estimate the boost from the bow and arrow. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, both of them were royal-grade spirit weapons even if they were separated. Now, I'll have to inscribe the interlinking formation on them. As Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, he raised his hands, and another pile of materials appeared. He controlled them with his invisible energy and hovered them in the air. These materials were inscription materials. He planned to engrave a mother-child formation on the bow and arrow that he had just refined so that they would never be separated from each other, just like a child and a mother. The mother-child formation was an extremely common inscription formation. Even on Cloud Continent, many people knew how to inscribe the interlinking formation. The interlinking formation was usually used on spirit weapons like bows and arrows. A bow-type spirit weapon that was inscribed with the child-mother formation could be used to shoot an arrow. Once the child-mother formation was activated, the arrow would be able to return to the bow in time. Naturally, the interlinking formation also had an effective range. The interlinking formation, which was widely used in Cloud Continent, had an effective range of 100 meters. In other words, only arrows that had traveled less than 100 meters could be retrieved through the interlocking array. Once it exceeded 100 meters, the arrow would be lost. Because of this, there were very few people on Cloud Continent who used bows and arrows. For an opponent who was more than 100 meters away from him, it would be fine if he could kill him with one arrow. However, if he couldn't and he didn't have any arrows in his hands, it would be quite dangerous. As for the power of the arrow, it was also because of its quality. Because of this, it was impossible to carry so many with you. For example, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand was a royal-grade spirit weapon. Even if he consumed all the remaining ink steel in his hand, he could only refine 2 more arrows at most. When he went to the Hidden Fog City to collect materials, he discovered that there was no ink steel in the Hidden Fog Island. One could imagine how rare ink steel was. The ink steel was a necessary material to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. Fortunately, the interconnected mother array in Emperor Wu's memory was modified by him. Its effective range is now 500 meters. It's 5 times more effective than an ordinary interconnected mother array. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of this. This meant that once he inscribed the interconnected mother array on the bow and arrow in his hand, as long as the arrow was less than 500 meters away from the bow, he would be able to retrieve it through the interconnected mother array. Once it was more than 500 meters away, he would have to pick up the arrow himself. If he was facing an enemy right before the battle, his opponent would not give him the time to pick up the arrow. Therefore, unless he had more than 1 arrow in his hand or he was confident he could kill or severely injure his opponent with 1 arrow, he would not dare to simply release the arrow if his opponent was more than 500 meters away from him. It seems like I'll have to use the remaining ink steel and other materials to refine 2 more arrows for safety purposes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, he would have room for error twice within 500 meters. As long as he was confident he could severely injure or even kill his opponent with 3 arrows, he would be able to release the arrow to his heart's content even if his opponent was more than 500 meters away. But if the arrow is shot with my power, once it leaves my sight, it will be difficult to find it again. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to shoot at an opponent more than 500 meters away. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. Putting aside the other people's arrows, the arrow in his hand was a royal-grade spirit weapon even if it stood on its own. He could not bear to throw it away. Following that, Duan Lingtian released his hand and began to inscribe the interconnected mother array. Since the reincarnation Emperor Wu had inscribed and set up this kind of inscription formation before, Duan Lingtian, who had already prepared the materials, could easily inscribe and set up the interconnected mother array on the bow and arrow. Let's give it a try. After inscribing the interconnected mother array, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the arrow in his hand out. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot through the air as though it was released from a bow. The speed was faster than lightning. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch its trajectory. When it was about to exceed the 500-meter range, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he activated the interconnected mother array on the bow in his hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the arrow returned to his hand. Again! Duan Lingtian raised his hand again and tossed the arrow in his hand out. This time, he did not activate the interconnected mother array on the bow in his hand. Instead, he chased after the arrow on his own. When he chased after the arrow, he used the force he used to toss the arrow away. At the same time, he borrowed the strength of the bow, a royal-grade spirit weapon. This was because the arrow was a royal-grade spirit weapon. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch up to the arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! For a moment, Duan Lingtian's speed was almost on par with the arrow. However, the arrow did not have the strength to continue and gradually slowed down. In the end, Duan Lingtian caught up to it and caught it in his hand. Moreover, this is an arrow that hasn't been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If he had released the arrow through the bow with all his strength, he would not have been able to catch up to it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out the ox tendon that he had prepared earlier from his spatial ring. It was the ox tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage ox-type demon beast. The ox tendon did not need to be refined. Could be hung on the bow directly. When he was refining the bow, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a socket for the bowstring. After hanging the beef tendon on the bow and tightening it, the body of the bow and the bowstring were complete, forming a perfect bow. Now, let's test the power of this bow. Duan Lingtian took out an arrow and placed it on the bowstring. He exerted force in his hand and pulled the bowstring. However, just as he gave the arrow power and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon, something completely unexpected happened. Snap! A crisp sound reverberated in the air as the bowstring broke. Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the ox tendon that had broken into two. He smiled wryly when he regained his senses. It seems like the ox tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage demon beast isn't enough to be the bowstring of a royal grade spirit archery set. Moreover, I can break this ox tendon with my own strength even if I don't use this royal grade spirit archery set. After all, it's only the ox tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage ox-type demon beast. I didn't think of this before. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. It seems like before I can find a suitable bowstring that can withstand my strength, let alone a royal grade spirit archery set, even a quasi-royal grade spirit archery set won't be able to take shape. Currently, Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Where should I find a suitable bowstring? Duan Lingtian was a little anxious. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who had caught his breath, went to the Hidden Fog City again. He searched the entire Hidden Fog City but could not find the tendon of a demon beast above the demon monarch stage. There were many body parts of a demon beast above the demon monarch stage in the Hidden Fog City. However, tendons were not something that could be found in every demon beast. It was either ox tendons or dragon tendons. Based on the current situation, it seemed like there were only two choices. Perhaps I should ask Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, the Emperor Wu powerhouse from Cloud Continent who brought him to the Hidden Fog Island. He made his way back to the southern island when he thought of Yang Hui. With his current speed, it did not take long for him to return to the place where the people from Lingshan Peak were staying. He immediately went to look for Yang Hui. Brother Lingtian, why you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? The moment Yang Hui laid his eyes on Duan Lingtian, he noticed the difference in Duan Lingtian. He concluded that Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. Although he was at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage or above, he could more or less tell if a person was an Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, he was not 100% sure. Congratulations, Brother Lingtian. Yang Hui only confirmed it when he saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head. At the same time, he congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Brother Lingtian, I didn't see you for a while. Where did you go? Yang Hui asked. He had gone to look for Duan Lingtian a few times before, but he did not see him at all. I was with my 2 fiancés. Duan Lingtian replied honestly. Fiancés? 2 of them? Yang Hui was stunned. He was shocked. Brother Lingtian, when did you have fiancés? Did you just meet them? Are they from the Hidden Fog Island? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. They're my childhood sweethearts. I haven't seen them for a long time. I didn't expect to reunite with them on the Hidden Fog Island. Childhood sweethearts. Yang Hui was even more shocked. At the same time, he vaguely confirmed something. Brother Ling Tian. Why you mean? You've recovered your memory? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Does this mean you're originally from the Hidden Fog Island? Yang Hui asked again. In his opinion, since Duan Ling Tian's childhood sweethearts and fiancés were from the Hidden Fog Island, it meant that he and his two fiancés were most likely from the Hidden Fog Island. Chapter 1283. I'm not from the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could understand Yang Hui's conjecture. If he were Yang Hui, he would have made the same conjecture too. You're not. Yang Hui was stunned and looked confused. Then your two fiancés. They came to the Hidden Fog Island with Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan Valley. Duan Lingtian said. Yuhan Emperor Wu? Yang Hui frowned. That crazy woman? Crazy woman? Duan Lingtian was stunned and looked confused. Why do you call her that? Brother Lingtian, you don't know this. Yuhan Emperor Wu is a two-faced person. I heard that she killed her twin sister for the position of the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley decades ago. She did that because her twin sister was more talented than her. Moreover, she was going to be the next Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. After she killed her sister, she became the next Valley Master of Yuhan Valley as she wished. 20 years ago, the old Valley Master of Yuhan Valley died of old age, and she naturally became the new Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. Yang Hui said, Is all of this true? Duan Lingtian's face darkened as he asked for further confirmation. Yang Hui nodded without hesitation and said frankly, All of this isn't a secret to the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Killed her own twin sister? Duan Lingtian's eyes shrunk, and his face darkened. Although he guessed that Yuhan Emperor Wu had her reasons for taking in Ke and Li Fei as her direct disciples, he did not expect Yuhan Emperor Wu to be such a crazy person. She could even kill her own twin sister. What else would a woman like her not do? However, Brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry. According to what I know, although that cold Emperor Wu is a crazy woman, she is very good to her direct disciples and has never neglected them. Since your two fiancés were able to become his direct disciples, their talents and comprehension abilities should not be too far behind yours. Without any conflict of interest, Emperor Wu Yuhan should not harm them. Yang Hui comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw his expression turning gloomy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although his expression eased a little, his heart seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. Yuhan Emperor Wu and his two fiancés might really have a conflict of interest, and that entanglement could very well have originated from him. To be more precise, it originated from the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He had long suspected that Yuhan Emperor Wu had obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance in Yuhan Valley and found out about the existence of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Not only that, but she also knew some things about the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated was not a secret to the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent 20,000 years ago. Especially the Frost Emperor Wu. She knew a lot about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated. This was also the reason why she made a bet with the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then. The bet was that the reincarnation Emperor Wu would lose and pass the 3 lives rebirth technique to her. If she lost, she would pass the Han Bing's divine sword technique to the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the end, she lost and fulfilled her promise. Duan Lingtian found out about all this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. If it's really as I've guessed, that Frost Emperor Wu is a complete pest. Duan Lingtian cursed in his heart. If the Frost Emperor Wu had really passed on the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated to the person who inherited her inheritance through some kind of method, then the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley, the Yuhan Emperor Wu who inherited her inheritance, would definitely know about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated and the profundity of the 3 lives rebirth technique. Maybe she has already confirmed that I'm the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu through the information that the Frost Emperor Wu left behind and the information that I passed on the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Ke. Otherwise, with Kerr and little Fei Er's talent and comprehension, they might not be able to catch her eye, let alone become her lineal disciple. She definitely has a motive. Duan Lingtian had only guessed previously, but now he was completely sure of it. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was definitely up to no good. Brother Lingtian, where are your two fiancés? Did they return to the Yuhan Emperor Wu's side? Why didn't you bring them here for me to meet them? Yang Hui asked when he saw that Duan Lingtian was distracted. Yang Hui's words pulled Duan Lingtian back to reality. Duan Lingtian shook his head. They are cultivating. That's right. Soon. Duan Lingtian recalled the matter at hand. Brother Yang, do you know where I can find a flood dragon? Flood dragon. Yang Hui could not help but be shocked when he heard that. Naturally, he knew what the word flood dragon meant. Brother Lingtian, why are you looking for a flood dragon? I need a dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. Dragon tendon? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the corner of Yang Hui's mouth twitched unnoticeably. Once a flood dragon's tendon was extracted, it would be crippled. To a flood dragon, a dragon tendon was equivalent to a human spine. It was extremely important. Without a spine, a human would be paralyzed and become a complete cripple. Therefore, there was only one way to obtain a flood dragon's tendon, and that was to kill it. There was no other choice. Brother Lingtian, I've only heard of people encountering a flood dragon. I've never seen one myself. However, I'm sure there's a flood dragon deep in the ocean. When Yang Hui reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked towards the south. Currently, he was on the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. To the south was the ocean outside the Hidden Fog Island. If he wanted to return to the Cloud Continent, he would have to pass through that ocean. You're sure? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui. I've heard many people say that they've encountered a flood dragon in the ocean from the Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island. That's right. Brother Lingtian, you want a dragon tendon, right? Yang Hui was still excited when he spoke. However, as he spoke, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he asked for confirmation again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Lingtian, I know an Emperor Wu powerhouse from the Cloud Continent. He once killed a flood dragon at the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. I wonder if the flood dragon's dragon tendon is still in his hands. Yang Hui said. Although the flood dragon was only the lowest level of dragon, it was still a half-dragon. Its entire body was filled with treasures. Any normal person would keep its body. What Yang Hui was most worried about now was the dragon tendon was no longer with the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Did he come to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. Since there was a chance for him to obtain the dragon tendon, he would not miss it even if the chance was slim. Only by obtaining the dragon tendon would he be able to find a suitable bowstring for his royal grade spirit archery set. At that time, he would be able to officially cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Ever since he learned about the power of the Saint grade martial tactic from Wang Ba, he was filled with anticipation for the colossal aerolite arrow. He was eager to officially cultivate it. He's here. He came to look for me half a month ago. Yang Hui nodded. That Emperor Wu powerhouse could be considered as his friend. Let's go look for him now. Duan Lingtian said anxiously as soon as Yang Hui was done speaking. It was as though he was afraid that the dragon tendon would be taken away from the Emperor Wu powerhouse if he was too slow. Okay. Yang Hui could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's anxiousness. He did not stay any longer and brought Duan Lingtian out of the mansion that the Hidden Fog Island had prepared for the people from Lingshan Peak. Yang Hui and Duan Lingtian, one in front and one behind, headed directly towards the south. Yang Hui slowed down when they were approaching the ocean outside the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. At that moment, Duan Lingtian saw a mansion that was adjacent to the ocean. He could not help but ask curiously, "That's where he's staying?" To be exact, that's where he and the people he brought are staying. Yang Hui replied. Soon, under Yang Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian saw the Emperor Wu powerhouse that Yang Hui had mentioned. He was an old man in his 70s with white hair and white eyebrows. Although the old man looked old, he took good care of himself. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes, in particular, were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. A bald middle-aged man followed behind the old man. He wore a tiger skin coat and stood there like a guardian. He had the aura of one man can hold the pass against 10,000 men. Yang Hui, we've just met half a month ago. Why are you looking for me this time? The old man's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yang Hui and asked, Dong Qiu, I'm indeed looking for you this time. However, let me introduce you to a little brother first. As Yang Hui spoke, he immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was next to him. This is Brother Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, this is Dong Qiu. He's considered a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. His title is Qiu Li, and people call him Qiu Li Emperor Wu. Yang Hui introduced Duan Ling Tian to Dong Qiu, the Qiu Li Emperor Wu, before he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian nodded at Dong Qiu as a form of greeting. However, Dong Qiu had no intention of greeting him. Instead, he studied him from head to toe before he said nonchalantly, Yang Hui, I thought this is your new direct disciple. I didn't expect him to be your friend. Dong Qiu, although Brother Ling Tian isn't my direct disciple, he came to the Hidden Fog Island this time to represent Ling Xian Peak to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Yang Hui said, Oh? Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Dong Qiu's interest in Duan Ling Tian was piqued. After studying Duan Ling Tian for a while, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. Emperor Wu realm? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yang Hui, I thought Zhou Di was the only one who's at the Emperor Wu realm among the 10 people from Ling Xian Peak who came to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. I didn't expect Ling Xian Peak to not only keep a low profile, but you even found another person at the Emperor Wu realm. Chapter 1284. Upon hearing Dong Qiu's words, Yang Hui could not help but feel smug. Humph, we're all in the Emperor Wu realm, but there's still a difference in strength. At this moment, a low snort that was filled with disdain rang in the air, causing the smug smile on Yang Hui's face to freeze. Yang Hui's gaze then landed on the bald middle-aged man dressed in tiger pelt behind Dong Qiu. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The bald middle-aged man stood there and stared at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. Dong Qiu, looks like Little Hu is very confident in his strength. Yang Hui was not angry. Instead, he looked at Dong Qiu and smiled. Little Hu. Upon hearing how Yang Hui addressed the bald middle-aged man, the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth could not help but twitch. Then, he completely ignored the bald middle-aged man's disdainful and provocative gaze and continued to size him up. He was bald, middle-aged, and tall. He was at least 2 meters tall and he looked careless. And such a tall middle-aged man was actually called Little Huzi by others? Unknowingly, a smile appeared on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. What are you smiling about? The bald middle-aged man who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian could not help but shout when he noticed the smile on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. In the next moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes. It was as though he had transformed into a hungry tiger that would attack Duan Ling Tian at any time. He might even kill and swallow Duan Ling Tian. Dong Hu. Finally, Dong Qiu opened his mouth and scolded the bald middle-aged man. Didn't you hear what your junior uncle Yang Hui said? This brother Ling Tian is his friend. Apologize now. Unless he can defeat me, otherwise I won't apologize to him. However, Dong Hu did not buy it. Just as Dong Qiu's expression darkened, Yang Hui smiled faintly and took the initiative to comfort him. Old brother Qiu, as Little Hu's master and adoptive father, you've watched Little Hu grow up. Don't you know Little Hu's temper? Family misfortune, family misfortune. Dong Qiu shook his head and sighed, and a trace of helplessness appeared between his brows. Following that, Dong Qiu changed the topic. Brother Hui, you didn't come to look for me just to introduce Brother Ling Tian to me, right? Old Brother Chiu, the reason I came to look for you this time is because of the WRM dragon that you killed previously. Yang Hui took the initiative to explain the purpose of his visit. At the same time, he asked, "May I know if you still have the Flood Dragon's dragon tendon?" Dragon tendon? Dong Qiu was stunned at first. Then, with a raise of his hand, a long strip-shaped object that resembled a cow tendon appeared in his hand. It was crimson red and looked simple and unadorned. Dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the strip, and he couldn't help but look excited. With just a glance, he could tell it was a dragon tendon. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had seen a dragon tendon once. However, that was only the dragon tendon of a demon monarch stage WIRM. Compared to this dragon tendon, it's only similar in appearance, but it's completely different in nature. It was precisely because the reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen a dragon tendon that Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the dragon tendon in Dong Qiu's hand. It was the dragon tendon that he desperately wanted to obtain. To tell the truth, although he had followed Yang Hui here to look for Dong Qiu, the Qiuli Emperor Wu, he did not have high hopes of obtaining the dragon tendon. However, he did not expect Dong Qiu to really have the dragon tendon, and he even took it out. "Old Brother Qiu, can you transfer this dragon tendon of yours to me?" Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he looked at Dong Qiu and said bluntly, "You can name a price." "We're brothers, so don't be so formal. This dragon tendon is of no use to me. Since you want it, I'll—" Dong Qiu was about to say that he would give the dragon tendon to Yang Hui, but he was interrupted by Dong Hu, who was standing behind him. "Junior Uncle Yang Hui, you can have this dragon tendon. However, you have to promise me that I'll fight with him," Dong Hu said to Yang Hui before he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed brightly. "If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yang Hui came here to ask for the dragon tendon because of you. Am I right? You're smart." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Dong Hu looking at him. He did not expect a burly man like Dong Hu to be so observant. "Humph, unless you defeat me, don't even think about taking the dragon tendon away today." Dong Hu snorted. There was a hint of threat in his words. "Do you think you can make the decision?" Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Dong Hu. At this moment, Dong Qiu, who had regained his senses, shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "Brother Qiu, calm down. Don't hurt your body." As Yang Hui persuaded Dong Qiu, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. "Brother Lingtian, since Little Hu wants to spar with you, you can play with him as you wish." When Yang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he added through voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "This Little Hu has always been extremely talented since he was young, but he's never suffered much. That's why he's so arrogant. If it's possible, you can teach him a lesson on his behalf." Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. "Since you want to fight, let's do it." Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Hu and said indifferently, "However, if you lose, don't cry, Little Hu. Little Hu." Duan Lingtian was imitating Yang Hui when he called Dong Hu. When Dong Hu heard Duan Lingtian calling him that, his face turned completely gloomy. The origin energy on his body raged, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had been sucked away. In Dong Hu's eyes, Little Huzi was not a name that just anyone could call him. Yang Hui could call him that because he was his senior. When his master and Yang Hui were not martial emperor powerhouses yet, and he was only a child, he had already known Yang Hui. Ever since he was young, he had started to call Yang Hui uncle. Yang Hui was older than him by more than 10 years. Until today, he did not deliberately take care of himself, so he looked much older than Yang Hui. "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't show you mercy because of Uncle Yang Hui. If you can't even defeat me, you're not qualified to be Uncle Yang Hui's friend." Dong Hu shouted coldly as the origin energy on his body exploded and transformed into a multicolored energy. It was obvious that he was communicating and casting the various profundities that he had comprehended. Moreover, as he unleashed his full strength, a gigantic axe appeared in his hand. Whoosh! As a big guy, Dong Hu's speed was not slow at all. The burden on his body did not seem to affect him at all. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 Wherever Dong Hu passed, the airflow in the air stirred as a series of deafening explosions sounded. It was as though thunder had struck one's heart. From the beginning until the end, Yang Hui stood at the side and watched quietly. After Yang Hui had spoken, Dong Qiu no longer stopped Dong Hu. Naturally, it was not only because this was Yang Hui's decision, but also because he wanted to see what kind of technique this young man, whom Yang Hui regarded as a friend, had. Although those who were at the martial monarch stage and above could maintain their youth forever. However, those who participated in the hidden fog martial competition had to be below the age of 70. Therefore, he was certain, this young man was not too old. He's not dodging? Soon after, Dong Qiu's eyes narrowed abruptly. This was because he saw Duanling Tian still standing at the same spot even when Dong Hu was using his spirit weapon and attacking with all his might. It was as though he was waiting for Dong Hu's attack to land. What's he trying to do? Is it because he can't dodge in time? Or is he stunned? Or, just as Dong Qiu's mind was spinning as he thought of many possibilities, whoosh, Dong Hu arrived in front of Duanling Tian. The gigantic axe in his hand vibrated as a series of thunderous explosions sounded. Subsequently, he swung the gigantic axe and slashed it at Duanling Tian's head. Die! Dong Hu's eyes gleamed coldly. He did not show any mercy as he swung his axe with a force that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. As Dong Hu swung his axe at him menacingly, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the sharpness of the incoming axe. If he was hit by Dong Hu's axe, he would definitely be split into two. He did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Duanling Tian's robe fluttered behind him as Dong Hu swung his axe at him. It was as though it was blown by a gust of wind. Yang Hui could not help but frown when he saw the gigantic axe in Dong, whose hand was only a foot away from Duanling Tian. He could not figure out what Duanling Tian was trying to do. He had always been confident in Duanling Tian's strength. In fact, Duanling Tian was able to defeat Yang Hui's direct disciple, Zhou Di, who had already broken through to the first stage of the Emperor Wu stage before he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. Now that Duanling Tian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds and had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in one fell swoop, his strength must have improved as well. Although Dong Hu was one of the best among those at the first stage of the Emperor Wu stage and his strength far surpassed his direct disciple, Zhou Di, in his opinion, it was almost impossible for Dong Hu to defeat Duanling Tian. However, faced with the dangerous situation before him, even he could not help but want to make a move. This was because if he did not make a move now, it would be too late. At that time, Duanling Tian would be split into two. Stop! Just as Yang Hui was about to make a move, Dong Qiu had already shouted and made his move. However, right at this instant, he just made a slight movement when he seemed to have noticed something, causing him to abruptly stop moving and look ahead with a dumbstruck expression. It was as though he had seen something shocking. At the same time, Yang Hui also stopped in his tracks. In the distance, the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand finally landed. However, it did not land on Duanling Tian's body. Instead, it landed on the sharp arrow that suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's hand. Clang! Almost in an instant, the gigantic axe and the sharp arrow collided and made a deafening sound. Chapter 1285. Boom! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, the air was compressed to its limit. Seeing that everything was about to turn into ashes, Dong Qiu and Yang Hui made their move. The two of them were Emperor Wu powerhouses. They easily protected everything around them, including the residence that Dong Qiu was staying in. It was the residence that the hidden fog island had prepared for them on the Qiuli Mountain. The Qiuli Mountain was Dong Qiu's cultivation ground. Although Dong Qiu and Yang Hui made their move in time and prevented everything from turning into ashes, the commotion caused by the shockwave still alerted the other Emperor Wu's disciples on the Qiuli Mountain. 9 figures leaped into the air one after another. They hovered in the air and looked at the center of the shockwave from afar. It's senior brother Dong Hu. Soon someone noticed Dong Hu. Who's that purple-clad young man? He's actually on par with senior brother Dong Hu. Someone also noticed Duan Lingtian. No, it's not as simple as a draw. A few people with good eyesight seemed to have noticed something and shook their heads. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and casually took out his royal-grade spiritual arrow. He easily blocked Dong Hu's full-powered attack. He looked at Dong Hu, whose face was flushed red with mockery. Is that all you've got? Ha! Dong Hu, who was provoked by Duan Lingtian, suddenly shouted. A vast amount of energy surged out of the gigantic axe in his hand. Unfortunately, his energy could not move the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand at all. The huge amount of energy was like a stone sinking into the sea. It's over. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he spoke indifferently, and his hand started to move. He shook the arrow in his hand. The 5-colored flame raging on his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. It swept out from his body and hit Dong Hu. Bang! With a loud bang, Dong Hu's body trembled. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Poof! Barf! A shockwave swept out in all directions once again. All the spectators saw was Dong Hu flying over 100 meters away like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, he kept spitting out blood, looking extremely wretched. On the other hand, the other party stood there, unmoving like a mountain. From beginning to end, he did not move an inch. So strong. The gazes of the Qiuli Mountain disciples fell on Duan Lingtian, their pupils constricting as their hearts filled with shock. Dong Hu was the #1 disciple of Qiuli Mountain. He was also the only direct disciple of Emperor Wu who was at the level of Emperor Wu. However, such an existence was defeated by this unfamiliar purple-clothed young man. Moreover, it was a clean defeat. He was merciful. Quite a few people saw this point. That person seems to be Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Soon, Dong Qiu's other personal disciple recognized Yang Hui, who was standing beside Dong Qiu. Yang Hui and Dong Qiu had been friends for many years before they broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. After both of them had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage and became famous martial emperors on Cloud Continent, their friendship was still as good as before. They would often visit each other. As long as one was a direct disciple under their command, they would not be strangers to both of them. He's the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu? Then, that purple-clothed young man is his eldest direct disciple. Zhou Di? I've long heard that the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu has a direct disciple under him who's also an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Many Qiuli Mountain disciples whispered among themselves. It's not Zhou Di. I've seen Zhou Di before, but he's not. Moreover, as far as I know, Zhou Di is no match for senior brother Dong Hu. One of the Qiuli Mountain disciples shook his head. As one of the few martial emperor's direct disciples under Martial Emperor Qiuli, he knew much more than the others. It's not Zhou Di? Don't tell me he's a new disciple under Spirit Profound Emperor Wu? Many people secretly guessed. Haha, brother Lingtian, you're really something. At this moment, Dong Qiu laughed loudly. He was not unhappy that Dong Hu was defeated by Duan Lingtian. In fact, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was happy that Duan Lingtian defeated Dong Hu. Dong Hu was too arrogant, and he had long wanted to find an opportunity to break his spirit. This time, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have helped him. Qiuli Emperor Wu, you flatter me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Qiu as he spoke humbly. Little Hu, have you learned your lesson this time? Yang Hui asked with a mocking smile as he looked at Dong, who had recovered from his injuries after consuming the healing medicinal pill. Humph! Hearing Yang Hui's teasing, Dong Hu snorted and obediently returned behind Dong Qiu. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. In the beginning, because Yang Hui regarded Duan Ling Tian as a friend and he was a generation lower than him for no reason, he was very unhappy and even wanted to provoke him. He wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove that Duan Ling Tian did not have the qualifications to be Yang Hui's friend, who knew that he, who was full of confidence, would be defeated in just one exchange. Moreover, he could feel that the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Yang Hui passed the dragon tendon that Dong Qiu had handed to him earlier to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian reached out his hand to take it, his emotions surging. The dragon tendon of Emperor Wu's second-level flood dragon. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the dragon tendon with both of his hands and pulled it with all his might as though he wanted to break it. However, no matter how much five-colored sword-shaped flame soared from his body and how hard he pulled, the dragon tendon was only slightly stretched by him. He could not break it at all. Brother Ling Tian. This dragon tendon came from the body of an Emperor Wu's flood dragon. It's extremely tough. Let alone you, even I can't do anything about it. Dong Qiu, who saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, could not help but laugh. That's right, Brother Ling Tian. It's said that even someone at the peak of Emperor Wu might not be able to break the dragon tendon of this demon Emperor stage flood dragon. Yang Hui chimed in from the side. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was an uncontrollable excitement on his face. If he used this dragon tendon on a royal great spirit bow and arrow that he had prepared beforehand, a royal great spirit bow and arrow would be born. A royal great spirit bow and arrow was also known as a saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. With a saint weapon, I'll be able to officially cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, colossal arrow light arrow. Duan Ling Tian was inexplicably excited. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to return home. After bidding farewell to Yang Hui and Dong Qiu, he left in a hurry. Naturally, he did not return to the place where Ling Xian Peak and the others were staying. Instead, he returned to the wooden house in the northeast of the hidden Fog Island. He studied the saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow while guarding the two girls. He had long memorized the Colossal Aerolite Arrow in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This was a special ability that was given to him by his soul. As long as he merged his spiritual energy into the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic, he would be able to memorize the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token. Ordinary people would not be able to do this at all. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was an archery skill. It had a high requirement on one's basic skills. First, one must master how to aim. However, this was not too difficult for Duan Ling Tian. In his previous life, he was the most powerful weapon specialist on Earth. Although he had never come into contact with ancient long-range weapons such as bows and arrows, he was no stranger to all kinds of firearms. In his previous life, he had mastered his marksmanship to the extreme. He could shoot his target's head with a sniper rifle from hundreds of meters away without using a scope. Therefore, it was not too difficult for him to familiarize himself with the aim of a bow and arrow since he had already trained his aiming instincts. In just a day and a night, he could almost achieve a flawless shooting. In this life, Duan Ling Tian was a born archer. The next morning, dawn shrouded the land. The fresh air made Duan Ling Tian so comfortable that he closed his eyes. Although he had not slept for a day and a night, he did not feel tired at all. At his cultivation base, he would not feel tired even if he did not rest for a month. Of course, it was only his body that would not feel tired. His heart would more or less feel tired. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. There, a flock of seabirds flew past. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's purple robe fluttered and a bow appeared in his hand. The bow was as black as ink. It was so black that it made people feel like they would be lost in it. It was like a bottomless abyss. On the bow there was a crimson bowstring. The bowstring was as thick as a grown man's thumb. It was a perfect fit with the black bow. Duan Lingtian held the bow in his left hand and aimed it at the flock of seabirds. His right hand had unknowingly approached the body of the bow. The instant it approached the body of the bow, an arrow appeared in his right hand. It was an arrow that was completely black, just like the body of the bow. The arrowhead was sharp and shone with a cold light, as if it could pierce through everything. Creak, creak. Duan Lingtian knocked the arrow in his right hand on the bowstring. As he held the arrow in his right hand, a wisp of milky white flame surged. He pulled the bowstring but did not pull it much. It was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to do this. It was just that he could not pull the bowstring much with his own elemental energy. This bow was not an ordinary bow. Not to mention other things, just the bowstring alone was the dragon tendon of the Emperor Wu Realm Level 2 Flood Dragon. It was said that even a peak Emperor Wu Realm expert could not pull it apart. As an Emperor Wu Realm Level 1 expert, it was already considered good that he could pull it apart a little with his elemental energy. It's starting. With a thought, Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on the flock of seabirds flying past in the sky. The seabirds flew past in a leisurely manner, completely unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. 1 bird, 2 birds, 3 birds. Release. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed. He released the arrow in his right hand and let it fly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it hit and penetrated a seabird. After the first seabird was penetrated, the arrow continued to fly and penetrated the second seabird. Chapter 1286. Killing 3 seabirds with 1 arrow. Duan Lingtian could be said to have killed 3 birds with 1 arrow. If someone who was good at archery were to see such archery skills, they would be shocked beyond words. The flock of seabirds flying high in the sky was already moving quickly. To kill one of them with an arrow, one would need to have superb archery skills. To kill 2 birds with 1 arrow, in addition to superb archery skills, one would also need to have very strong observation and judgment skills. Because only then could one guarantee to kill 2 seabirds with 1 arrow. To kill 3 birds with 1 arrow, the requirements were even higher. 3 seabirds moving at high speed in a line. The opportunity was only in the blink of an eye. To kill them consecutively with 1 arrow in the blink of an eye would undoubtedly be more difficult than killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. Dragon soars in the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's body swept across the 9 heavens, as if he had transformed into a divine dragon. As he stopped moving, 3 seabirds appeared in front of him. They were suspended in the air by his invisible force, allowing him to observe them. Almost there, glancing at the 3 dead seabirds, Duan Lingtian seemed to have discovered something. He shook his head and sighed with a look of pity. The reason why Duan Lingtian sighed was because of the 3 dead seabirds. 2 of the seabirds had their left eyes pierced. The last seabird had its neck pierced. The reason why he said it was almost there, and even sighed, was because the last seabird's death was different from the other 2 seabirds. When Duan Lingtian attacked, he wanted to kill the 3 seabirds by piercing their left eyes with 1 arrow. Now, although they were dead, one of the seabirds' death was much worse than what he had expected. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this. If there was a second person here who knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. In just 1 day and 1 night, he had cultivated his archery skills to such a level. It was shocking. Was he still not satisfied? Do you want me to live? Of course, this was also because outsiders did not know about Duan Lingtian's past. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had been a soldier king on Earth in his previous life, they would definitely not think this way. In his past life, Duan Lingtian's spear technique was ranked number 1 even in the entire Earth. Earth's strongest soldier king. The meaning of these 6 words was no joke. In addition to his terrifying battle prowess, Duan Lingtian's spear skills were also terrifying. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had high expectations for himself. In the end, bows and arrows are still lacking in firearms. If I used the firearms on Earth, as long as it was powerful enough, I would have 100% confidence that I would be able to pierce their left eye. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian was not discouraged. He quickly immersed himself in his archery practice and completely forgot about the time. Another day and night passed. Duan Lingtian made his move once again. It was still killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. However, this time, he accurately pierced the left eye of the 3 seabirds with 1 arrow and completed the mission that he had set for himself. Since then, Duan Lingtian's archery foundation had been laid. Now, I can officially start cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a little excited. However, before this, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Bastard! Is there anything I need to pay attention to when cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked. He intentionally asked Wang Ba who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was asking about Wang Ba's soul. Wang Ba claimed to be a saint-stage powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land. Due to this reason, he had many questions for Wang Ba since it was his first time cultivating the saint-grade martial tactic. However, Wang Ba did not respond. That's right, I almost forgot. Soon after, a light bulb lit up in Duan Lingtian's mind as though he had recalled something. At the same time, his heart jolted. At the same time, the majestic spiritual energy that had gathered in the depths of his mind suddenly spread out. Boy, are you trying to suffocate me to death? As soon as the spiritual energy that had gathered at the side was dispersed by Duan Lingtian, a flustered and exasperated voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Wang Ba. Didn't I let you out now? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Boy, don't you think you should give me an explanation? How could you use your spiritual energy to seal me for no reason? Do you want me to lose face? Wang Ba said in a deep voice. Lose face? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly. Do you have that thing now? Moreover, don't tell me you don't know why I sealed you with my spiritual energy. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly. Boy, you underestimate me too much. I've lived for so long. What kind of woman have I not seen before? Do you think I'd peek at you being intimate with those 2 girls? Wang Ba remembered it clearly. The last time he was sealed by Duan Lingtian with his spiritual energy, it was when Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls built the wooden house not far away. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. It must be because he was worried that he would peek at them doing something good. Who knows? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. You said it yourself. You're a devil cultivator. Devil cultivator, you don't sound like a good person. You! Wang Ba was furious when he heard this. You better be prepared. In the future, if there's a need, I'll still seal your soul with my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian said again. He did not want Wang Ba to be a bystander when he was being intimate with the 2 girls. Perhaps Wang Ba was indeed a saint-stage powerhouse when he was at his peak. However, Wang Ba's soul that was currently residing in his body was extremely weak and could be suppressed by Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that was at the Emperor Wu stage. Boy, you'll regret this. How dare you treat a saint-stage powerhouse like this? Wang Ba's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe that I'll seal you right now? Duan Lingtian threatened, causing Wang Ba to shut his mouth. As the saying went, when one is under someone else's roof, one must lower one's head. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. Also, I asked you to come out because I want to ask you, is there anything I need to pay attention to when cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled the important matter and asked, just like that. As soon as the 3 of them stood still, they heard a voice coming from nearby. The voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Junior uncle? At once, the 2 beauties among the 3 of them turned their heads to look at the handsome young man in the middle. They were confused. Jody? Chapter 1287. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He took a while to react to the way Zhou Di addressed him. "Brother Yang, are you here?" "Haha, Brother Lingtian, you're finally back." Before Zhou Di could respond, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Following that, a young man appeared not far away. He stood there like a sharp sword. It was Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu. "These two must be my sisters-in-law? Brother Lingtian, you're so lucky." Soon after, Yang Hui looked at the two women next to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with amazement. Even though he had lived for half of his life, he had only seen a handful of girls who were as beautiful as them. After Duan Lingtian's introduction, Yang Hui greeted the two girls beside him. They were not surprised as they already knew about each other. "Brother Lingtian, don't you need to return to Yuhan Emperor Wu's side? After all, they're here on behalf of Yuhan Valley." Yang Hui asked. "No need." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Since he had guessed that Yuhan Emperor Wu was up to something, he naturally would not let the two girls beside him enter the tiger's den again. Moreover, after being separated from the two girls for so many years, he did not want to be separated from them again. He could not wait to hang the two girls on his body. Humph! At the instant Duan Lingtian shook his head, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. One could vaguely make out that this was a woman's voice. The voice was filled with anger. Just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Yang Hui, Li Fei, and Ker's expressions changed. They seemed to have recognized the owner of the voice. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a person appear out of thin air not far away. It was a woman. She stood there and gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, the woman was glaring at him. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. "It's you who abducted my two personal disciples?" At the same time, she took a step forward. With this step, the air in front of the woman was quickly sucked dry. An invisible force gathered together and swept out, heading straight for Duan Lingtian. Boom! Without any hesitation, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into a five-colored flame before finally condensing into the shape of a sword. In an instant, as Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the sword-shaped five-colored flame on his body spilled out as if it had turned into a giant five-colored sword, meeting the invisible force head-on. The invisible power came from the woman. It was not truly formless. Instead, it was the woman who could completely control this power and even conceal it. From this, it could be seen that the woman had not attacked with her full strength. Because once she attacked with her full strength, she would not have the time to conceal the power she displayed when she attacked. "Be careful." Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. By the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to help. He warned sternly as the energy in his body swelled, and he swiftly swept towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Yang Hui arrived, Duan Lingtian's full strength, except for the fact that he did not use any spirit weapon, had already collided with the woman's invisible force, creating a loud bang. "Master, please have mercy." It was this loud bang that caused Li Fei and Ker to regain their senses. Horror dawned on their faces as they hastily pleaded with the woman. The woman was none other than the Yuhan Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent. She was also Li Fei and Ker's master in name. However, just as Li Fei and Ker spoke, before the Yuhan Emperor Wu could respond, a powerful force had already swept out in all directions and affected them at the same time. For a moment, they were sent flying dozens of meters away before they managed to stabilize themselves. This enormous force originated from a shockwave. The shockwave originated from the collision between Duan Lingtian's energy and the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. It continued to spread out in all directions with a powerful force. However, the collision between the two forces finally resulted in a result. As expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, unfortunately, you're still no match for me now. Just as Duan Lingtian felt his energy was about to be crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy, the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice transmission entered his ears. Before Duan Lingtian could think about it, his energy was completely crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. Subsequently, Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy swept through his body like a hot knife through butter. Boom! As expected, Duan Lingtian's body was sent flying. When he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had lost all feeling in his body. Even his consciousness was in a daze and he was unable to wake up for a long time. It was only when his body landed on the ground with a loud bang that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At this moment, he could clearly feel the intense pain from the injuries all over his body. It was so painful that he could only grit his teeth. His internal organs were almost shattered. He knew that this was because the Yuhan Emperor Wu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. This Yuhan Emperor Wu, he's at least a level 5 Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he guessed to himself. Boom! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock over the Yuhan Emperor Wu's strength, a loud noise reverberated in his ears. When he lifted his head with some difficulty, he saw Yang Hui standing between him and the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He was protecting him as he fought with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had just taken out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it when he realized Yang Hui was at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to take out his spiritual sword. However, even after taking out his spiritual sword, Yang Hui could only fight to a draw with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Ke came to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at him worriedly. Ke, in particular, was so anxious that she was tearing up. Not far away, Zhou Di and the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples who heard the commotion were stunned. Who's that woman? She's able to fight to a draw with Lord Emperor Wu who has a spirit weapon without using it. Is she a powerhouse from the hidden Fog Island? Many people muttered to themselves in a daze. He's the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Zhou Di said with a grave expression. The Yuhan Emperor Wu. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they heard Zhou Di's words. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. She was ranked in the top 3 among the Emperor Wu powerhouses who had been famous for many years on the Cloud Continent. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to a man. Heaven and earth wipeout. Just when most people thought the Yuhan Emperor Wu was going to take out his spirit weapon and defeat Yang Hui, the Yuhan Emperor Wu spoke coldly. Her voice was bone-chilling. As soon as she spoke, the area within 100 meters seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Many people with low cultivation base were shivering from the cold. This included the 2 girls, Li Fei and Ke. However, they were no longer affected by the cold as they covered their bodies with origin energy. She actually cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice and saw the commotion caused by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He immediately stood up without any hesitation. Ha! Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up as though nothing had happened. It shocked Li Fei and Ke who had been paying attention to him. They clearly saw the extent of Duan Lingtian's injuries earlier. Even if he consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill, he would need a few days to recover. However, he had fully recovered in just a few breaths' time. Of course, the 2 girls were shocked because Duan Lingtian had not told them about the royal grade resurrection pill. Whoosh! After standing up, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his royal grade spirit bow and arrow without any hesitation. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. 5 colored flames continued to erupt like sharp swords that gathered on his hands. Creak! In an instant, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. Strands of 5-colored energy flowed through the bow and arrow into the bowstring that was pulled into the shape of a full moon. For a moment, there were bolts of lightning around the bowstring. They were colorful bolts of lightning. Every time the bolts of lightning moved, it was like a sharp sword that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a whistling sound filled the air. It was the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy that had transformed into sword rays that were filled with icy cold energy that swept toward Yang Hui. During this process, The sword rays that filled the sky gathered together and transformed into a gigantic sword that was emitting terrifying cold energy. There was a strange gap at the tip of the gigantic sword. Soon, the gigantic sword vibrated and the gap at the tip of the sword was aimed at Yang Hui as though it was aiming. Oh no! Yang Hui's eyes narrowed and his face turned pale. At this moment, he felt that he was not the only one who was locked on. Even the space around him seemed to be locked on by a destructive force. This feeling made him feel hopeless. He could smell the scent of death. Without any hesitation, Yang Hui unleashed all his energy and used the spiritual sword in his hand to increase his strength in an attempt to escape from the force that was locked onto him. However, he soon realized that, no matter how he tried to evade, the force that was locked onto him was still locked onto him. There was no way for him to escape. This crazy woman actually has such a trick up her sleeve. Seems like I, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, am going to die in her hands today. At this moment, Yang Hui realized that he could not escape. He sighed in his heart and felt completely disheartened. Destroy. As the Yuhan Emperor Wu's mouth moved, a small dot of light suddenly appeared at the gap at the tip of the gigantic sword that was aimed at Yang Hui. As soon as the small dot of light appeared, it was as dazzling as the sun. However, unlike the scorching heat of the sun, the small dot of light emitted waves of terrifying cold energy, causing the faces of those below the Emperor Wu realm to change. They felt as though they were naked in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1288. Heaven and Earth Wipeout. The small specks of light were formed from the strongest sword skill, Heaven and Earth Wipeout, which came with Han Bing's God's sword technique. Once they exploded, they would turn into specks of light that filled the sky and whistled out. Any living thing that came into contact with the light dust would be annihilated. The small light dot contained extreme coldness. Once it exploded, any living thing that came into contact with the light dust would be turned into an ice sculpture. Almost at the same time, the energy from the small light dot's explosion would shatter the ice sculpture. The small light dot was getting brighter and brighter as though it was about to explode. Clang! A heavy sound of a string resonated in the air, causing most of the people present to feel pain in their eardrums. Impossible! Before most of the people could react, Yuhan Emperor Wu's exclamation entered their ears. At the same time, it also attracted their attention. Where's the small light dot? In an instant, many people noticed that the small light dot on the tip of Yuhan Emperor Wu's gigantic sword had disappeared. It was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Although the small light dot had disappeared, the energy from the gigantic sword still landed on Yang Hui's body and sent him flying. Yang Hui was unprepared because he thought he was going to die. Otherwise, he could have blocked the attack. Barf! Yang Hui spat out a mouthful of blood after he was sent flying. His face was pale and his body was shaking. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. It was only until he took out a healing pill that his pale face regained some color. Bang! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from afar. It was the small light dot that had exploded. With it as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius turned into a white ocean in just a blink of an eye. However, the white ocean soon disappeared with the wind as though it had never appeared. Heaven and Earth Wipeout was gone. It did not kill anyone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian activated the interlinking formation and retrieved the arrow that flew out with the small light dot. At the same time, Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian's direction. The black lightning that even she could not capture earlier came from that direction. Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes were looking up and down at Duan Lingtian when she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next moment, she lifted her head and looked at the sky. Who are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to have noticed something at this moment. Yuhan Emperor Wu narrowed her eyes and asked with a grave expression. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Martial Emperor Yuhan would realize that he was the one who had attacked earlier. However, He was shocked to find out that Martial Emperor Yuhan was looking at the sky above his head instead of the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand. Based on Yuhan Bing's words, Yuhan Bing's eyes, Duan Ling Tian immediately put away the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in his hand and followed everyone's gaze to look at the sky above his head. There was a person standing there. It was an old man in a fiery red robe. The old man stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. No one knew when the old man had appeared. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, had goosebumps. If the old man had intended to sneak an attack, none of them would have survived. Regarding this, they felt somewhat fortunate in their hearts. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matter between me and them? Yuhan Emperor Wu glared at the red-robed old man and asked in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Ke were stunned when they heard Yuhan Emperor Wu's words. Yuhan Emperor Wu thought it was the red-robed old man who blocked her heaven and earth wipeout sword skill. The person who blocked her attack was Duan Ling Tian. As the person himself, Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of this. Li Fei and Ke had been standing next to Duan Ling Tian the entire time. They had seen everything from the moment Duan Ling Tian took out the royal grade spirit bow and arrow to when he drew the bow and shot the arrow at lightning speed. Yuhan Emperor Wu did not manage to see the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, she would not have misunderstood. Naturally, she had to see it with her own eyes. Otherwise, she would not have believed it. She'd clearly tested Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier, and it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Yang Hui block the sword skill, heaven and earth wipeout, that she'd executed earlier. However, there was something she did not know. Apart from having a royal grade spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian had also cultivated the saint grade martial tactic. When he attacked earlier, he had cast the saint grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Although he had just cultivated it not long ago and could only be considered as a beginner, the power it displayed was not something a heaven-rank advanced martial tactic at the perfection stage could compare to. You, leave. The red-robed old man merely glanced at Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had a piercing glare in her eyes, and asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he did not take her seriously at all. It seems like you're going to meddle in my business? Yuhan Emperor Wu stared at the red-robed old man with a cold gleam in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice. This time, the red-robed old man ignored her. All right. Since you don't take me seriously, I'd like to see if you have the strength to meddle in my business. When Yuhan Emperor Wu reached the end of her sentence, she was so angry that she laughed. At the same time, she charged toward the red-robed old man. Her speed was so fast that she seemed to have disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. In a flash, most of the people thought there would be a fierce battle. They were all looking forward to it. However, what happened next was something no one had expected. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. Then, it set off a vast shockwave that swept out in all directions. It was so overwhelming that it caused many people with a lower cultivation base to take a few steps back. Not only that, but many of the trees nearby were also uprooted. However, no one was paying attention to this at that moment. They stared at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was sent flying like an arrow. Disbelief was written all over their faces. In just one blow, Yuhan Emperor Wu was sent flying in a wretched manner. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man stood there with a crimson flame swirling around his body. Around the crimson flame, there were other colors of energy moving rapidly. However, these were only inconspicuous. Who the hell are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After taking a healing elixir, she looked at the red-robed old man again. Her eyes were filled with fear. Just now, she didn't have time to react to what was going on before she was sent flying by the other party. At the moment when her opponent attacked, she felt a force that she could not resist. It landed on her body and sent her flying. I don't want to repeat what I just said. The red-robed old man spoke again. His voice was colder. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically. However, she did not dare to stay any longer. Soon, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She was so close to taking away the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now, it seemed that she could only find another opportunity. Before she left, Yuhan Emperor Wu glanced at Li Fei and Ke casually. When she saw the hostility in their eyes, she knew they would not leave with her. However, she was not bothered by it. These two girls were her tools to find the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now that she had found the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu, they were no longer of any use to her. Whoosh! Soon, Yuhan Emperor Wu disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After everyone caught their breaths, they looked at the red-robed old man in unison. "Thank you, Senior." Yang Hui quickly thanked the red-robed old man. Just like Yuhan Emperor Wu, he did not realize the person who helped them at the critical moment was Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people from Ling Xian Peak, including Zhou Di, were the same as him. In the face of Yang Hui's gratitude, the red-robed old man merely nodded his head nonchalantly. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls beside him before he left. He disappeared without a trace. He came and went like the wind. Expert. That's right. Only such a powerhouse can be called a master. Many Ling Xian Peak disciples exclaimed. They still had lingering fears when they recalled the scene earlier. He used the Saint-grade martial tactic just now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was guessing the identity of the red-robed old man, heard Wang Ba's voice. His voice was filled with certainty. Saint-grade martial tactic? You mean the senior earlier? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That's right, Wang Ba said with certainty. Although the Saint-grade martial tactic he used earlier is not as powerful as the one you've cultivated, it's still quite powerful. His ability is actually not much stronger than Yuhan Emperor Wu. However, since he cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, he could easily kill Yuhan Emperor Wu in just one blow. Wang Ba continued to praise the Saint-grade martial tactic as he spoke. If Duan Lingtian was still skeptical about the Saint-grade martial tactic in the past, however, he no longer had any doubts at this moment. This was because the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, that he cultivated, had told him how powerful the Saint-grade martial tactic was to a certain extent. It was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Young master, does it still hurt? Ke looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom with concern on her face. Li Fei was even more straightforward. She reached out her hand and touched Duan Lingtian's body. High in the sky, behind the clouds, the red-robed old man didn't leave. He stood there, quietly overlooking the scene below the clouds. We're leaving soon. Are you sure you don't want to see him? The red-robed old man turned his head and looked at the young and beautiful lady who was also dressed in red. Chapter 1289. If I see him, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear to leave. The red-clad lady sighed softly. Her gentle gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on Duan Lingtian. He might not let me leave. Humph, this brat has so many beauties now. I'm afraid he has already forgotten about you. The red-clad old man snorted. The lady smiled. I finally met his 2 fiancées. They're really as outstanding as he said. No, they're even more outstanding than he said. If you regret it, you can choose to stay. As for the other side, I'll talk to them. The old man suddenly said. If I regret it, they'll think you're making a fool out of them and might even kill you. If you die, they'll still take me away. At that time, it's very likely that he'll be implicated. The lady shook her head. Since the outcome will be the same, there's no need to complicate things. She really wanted to see Duan Lingtian. However, she knew now was not the right time. Elder brother Duan, do you know, Tian Wu has already regained her memory? The lady thought to herself. She was none other than Feng Tian Wu, who had been taken away from Lost Stone Forest on Cloud Continent. The person who took her away was the red-clad old man next to her. Chi Hua. Girl, the Saint Land is like a different world compared to here and Cloud Continent. If you leave, I don't know when you'll see him again. Qi Hua sighed. We'll meet again someday. Feng Tianwu said. She had a strong feeling. Even if she left this time, she would still see this man whom she missed dearly in the future. Let's go. Feng Tianwu said before she seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame. In just a blink of an eye, she swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qi Hua followed closely behind her. Before Feng Tianwu left, a stone tablet fell from the place where she had been standing. It was the stone tablet she had intentionally left behind. This stone tablet was densely carved with ancient and indecipherable words. Most importantly, a corner of the stone tablet was damaged. Whoosh! The speed at which the stone steel fell from the sky was getting faster and faster. It also alarmed Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. With a single glance, they saw a stone tablet falling from the sky, causing them to be dumbfounded. What's going on? Rain, snow, and even hail. I've seen it all before. However, this stone tablet. A Ling Xian Peak disciple swallowed hard. His eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone descend the stone tablet. Devil Seal Tombstone. While everyone, including Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, were stunned, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he recognized the stone tablet that fell from the sky. It was the Devil Seal tablet. Humph! Kid, this Devil Seal Tombstone is fake. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement and had no time to wonder why the Devil Seal tablet had fallen from the sky, Wang Ba's voice sounded like a bucket of cold water, causing him to sober up slightly. It's fake. With confusion, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and caught the Devil Seal tablet. It really is fake. The moment he caught the Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that this Devil Seal tablet was indeed fake. He was no stranger to the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, he clearly remembered the weight of the Devil Seal tablet. The weight of this fake Devil Seal tablet was very different from the real Devil Seal tablet. However, Duan Lingtian did not know this. The fake Devil Seal tablet in his hand was forged by Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, from Lost Stone Forest without touching the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, the weight was very different. However, the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi forged using the real Devil Seal tablet, the fake Devil Seal tablet that he used to exchange for the real Devil Seal tablet under Emperor Wu's nose, was about the same weight as the real Devil Seal tablet. Since Feng Tianwu had come into contact with the real Devil Seal tablet a long time ago, she did not notice anything wrong when Emperor Wu gave her the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi had forged. Crack! As the energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the fake Devil Seal tablet, the fake Devil Seal tablet in his hand shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the fake Devil Seal tablet shattered, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and passed through the clouds in the sky in just a blink of an eye, appearing behind the clouds. His heart was filled with questions. Although the Devil Seal tombstone was fake, where did it come from? He did not believe that it had fallen from the sky. Someone must have been here earlier. He left the fake Devil Seal tablet behind and left on his own. However, what's his intention? Duan Lingtian racked his brains, but he could not figure out what was going on. Brother Lingtian, what happened earlier? At this moment, Yang Hui stepped into the air and appeared next to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Li Fei and Kerr appeared as well. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. I used to have an identical stone tablet. Its amplification ability is comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, I lost that stone tablet a year ago when I lost my memory. Duan Lingtian said, the stone tablet earlier is fake. It's not the stone tablet I used to have. There's such a thing? Yang Hui was stunned. He was speechless. He could not figure out how such a thing could have happened. Soon after, Yang Hui's face turned grave as though he had recalled something. That crazy woman, Emperor Wu of Yuhan, actually attacked you just because you spent a little more time with my two sisters-in-law. After that, she even tried to kill me. She's crazy. Yang Hui recalled the scene that had just taken place. From the moment Emperor Wu of Yuhan appeared to the moment she attacked Duan Lingtian and severely injured Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill him. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly unnatural. Only he knew the truth. The reason why Martial Emperor Yuhan acted that way was not because he had abducted her two direct disciples, as she had said. Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan's ultimate goal was him. In Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes, he was the third reincarnation of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. To her, he was a valuable treasure. Fortunately, that senior lent me a helping hand. Otherwise, Yang Hui, would have been dead. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Li Fei and Ke looked at each other when they heard Yang Hui's words. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They knew very well what had happened earlier. It was their man, Duan Lingtian, who had saved Yang Hui from Yuhan Emperor Wu's evil clutches with his bow and arrow. He had pulled Yang Hui out of the gates of hell. However, they did not take the initiative to tell Yang Hui about this. This was because they knew that if they wanted Yang Hui to know, their man would tell him himself. I wonder who that senior is. Could he be one of the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian guessed. No. Yang Hui shook his head. I had the honor of meeting the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island once in the past. Although that senior's ability is powerful, I don't think he's at the level of the 3 island masters. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the technique he used to injure Yuhan Emperor Wu with just one blow should be a martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill. Yang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. A martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill? Li Fei and Ke were shocked. They looked confused. It was their first time hearing about such a martial skill. That's right. Yang Hui nodded. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill is also known as a Saint grade martial tactic. Apart from the overseas Saint Islands, there are only 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent that have mastered the Saint grade martial tactic. Saint grade martial tactic. With Yang Hui's explanation, Li Fei and Ke learned about how terrifying the Saint grade martial tactic was. They were shocked for some reason. Soon after, they looked at each other and seemed to have recalled something. They looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. The scene of Duan Lingtian saving Yang Hui earlier was still vivid in their minds. Scoundrel, what you used earlier, was that a Saint grade martial tactic? Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Ke's voice transmission followed. She was also asking the same question. That's right. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from the 2 girls. He answered honestly. Scoundrel, can I learn it? Li Fei's voice transmission continued to be transmitted. She seemed to be excited. Although Ke did not say anything, it could be seen from her hopeful eyes that she was also very interested in the Saint grade martial tactic. Of course, no problem. When Duan Lingtian replied to Li Fei, he looked at Ke and said through voice transmission, Ke, I'll pass the Saint grade martial tactic to you later. Thank you, young master. When Ke heard this, she was so excited that her face flushed red. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 flirting with each other, Yang Hui felt a little awkward. He left to comfort the Ling Xian Peak disciples. The scene earlier left an indelible mark in the hearts of the Ling Xian Peak disciples. However, although the commotion at the Ling Xian Peak people's residence was huge, it did not alarm the other people on the southern island, such as Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, not to mention their subordinates. The reason they were not alarmed was because the Hidden Fog Island had more or less set up some soundproof inscription formations around their residences. The Hidden Fog martial competition will be held tomorrow. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls back to his residence. His eyes gleamed, and his heart was filled with anticipation. After passing the Saint token that contained the Saint grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian sat with his legs crossed in the small courtyard. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow continued to play in his mind. According to Bastard, my colossal aerolite arrow is only at the rudimentary level. However, the rudimentary colossal aerolite arrow managed to break chilling Emperor Wu's heaven and earth wipeout. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene that happened not too long ago. However, although chilling Emperor Wu has cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak and can cast heaven and earth wipeout, she's not very familiar with the heaven and earth wipeout. At most, she's only at the initial stage. Chapter 1290. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifelong memories, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was extremely familiar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique at all. As soon as the frosty Emperor Wu made a move, he could easily see through her attainments in the Han Bing's divine sword technique and the heaven and earth wipeout with just a glance. Initially, when he passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kerr, he did not think there would be a second person in the world who would know the Han Bing's divine sword technique. However, it did not cross his mind at all. After more than 20,000 years, there was actually someone who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique like Kerr on the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he had cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. After cultivating the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak, if I cultivate the heaven and earth wipeout to the perfection stage, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Frost Emperor Wu. For such a person to fight with someone whose cultivation base and profundity are on par with him, unless he encounters someone who cultivates a cultivation method or martial tactic from the Tao Martial Saint Land, or someone who cultivates the 3 Lives Rebirth technique or the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he's almost invincible. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If the frosty Emperor Wu had cultivated the heaven and earth wipeout to the perfection stage, the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered now might not be able to break it. Although the colossal aerolite arrow is a saint-grade martial tactic, I've only grasped the surface of it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought about the terrifying power of the colossal aerolite arrow, Duan Lingtian was filled with motivation to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. He had an intuition. If he could cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow to its peak, even with his current cultivation base and profundity, he would be able to easily kill the frosty Emperor Wu. Bastard. In order to verify his intuition, Duan Lingtian especially asked Wang Ba about it. Soon he got the answer from Wang Ba. Humph. Kid, stop dreaming. Put aside the fact that you're cultivating a human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic, even if you're only cultivating a human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. No matter how high your comprehension ability is, you won't be able to cultivate it to its peak without several years of hard work. Wang Ba snorted and said, of course, if you can really master the colossal aerolite arrow, it'll be easy for you to kill that woman today. In fact, you'll only need 1 arrow to kill her instantly. A human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic is not something a human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic can compare to. Wang Ba continued. With his cultivation base at the first level of the Emperor Wu stage, he would only need 1 arrow to kill a powerhouse suspected to be at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Wang Ba's words. He could not help but have a shocked and incredulous expression on his face. According to the Iron Law on Cloud Continent, now that he had unleashed his full strength with the boost from the Royal Great Spirit weapon, it was impossible for him to compare to the frosty Emperor Wu, whose cultivation base was at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Moreover, even if the frosty Emperor Wu did not use any spirit weapon or martial skill, he could easily kill him with brute force alone, since he had cultivated all kinds of heaven rank advanced martial skills to the perfection stage. Naturally, this was only the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. The saint-grade martial tactic was not something from Cloud Continent, so it was enough to break the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. My current strength, my cultivation base is at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage, and I've comprehended the 5th level fused profundity and the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Emperor Wu's origin energy at the first level of the Emperor Wu stage is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Whether it's the 5th level fused profundity or the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity, each of them is equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons. In total, it's equivalent to the strength of 14 ancient black dragons. The royal grade spirit weapon can increase one's origin energy by 120%. Once my origin energy is unleashed, it's equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. In other words, the amplification of my origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. In that case, the strongest strength I can unleash now is equivalent to the strength of 16 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. It's less than the strength of 17 ancient black dragons. Duan Ling Tian had a clear understanding of the strength he could unleash now. Emperor Wu Yuhan's cultivation base is at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage. No matter how ordinary a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is, the strength of the profundity he has comprehended is at least the strength of 13 ancient black dragons, in addition to the origin energy that's equivalent to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. The strength of a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is at least the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. And this is without the use of a spirit weapon. Her strength has already surpassed mine without the use of a spirit weapon. Once she uses a spirit weapon, she'll completely crush me. Of course, Emperor Wu Yulan's strength isn't something an ordinary 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse can compare to. Putting everything else aside, based on the strength she displayed without the use of a spirit weapon, based on the lifetime experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it's at least the strength of 23 ancient black dragons. However, the heaven and earth wipeout cast by such a powerful strength was still broken by my colossal aerolite arrow. I feel like the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered is so powerful that it can even surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his emotions surged. Surpassed the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. What kind of concept was that? This is the strength of the colossal aerolite arrow that I've just cultivated. The Saint grade martial tactic is really shocking and surprising. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. This time, my cheapskate father is still quite reliable. He left me such a powerful Saint grade martial tactic. With this Saint grade martial tactic, I'm afraid it won't take long for my strength to be strong enough to roam the Cloud Continent and even the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence about this. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Duan Ling Tian was by the colossal aerolite arrow's power. At the same time, he cultivated even more diligently. He did not rest and conserve his energy just because the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held tomorrow on the Hidden Fog Island. The only thing left in his world was the colossal aerolite arrow. As for Kerr and Li Fei, the 2 girls, after realizing that they could not fulfill the conditions to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow for the time being, they continued to cultivate on their own. When dawn shrouded the entire Hidden Fog Island, the peace was broken. The entire Hidden Fog Island began to bustle with noise and excitement. This was because the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held on the Hidden Fog Island today. Many people had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Considering the terrifying destructive power of the powerhouses who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, the competition was not held on the Hidden Fog Island. Instead, it was held on the sea thousands of miles north of the Hidden Fog Island. At the same time, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island personally took the role of host. The 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island were the masters of the entire Hidden Fog Island. Rumor had it that they were the 3 most powerful existences on the Hidden Fog Island. As for whether their abilities were really that powerful, very few people could say for sure because very few people had seen them fight before. However, as the saying went, there is no smoke without fire. Be it the people of the Hidden Fog Island or the outsiders, very few people doubted the abilities of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. The reason why it was said that very few people doubted the abilities of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Among these people, Some of them were so confident that they went to the east island of the Hidden Fog Island with the intention of challenging the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. According to them, they wanted to expose the disguise of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island so that the world would know that they were just people who deceived the world. One by one, they rushed to the east island of the Hidden Fog Island to challenge the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Nobody knew what the outcome was. However, everyone was sure of one thing. The people who went to the east island of the Hidden Fog Island never saw them again. It was as if they had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. As more and more people disappeared, fewer and fewer people dared to challenge the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. In the end, very few people dared to doubt the abilities of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. This was because most people guessed that the disappearance of those people had something to do with the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Many people even felt that it was very possible that they had been killed by the 3 island masters when they were fighting. If that was the case, everything could be explained. This was because the Hidden Fog martial competition was held on the surface of the sea, and there were no restrictions on who could and could not attend. Therefore, almost everyone from the Hidden Fog Island had come. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, all of them came. The young ones who could not fly were carried by the older ones. The old ones who could not fly were carried by the strong ones. All in all, the Hidden Fog martial competition that day shook the entire Hidden Fog Island. It even caused all the shops in the Hidden Fog City to close their doors. The Hidden Fog City that was initially bustling with people was suddenly devoid of people. It was as if it had become a ghost town overnight. Early in the morning, the sky above the sea where the Hidden Fog martial competition was being held was filled with people. All of them were waiting for the Hidden Fog martial competition to begin. They're here. They're here. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse appeared with 10 of his disciples, the crowd above the sea was stirred. All of them were extremely excited, as though they were the ones who were going to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent appeared one after another. 10 people followed behind them. Yuhan, you're here early. An Emperor Wu powerhouse greeted Emperor Wu Yuhan, who had just arrived. Lei Ming, long time no see. Emperor Wu Yuhan responded faintly. He seemed to be a little bored. Chapter 1291. Among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, both Thunder Emperor Wu and Yuhan Emperor Wu were in the top 3 in terms of ability. Both of them were on par with each other. They were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. Even they themselves could not say who was ranked 2nd because they were not confident that they could defeat each other even if they were to fight each other. Above the 2 of them, only one martial emperor could defeat them. Of course, this was only referring to Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It did not include all the Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Because of this, be it Yuhan Emperor Wu or Thunder Emperor Wu, they had always been at odds with each other. They were not even considered passers-by, let alone friends. Naturally, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was not that naive to take the initiative to greet Martial Emperor Yuhan. Yuhan, you only brought 8 Yuhan Valley's disciples? It seems like there's no one else in Yuhan Valley. What a pity. Could it be that Yuhan Valley's legacy is going downhill in your generation? Thunder Emperor Wu glanced behind Yuhan Emperor Wu unintentionally and pretended to be surprised as he exclaimed. Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to be mentally prepared for this and did not show any dissatisfaction. Behind her, the group of Yuhan Valley's disciples led by her most powerful direct disciple, Soaring, was glaring at Thunder Emperor Wu angrily. Yuhan, it seems like Yuhan Valley's rules are not that great. Not only did such a big group of female disciples not greet me when they saw me as an elder, but they even dared to. Thunder Emperor Wu interrupted himself and chuckled. Greetings, Junior Aunt Yuhan. Almost as soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, the 10 Thundercloud Peaks disciples behind Thunder Emperor Wu bowed to Yuhan Emperor Wu in unison. He seemed very polite. The 8 Yuhan Valley disciples' faces darkened. What the people of Thundercloud Peak did was undoubtedly a slap to their faces and to Yuhan Valley's face. Humph! No matter how strong martial Emperor Yuhan's willpower was, she could not help but snort in anger when she was mocked by martial Emperor Lei Ming over and over again, coupled with the strange gazes that were directed at her from the surroundings. Of course, if it was the previous Yuhan Emperor Wu, he might have been able to endure a little longer. But the problem was that Emperor Wu of Yuhan had just suffered a loss in a certain place yesterday, so until now, he was still in a bad mood. It was inevitable that he would be a little angry. Seeing that the Yuhan Emperor Wu was leaving with the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples, the Thunder Emperor Wu finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile of victory. He and Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan had been fighting for more than 10 years. Until now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Today, to him, it was undoubtedly something to be happy about that he was able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu verbally in such an occasion. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Thunder Emperor Wu ordered the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind him to continue forward and look for a suitable place to settle down. Behind him, a man and a woman followed closely behind. It was a young man and a young woman. Behind them, there were 8 people following behind them. The 8 of them were either young men, middle-aged men, or old men in their 70s. He's Thunder Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent? I've heard of him. He's the master of Cloud Continent's Thundercloud Peak. He's ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. You only realized it now? It seems like you don't know that the woman who was arguing with him earlier is the master of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. She's as famous as him. That woman is Yuhan Emperor Wu? She's known as the female peak powerhouse on Cloud Continent? When Thunder Emperor Wu and the rest moved again to look for a suitable place to settle down, many of the Hidden Fog Islands people who were watching were discussing among themselves. Their voices were filled with admiration. Of course, they were mostly admiring Yuhan Emperor Wu's power. It did not matter if it was on Hidden Fog Island or Cloud Continent. Women, in general, were much worse than men. It was difficult for men to cultivate to Emperor Wu's level, let alone a woman like her. Therefore, compared to Thunder Emperor Wu, they admired this female Emperor Wu more. She was merely a woman, but she was so powerful that she could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It was truly shocking. As the group of Hidden Fog Islands people whispered and discussed among themselves, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's face turned grave when he heard every word that they said. Now, there were even people who said that he, a man, was no match for a woman. Although he had lived for half his life, he still felt humiliated and angry. He really couldn't refute this point. It was not only because of the gender difference, but he was also a few years older than Yuhan Emperor Wu in terms of age. Senior Sister Bai, you're the only one who can avenge Master from this humiliation. The tall young man who was following closely behind Thunder Emperor Wu, who was Zhou Yi, said to the young woman next to him after hearing the people's whispers. The young woman was Thunder Emperor Wu's first direct disciple, Lan Bai. She was also a female Emperor Wu powerhouse like Yuhan Emperor Wu. Naturally, it was impossible for Lan Bai's current strength to be on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu's. However, she had the advantage of being young. She might have a chance to surpass Yuhan Emperor Wu in the future. Yuhan Emperor Wu. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Lan Bai immediately looked at the woman's back in the distance. Her eyes gleamed brightly. She had become a disciple of Thunder Emperor Wu earlier than Zhou Yi. Therefore, she could empathize with the people's whispers. It was just as Zhou Yi had said. She was the only one who could avenge her master from this humiliation. As long as she could defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu and become a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands, she would be able to redeem her master's dignity. At that time, nobody would say that her master was inferior to a woman. They would only say that her master's female disciple would be able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu. At that time, the difference between her master and Yuhan Emperor Wu would be obvious. Although Zhou Yi was speaking softly to Lan Bai, Thunder Emperor Wu's hearing was extremely sharp. Naturally, he heard everything clearly. At once, the frustration in his heart disappeared and was replaced by relief. Zhou Yi is a good kid. Not only is he low-key and humble, but he's also considerate of me. It's not a waste of my life to have a direct disciple like him and The more Thunder Emperor Wu thought about it, the more relieved he felt. Zhou. Just when Thunder Emperor Wu was feeling happy, a thunderous roar reverberated in the air. It stunned Thunder Emperor Wu, and his face turned grave. Just by listening to the voice without seeing the person, he could tell that the person did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the person was targeting his direct disciple, Zhou. When he turned around, he saw a rather familiar figure leading 10 people in a grandiose manner. The person who roared earlier was the leader, Emperor Wu Shiqi. With just a glance, Thunder Emperor Wu recognized the leader. It was the owner of Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu Shiqi. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he had seen Emperor Wu a few times. During those few times, Emperor Wu was humble in front of him. However, today he was so aggressive that he did not take him seriously at all. At once, Thunder Emperor Wu could only feel the anger brewing in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. Emperor Wu did not expect this at all. He had brought his 10 disciples to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. However, he had encountered the traitor Zhou. Although he could only see the back of the figure from afar, he immediately recognized that the owner of the figure was Zhou, the direct disciple that he had once thought highly of but had betrayed him in the end. At once, Emperor Wu glared at Zhou with fire in his eyes. At this moment, it was as though Zhou was the only person left in his world. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was walking in front of Zhou and had turned around when he heard Zhou's shout, was completely ignored by him. Junior brother Zhou? He seems to be Emperor Wu from Lost Stone Forest. Did you offend him? Lan Bai, who was walking side by side with Zhou, recognized Emperor Wu the moment she turned around with Zhou. As the most favored direct disciple under Thunder Emperor Wu, she often traveled with Thunder Emperor Wu. She had seen Emperor Wu once before, so she could recognize him. Fear flashed through the depth of Zhou's eyes as he looked at Emperor Wu, who was glaring at him furiously and would attack him at any time. However, this frightening ray of light disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Zhou had completely calmed down. He looked at Emperor Wu calmly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. So, it's Senior Shiqi. Zhou nodded at Martial Emperor Shiqi and greeted him nonchalantly. Senior Shiqi? Upon hearing Zhou's words, Emperor Wu was stunned. The few Lost Stone Forest disciples who knew Zhou behind him were stunned as well. Soon after, Emperor Wu snapped back to his senses. In his opinion, it was obvious that Zhou had nothing to fear since he dared to be so calm in front of him. At this moment, Emperor Wu shifted his gaze away from Zhou and looked around him. It was as though he was trying to find out why Zhou was so confident in front of him. Thunder Emperor Wu. With just a glance, he saw Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was standing behind Zhou. At that moment, he realized why Zhou was still so calm after seeing him. Zhou, you're really something. You've just betrayed Lost Stone Forest and you've already found another backer. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Wu looked at Zhou again and mocked him. Betrayed Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the 9 Thundercloud Peak's disciples, including Lan Bai, looked at Zhou with confusion in their eyes. Chapter 1292. Apart from the group of Thundercloud Peak disciples, even the master of Thundercloud Peak, Thunder Emperor Wu, was looking at Zhou as though he wanted to confirm if Emperor Wu Shiqi was telling the truth. His instincts told him that everything that Emperor Wu Shiqi said might be true. What? You don't dare to admit that you betrayed the Lost Stone Forest? When Emperor Wu saw that Zhou seemed to be ignoring him, he smirked. At the same time, he looked at Thunder Emperor Wu and said with a solemn expression, Thunder Emperor Wu, although I don't know why a traitor from the Lost Stone Forest would come to your Thundercloud Peak, I still have to remind you, Zhou is not worthy of your trust, nor is he worthy of your protection. If he can betray the Lost Stone Forest, he can betray your Thundercloud Peak as well. At this moment, Emperor Wu was almost certain. Zhou Yi had become a Thundercloud Peak disciple and was protected by Thunder Emperor Wu. He knew very well. Thunder Emperor Wu's ability was not something he could compare to. If he wanted to punish the traitor Zhou Yi under Thunder Emperor Wu's nose and take back the mysterious stone tablet that Zhou Yi had secretly swapped, he could only use his wits and not his strength. Betrayed the Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, before Thunder Emperor Wu could respond, Zhou Yi had already made his move. He lifted his head slowly and glanced at Emperor Wu nonchalantly before he said, I admit that I was once Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, I left the Lost Stone Forest. Are you sure it's because I betrayed you and not because you can't tolerate me? I can't tolerate you? Emperor Wu, who was stunned by Zhou Yi's words, snapped back to his senses and sneered. However, when Martial Emperor Shi opened his mouth and was about to say something, he abruptly shut his mouth in an obedient manner. The cold smile on his face completely froze at this moment. All of this was because a voice transmission had sounded out by his ear. Shi, if you dare to call me a traitor of Lost Stone Forest again, I'll hand that stone tablet over to Emperor Wu. At that time, it'll be even more difficult for you to take the stone tablet back. The voice transmission that entered Emperor Wu's ears came from Zhou Yi. Threats. It was a blatant threat. With just a few words, Zhou Yi had completely shut up Emperor Wu's mouth. As the saying goes, hit the snake where it hurts. What Zhou Yi was doing now was no different from that. Naturally, the reason why Zhou Yi's threat was so effective was because Emperor Wu still had not given up on the stone tablet that he had secretly replaced. He knew that Emperor Wu's greatest goal wasn't to punish him, the traitor, but the stone steel. Compared to the stone tablet, a traitor like him was not worth mentioning. You unfilial disciple. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's threat, Emperor Wu was so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. However, he only dared to scold Zhou Yi through voice transmission. He was really worried that Zhou Yi would hand the stone tablet over to Emperor Wu of Thunder. If the stone tablet was in Zhou Yi's hands, there was still hope for him to snatch it back. However, if it was in the hands of Emperor Wu of Thunder, there was almost no hope for him to snatch it back. After weighing the pros and cons, he naturally hoped that the stone tablet would remain in Zhou Yi's hands instead of the Thunder Emperor Wu's. As for whether the stone tablet was still in Zhou Yi's hands, he did not doubt it at all. With Zhou Yi's greed, it was impossible for him to hand the stone tablet over to someone else unless he was facing a life and death crisis. Why? Can't say anything? Are you in the wrong? Zhou Yi said with a mocking smile when he saw Martial Emperor Shi, who was rendered speechless by Zhou Yi's words. Zhou Yi, what's going on? At this moment, Emperor Wu of Thunder finally spoke. His voice was solemn, and there was no emotion in it at all. Master, it's true that I was a disciple of Lost Stone Forest in the past. Moreover, I was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, I left Lost Stone Forest after my sister was raped and killed by him. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth as he spoke to Emperor Wu of Thunder. Emperor Wu of Thunder framed me as a traitor of Lost Stone Forest in order to get rid of the root of the problem. When Zhou Yi reached the end of his sentence, tears began to roll down his face that was filled with grief and indignation. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Yi's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Almost everyone, including the Lost Stone Forest disciples, shifted their attention to Martial Emperor Shi in unison. There were looks of disdain, mockery, and anger. Although some of the disciples of Lost Stone Forest had heard about Zhou Yi's betrayal of Lost Stone Forest, they did not know the reason behind it. To them, it was a mystery that was difficult to solve. However, the mystery seemed to have been revealed today. Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent is a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse after all. I can't believe he's capable of doing such a thing. How infuriating. That's right. He even killed the family of his direct disciple. Is there anything he won't do? Back then, I thought about joining Lost Stone Forest and becoming Emperor Wu's disciple. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I made a different choice back then. Compared to Zhou Yi, your choice is the right one. Whether it was the people from Hidden Fog Island or the group of Emperor Wu's disciples from Cloud Continent, all of them looked at Emperor Wu of disdain as they whispered among themselves. Their gazes were filled with disdain. At this moment, even the 10 Lost Stone Forest's disciples behind Emperor Wu felt ashamed and resentful. If they were not worried that Emperor Wu would attack them, they would have run as far away as they could from Emperor Wu and acted as if they did not know him. Led by Lan Bai, many of the Thundercloud Peak's disciples looked at Emperor Wu angrily as they sympathized with Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that Zhou Yi would accuse him in such a way and frame him. It caused him to feel a wave of grievance, and he wished for nothing more than to tell the entire sequence of events so that the truth would be revealed to the world. However, could he do that? Once he did that, it would undoubtedly force Zhou Yi into a corner, and the mysterious stone tablet would most likely fall into the hands of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. That was not the ending he wanted. Emperor Wu did not refute Zhou Yi's accusation and the crowd's mockery. At this moment, the crowd believed Zhou Yi's words even more. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort that sounded like an explosion resonated in the air. It was so loud that it hurt everyone's eardrums. Just when the crowd snapped back to their senses and looked in the direction of the sound to see who had snorted, bang! A loud bang resonated in the air, followed by a vast shockwave that swept out and attracted everyone's attention. Subsequently, most of them noticed that Emperor Wu had disappeared. Only a few people with a higher cultivation base could clearly see that Emperor Wu did not disappear. Instead, he was sent flying by a powerful force and was severely injured. These people were also the first to react as they looked at Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Somehow, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was already standing in front of Zhou Yi. He was the one who had attacked earlier. He had always been satisfied with Zhou Yi as his direct disciple. However, today someone had framed Zhou Yi, causing him to doubt Zhou Yi's character. At this moment, he was filled with rage. In his rage, he immediately attacked Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu, I don't want to see you again. If you dare to appear before me in the span of 3 breaths, I'll definitely kill you. Just when most of the people regained their senses and shifted their gazes to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Martial Emperor Lei Ming spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His tone was firm and filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. At this moment, Emperor Wu, who had just consumed the healing pill, had a drastic change of expression. He did not wait for his injuries to heal before he quickly fled. His speed was even faster than lightning. He did not look like someone who had just been injured. At this moment, the vast sea regained its calm. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lost Stone Forest looked at each other. They did not know if they should leave or not. They were stuck in a dilemma. On the other side, today was the day of the Hidden Fog martial competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. Since Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, he had yet to regain his senses. For this reason, the group of people from Lingxian Peak departed a little later to wait for him. Whoosh! 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 The group of people from Lingxian Peak was led by Emperor Wu Yonghui. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and walked side by side with Yonghui. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Of course, most of his attention was attracted by the 2 little girls. Brother Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Island, has invested a lot in the Hidden Fog martial competition this time. The person who obtains the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition will receive 10 Saint Stones. Yang Hui told Duan Lingtian along the way. 10 Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up right away. He was interested in the Hidden Fog martial competition on the Hidden Fog Island because he was interested in the Saint Stones. The Saint Stones could help him elevate his cultivation base. Now that his cultivation base had entered the Emperor Wu stage and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had been depleted, it was difficult for him to cultivate even though his innate talent had already reached the pinnacle of Cloud Continent. However, everything would be different with the Saint Stones. His cultivation base would increase rapidly, and he would advance by leaps and bounds. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the group entered the ocean and headed to the north of the Hidden Fog Island. That was where the Hidden Fog martial competition was held. It was also their destination. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as though he had noticed something. In the distance, a silhouette was dashing toward them at an extremely fast speed. It was getting closer and closer. When the person got closer, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. Emperor Wu, Shi. Chapter 1293. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized Shi Emperor Wu. However, at the moment he recognized Shi Emperor Wu had already passed by them from afar. The people from Lingshan Peak, including Spirit Profound Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, did not have time to react. In his haste, Yang Hui did not recognize Shi Emperor Wu and continued to talk to Duan Lingtian. You guys go first. I still have something to do. I'll catch up with you guys later. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui and the two girls. Then, without waiting for their reply, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before everyone's eyes except for Yang Hui. Yang Hui frowned slightly. Just as he was about to turn around to look at Duan Lingtian, who was walking back, he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian had asked him to go first again. At that moment, Yang Hui could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian's problem was not as simple as it seemed. Although he did not know what was going on, he was certain of one thing. Duan Lingtian wanted to solve it himself and did not want to rely on others. After catching his breath, Yang Hui called out to Li Fei and Ke before he ordered the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples to continue on their way. At that moment, Li Fei and Ke also received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. The second reminder from Duan Lingtian made them feel relieved. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian first said that, they did not feel confident at all. Now that Duan Lingtian had revealed everything to them, they felt relieved and didn't have to worry about him any longer. When Yang Hui, Li Fei, Ke, and the others left, Duan Lingtian followed behind Shi Emperor Wu. Flying at full speed, his speed was faster than Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to Shi Emperor Wu. With Duan Lingtian's current ability, Shi Emperor Wu was no match for him regardless of his spirit weapon. After all, Shi Emperor Wu was only at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who relied on his own comprehension of profundity, apart from profundity, Shi Emperor Wu relied on his origin energy as well. It was an important part of the strongest power he could unleash. If both of them were to use spirit weapons, Duan Lingtian would not have much confidence in defeating Shi Emperor Wu unless he used the colossal arrow-light arrow. At this moment, Shi Emperor Wu was fleeing for his life, but he did not use his spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his spirit weapon as well, the strength he unleashed without his spirit weapon was much stronger. Therefore, his speed was much faster than Shi Emperor Wu. If this continues, it'll take me some time to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian, who was flying forward, frowned. He seemed to be dissatisfied with his current speed. Since he was dissatisfied, he would think of a way to solve it. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Lingtian suddenly stretched his hands forward. A moment later, a strong black bow appeared in his left hand. The bowstring on the strong bow looked extraordinary. There was an arrow in his right hand. It was a pitch-black arrow. It was the royal grade spirit weapon bow that he had refined not long ago. He bent his waist, knocked the arrow, and released the bowstring. It was not a complicated action, but Duan Lingtian did it effortlessly. Along with the loosening of the bowstring in Duan Lingtian's hand, the arrow that was pitch black like ink seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that swiftly shot out, and its speed was ridiculously fast. Naturally, this was only the speed at the beginning. The speed of the arrow needed some time to increase. At the instant the arrow was shot out, at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian finally moved. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, and the direction he shot out was precisely the direction the arrow flew out from. A wave of heartache and worry rose in his heart when he thought about Feng Tianwu. At that time, he had lost his mind before he could save Feng Tianwu and leave the Lost Stone Forest. According to Wang Ba, he had lost his mind. After he lost his rationality, he directly left Lost Stone Forest and left Feng Tianwu there. Tianwu was willing to go to the Lost Stone Forest for his sect, but he had left her behind at the critical moment. Although it was because he had lost his mind, his heart was still filled with guilt. The moment he saw Emperor Wu, he did not think about the Devil Seal tablet that he had lost. Instead, he thought about Feng Tianwu. I can't believe your ability has improved so much in this 1 year. With the help of the spirit weapon, your speed is even faster than mine without the help of the spirit weapon. Emperor Wu did not reply to Duan Lingtian. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he lamented in a cold voice. Killing intent shot out from the depth of his eyes. He had confirmed one thing from the purple-clothed young man's question. He had not seen the yellow-clad young lady and the white-clad little girl. Otherwise, it was impossible that he did not know about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. He had told the two ladies that he could not afford to offend about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. I'm asking you, is Tianwu still in the Lost Stone Forest? Duan Lingtian, who was ignored by Emperor Wu, spoke in a deep voice. If anything happens to Tianwu, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the entire Lost Stone Forest. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered in the wind. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. Around his body, streaks of 5-colored lightning flashed, as if they had transformed into countless electric snakes that rapidly moved around him. Just a glance was enough to dazzle anyone. Annihilate the entire Lost Stone Forest? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Emperor Wu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. You? If Duan Lingtian had the yellow-clad young lady or the white-clad little girl by his side, perhaps he would be slightly fearful. However, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian at all, even if he had the help of his spirit weapon and possessed a shocking speed. After all, his opponent no longer had the mysterious stone tablet to rely on. As soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely like an electric snake. At the same time, his hands moved at lightning speed. He raised the bow, knocked the arrow, and pulled the string to the maximum. The entire process was done in one go. 5-colored flames instantly soared and spread around Duan Lingtian's body. When it gathered on the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set in his hand, more flames gathered at the tip of the arrow. The energy became more and more condensed. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a small scorching sun that was dazzling and eye-catching. A terrifying aura filled the air. At this moment, the smile on Emperor Wu's face had disappeared. A 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon long spear. As the long spear shook, energy swept around his body. The energy seemed to have transformed into pythons that were moving rapidly around the long spear. It's good to be confident. However, it's not good to be confident to the point of being arrogant. You managed to escape that day, but you won't be so lucky today. Emperor Wu had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. He had to kill him. If he did not kill him, would he not be dead when Duan Lingtian encountered the two young ladies? His heart shuddered when he recalled the yellow-clad young lady and the white-clad little girl. If it was possible, he hoped that he would never see them again in his life. You want to kill me? Let's see how strong you are, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian sneered. As soon as his words left his mouth, a loud buzz reverberated in the air. It caused the air to tremble and ripples spread out like water. It was the loud sound of the bowstring on Duan Lingtian's bow. Chapter 1294. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out. It was so fast that Emperor Wu could not react in time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Humph! The sound of the arrow piercing through the air, the sound of the arrow piercing through the body, and a groan of pain were heard almost at the same time. Emperor Wu's hand that was holding the spear was pierced through before he could react. Only a hideous bloody hole was left, and blood kept spurting out of it. His arm bone was broken by the arrow. Whoosh! 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 Just as Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically, and he was shocked by the speed and power of Duan Lingtian's arrow, Duan Lingtian shot out another 3 arrows consecutively. The arrow was still the same arrow. It was shot out 4 times, and it returned to Duan Lingtian's hand 4 times. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 On the other hand, Martial Emperor Shiqi's other arm and both of his legs had a terrifying bloody hole on each of them. At this moment, Martial Emperor Shiqi's face turned ghastly pale immediately. You? When he looked at Duan Lingtian with a painful expression, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect the purple-clothed young man in front of him to become so strong after more than a year. Without the mysterious stone tablet as a support, his strength had already surpassed him. Just now, when Duan Lingtian shot the first arrow, he did not have time to react before he was shot. After that, Duan Lingtian shot out 3 more arrows. Although he chose to dodge at the first moment, the arrows shot by Duan Lingtian seemed to have eyes. They pierced through both his arms and legs, and the arrows shattered his bones. Such a powerful and terrifying archery skill made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew the purple-clothed young man in front of him was not the purple-clothed young man from more than a year ago. He was far from being a match for him. How did you become so strong? It's only been more than a year. While Emperor Wu was terrified, he was filled with dissatisfaction. A year ago, Duan Lingtian did not use the stone tablet to activate his secret skill, and he was like an ant in front of him. However, today, Duan Lingtian defeated him with his own strength. It made him feel like he had lived half his life in vain. I'll ask you one last time, is Tian Wu still in your lost stone forest? Duan Lingtian ignored Emperor Wu's eyes. His eyes were cold as he asked his question. His eyes. He made a decision in his heart. If Martial Emperor Shiqi still refused to cooperate, he would not hold back anymore. She's not. This time, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Martial Emperor Shiqi had already answered in a panic. He was completely terrified after witnessing Duan Lingtian's current strength. She's not here? Duan Lingtian had a cold expression on his face. The energy in his body rose again. 5-colored lightning began to dance around the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right hand. They emitted a terrifying aura. Qi Hui took her away. Emperor Wu's body trembled as he answered in a panic. He no longer looked like a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. He looked like a pitiful person who was struggling to survive. Qi Hui? Duan Lingtian frowned. Qi Hui is the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island. His position in the Hidden Fog Island is only below the 3 island masters. Back then, he came to my Lost Stone Forest as the Hidden Fog Island's messenger to deliver the news that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held in advance. Emperor Wu said, "At that time, he took a fancy to your confidant's talent and took her away. If I'm not mistaken, your confidant should be in the Hidden Fog Island now." Tian Wu is in the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Emperor Wu's words. He asked in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll be struck to death by the lightning punishment if I'm lying." Emperor Wu said. Duan Lingtian finally believed Emperor Wu's words. He sighed in relief. This meant Tian Wu was fine. Moreover, as long as Tian Wu was in the Hidden Fog Island, he believed they would meet soon. This was good news to him. However, I haven't told Kerr and Little Fei about Tian Wu. Kerr is fine. I wonder if Little Fei will be angry. Duan Lingtian felt a headache when he thought about Li Fei, who was jealous. He knew very well how Tian Wu felt about him. After so many years of being together, he had developed feelings for Tian Wu. Unknowingly, he realized that Tian Wu's position in his heart was already on par with Ku Er and Li Fei. and each of them occupied a place. Martial Emperor Shi hovered in the air at the side. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, his injuries had recovered slightly. However, it would take some time for his pierced limbs to heal completely. After all, the healing pill in his hand was only a grade 1 life recovery pill. If he had Duan Lingtian's royal grade resurrection pill, he would be able to heal his injuries completely in just a blink of an eye. Although his injuries had healed slightly, Emperor Wu did not dare to leave. Emperor Wu had a complicated expression in his eyes as he looked at the purple-clad young man. His heart was filled with dread. A year ago, this purple-clad young man had to rely on the mysterious stone tablet to activate his secret method before he could fight with him. However, a year had passed, and the purple-clad young man's ability had completely crushed him without using his secret method. "Where's my Devil Seal tablet?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and asked in a deep voice as he looked at Emperor Wu again. "The Devil Seal tablet." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Emperor Wu's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with bitterness. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would not remember the mysterious stone tablet. If he could survive today, he might have a chance to snatch it back from Zhou Yi's hands in the future. However, things did not go as he wished. Duan Lingtian finally remembered the mysterious stone tablet. So, it's called the Devil Seal tablet. Emperor Wu sighed. "The Devil Seal tablet is not in my hands." Emperor Wu smiled wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sharp gaze. "Not in your hands?" Duan Lingtian sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Emperor Wu's words. What a joke! Martial Emperor Shi was the master of Lost Stone Forest. Back then, Martial Emperor Shi had fought with him after he was devilified. He knew that there was a shocking secret in the Devil Seal tablet. However, his Devil Seal tablet was left in Lost Stone Forest in the end. The Devil Seal tablet was not in Emperor Wu's hands? Who would believe that? It's really not in my hands. As though he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Emperor Wu smiled wryly. After you left, the Devil Seal tablet was indeed in my hands. I admit that. However, in the process of studying the Devil Seal tablet, I was deceived by Zhou Yi, and he replaced the real Devil Seal tablet with a fake one. I can swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation on this. When he reached the end of his sentence, killing intent rose in the depth of Emperor Wu's eyes. Naturally, it was not targeted at Duan Lingtian. Instead, it was targeted at his traitorous disciple, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi? Duan Lingtian frowned. The person who abducted Tian Wu and brought her to Lost Stone Forest? Isn't he your direct disciple? He used to be my direct disciple. However, from the moment he replaced the Devil Seal tablet with a fake one, he was no longer my direct disciple. He's no longer a member of Lost Stone Forest. Emperor Wu said. You didn't find him after that? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. I went to look for him after that, but it was to no avail. However, I saw him today. Emperor Wu said frankly. He could guess Duan Lingtian's purpose for appearing here. He must be here for the hidden fog martial competition. Even if he did not say anything, Duan Lingtian would still be able to see Zhou Yi. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to say it. Perhaps he could curry favor with Duan Lingtian and spare his life. You saw him today? He's in the hidden fog island? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise as his eyes lit up. Yes. Emperor Wu nodded. He's in the hidden fog island now. He's here to participate in the hidden fog martial competition with an Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent. You didn't get the Devil Seal tablet back. Duan Lingtian frowned. The Emperor Wu he's with now is much more powerful than me. Emperor Wu recounted his encounter with Zhou Yi, including Zhou Yi's threat, his thoughts, and his fear of the Thunder Emperor Wu. Thunder Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced at Emperor Wu nonchalantly. He said, Since you're so cooperative, I won't kill you today. I hope you won't provoke me again. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Tian, who had learned of Tian Wu's whereabouts and the Devil Seal Tablet's whereabouts, was eager to rush to the place where the hidden fog martial competition was held. He was certain that the Devil Seal Tablet was there. As for Tian Wu, since Tian Wu was taken away by the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island, even if she didn't participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition today, I'm sure she'll be there. Duan Tian speculated. However, he did not know that for some reason, apart from Feng Tianwu, even the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island, Qihua, had left the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Tian was about to leave. Wait! Right at this moment, Martial Emperor Shi called out to him. What's the matter? Duan Tian frowned. I owe you a favor if you don't kill me today. There's something I need to tell you. Emperor Wu said. Under Duan Tian's curious gaze, Emperor Wu continued. Actually, 2 powerful demon emperor powerhouses came to my Lost Stone Forest not too long ago. What does this have to do with me? Duan Tian frowned even more. He did not have the time to listen to Emperor Wu's nonsense. They came for you. However, what Emperor Wu said next stunned Duan Tian. They came for me? Who are they? 2 demon emperor powerhouses. He remembered that he did not know any demon emperor powerhouses. Chapter 1295. Yellow-clad young girl? Mischievous? After hearing Emperor Wu's words, a familiar figure immediately appeared in Duan Tian's mind. Han Xuanai. Xuanai is back? Duan Tian's eyes lit up. It was easy for him to guess that the yellow-clad young girl was Han Xuanai. Subsequently, he looked at Emperor Wu and asked, what are the characteristics of the other white-clad little girl? Or, how did the yellow-clad young girl address her? The yellow-clad young girl addressed her as Little White. Emperor Wu recalled for a moment before replying. Little White. Duan Tian's heart jolted. If he had only guessed that the yellow-clad young girl was Han Xuanai earlier, he did not dare to be 100% sure. But now he was completely sure of it. Was Little White not the little white python from all those years ago? It seems like Little White has already transformed into a human. She has transformed into a little girl. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Duan Tian's mouth. The little girl from all those years ago had grown to such a stage now. He could not help but sigh. Xuanai brought Little White back. I wonder if Little Black and Little White came back together. Duan Tian could not help but think of the other 2 little fellows when he thought of Xuanai and Little White. The little black python and the little gold mouse. At that time, the 3 little fellows had left with Xuanai. They had been gone for many years. Now that he heard that they had returned, the memories that had been sealed in the depths of Duan Tian's mind gushed out. I'll bring Kerr, Little Fei and Tian Wu back to Cloud Continent after the matter with the overseas Saint Islands is settled. It's been so many years. I really miss them. Duan Tian had a plan in his mind. Han Xuanai's figure and the 3 little fellows' figures flashed past his mind. According to Emperor Wu, Xuanai still looks the same as before. As for the 3 little fellows, they've already taken human form. If I see them again, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize them. Thinking of this, Duan Tian's heart inexplicably trembled. Did you just say that they are demon emperors? Duan Tian looked at Emperor Wu. He recalled what Emperor Wu had just said. Between the 2 of them, the yellow-clothed girl is the leader, and the white-clothed girl can easily defeat me. With her strength, as long as she wants to, she can kill me anytime. Emperor Wu smiled bitterly and said, if they are not monster monarchs, then what are they? Although human martial artists could retain their youthful looks after breaking through to the martial monarch stage, it was difficult to tell their age. However, the yellow-clothed girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm at the age of 15 or 16 and staying young forever. Was that even possible? As for the white-clothed little girl, she did not look more than 10 years old. It was even more impossible for her to break through to the martial monarch stage before she was 10 years old. Therefore, he concluded that regardless of whether it was the yellow-clothed girl or the white-clothed little girl, they were not humans but demon beasts. To be more precise, they were demon beasts that had taken human form. Little White is so powerful now? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect this. After so many years, the little white python from back then had already become so powerful. Duan Lingtian, who left Emperor Wu Shiqi and turned to chase after the people from Lingshan Peak, felt emotional. How shocking! Even Little White has broken through to the Emperor stage and become a Demon Emperor powerhouse. I'm afraid Little Black and Little Gold have also become Demon Emperor powerhouses. There's also Xuanai. Duan Lingtian sighed when he recalled the mischievous yellow-clothed girl. He still remembered. All those years ago, he'd met Han Xuanai in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sect. At that time, he'd even guessed that Han Xuanai was very likely to be the young miss of a powerful force in the Darkhan dynasty. In the end, he realized Han Xuanai was not from the Darkhan dynasty. Later on, he had also guessed Han Xuanai was from the Han clan of the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. However, based on the current situation, it did not seem to be the case. Xuanai should not be from the Cloud Continent. In that case, there are only two possibilities. She's either from the overseas Saint Islands or the Dao Martial Saint Land. Between the two possibilities, Duan Lingtian was more inclined to the latter. Han Xuanai was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Dao Martial Saint Land. To Duan Lingtian, that was a place filled with the unknown. There were as many powerhouses as there were clouds there. Even a martial emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent would only be a mere existence at the innate void restoration stage when they arrived there. An innate void restoration stage powerhouse was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to the fact that the soul of Wang Ba, who claimed to be a saint stage powerhouse, was hidden in his body, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with some things in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's heart was as calm as the sea as he flew on the sea. He did not catch up to the people from Lingshan Peak. This was because the people from Lingshan Peak had already arrived at the place where the Hidden Fog martial competition was going to be held. It was a vast and calm sea. Now, the sky above the sea was filled with people, densely packed together. Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder if all the people from the Hidden Fog Island were here as well. Duan Lingtian soon found the two girls and the people from Lingshan Peak. He flew over and arrived next to them. It's settled, Yang Hui asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Zhou, who was standing behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming among the group of people from Thundercloud Peak who were led by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, had a sudden change of expression. Why's he here? Zhou stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance. His expression was grave. Naturally, he was no stranger to this purple-clad young man. He was the person who had barged into Lost Stone Forest in an attempt to rescue Feng Tianwu, whom he had kidnapped. He was Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately thought of the intense battle between Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu. That's right. His stone tablet is already in my hands. Why should I be afraid of him since he doesn't have the stone tablet to rely on? Soon after, Zhou calmed down. Putting aside the fact that Duan Lingtian no longer had the mysterious stone tablet to rely on and could not cast the secret method, Zhou was no longer the same as before. Currently, he had already broken through to Emperor Wu's stage. He was no longer the same as before. I've studied that stone tablet for so long, but I still can't decipher its secret. It seems like God is helping me by sending him to me. Zhou eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian, as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. Previously, he had seen this purple-clad young man use the stone tablet to cast the secret method and display an extremely powerful strength. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Lingtian knew how to use the stone tablet. As long as I learn how to use the stone tablet to cast the secret method, with my current cultivation base, even Thundercloud Emperor Wu might not be a match for me if I use the secret method. Zhou could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. When Zhou was staring at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes, Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him before he looked at the old man standing in front of him. He's the owner of Thundercloud Peak, Thundercloud Emperor Wu? Brother Yang. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui and asked through voice transmission, "That Thundercloud Emperor Wu, is he very powerful?" Very powerful. Although Yang Hui did not know why Duan Lingtian was suddenly interested in Thundercloud Emperor Wu, he still replied, "In the ears of the public Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Thundercloud Emperor Wu and Yuhan Emperor Wu can be ranked in the top 3. So powerful?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. He had seen Yuhan Emperor Wu's strength before. He was very powerful. Even if Yuhan Emperor Wu did not use his spirit weapon and had a chance to cast the colossal aerolite arrow, with his current strength, he would only be able to fight Yuhan Emperor Wu to a draw at most. Previously, he was able to break Yuhan Emperor Wu's heaven and earth wipeout with just one arrow because Yuhan Emperor Wu was not prepared at all. If he had shot that arrow at Yuhan Emperor Wu would definitely have reacted immediately and blocked his arrow with his spirit weapon. If Yuhan Emperor Wu used his spirit weapon, killing him would be a piece of cake. His current strength was equivalent to Yuhan Emperor Wu when he did not use his spirit weapon. He was stronger than Emperor Wu, who was at 4th stage realm, but weaker than an ordinary Emperor Wu who was at 5th stage realm. It seems like I can only wait for the Hidden Fog martial competition to start before I have a chance to kill Zhou Yi and snatch the Devil Seal tablet from him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Lei Ming Emperor Wu around, he could not use force. If he did, he would only die. Zhou Yi was also thinking about how he could find an opportunity to coerce Duan Lingtian to reveal the secret of the mysterious tablet in his possession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from the horizon. 6 figures could be seen flying over from afar. They were getting closer and closer. The 6 of them were led by a young man in a green robe. The young man held a folding fan in his hand and wore a silk headband on his head. He looked like a scholar. He exuded a gentle and refined aura from head to toe. There was an old man, a middle-aged man, and 3 young men behind him. The 6 of them came in a mighty manner. When they got closer to the people present, they gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that many people felt suffocated. 5 Emperor Wu stage powerhouses? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the 5 people behind the young scholar in shock. The 5 of them did not deliberately conceal their auras. As long as one was at the martial emperor stage or above, one would be able to clearly sense their martial emperor stage cultivation base. That's not right. There should be 6 of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young scholar in the lead. Since he was escorted by 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses, he must be someone above the Emperor Wu stage. Moreover, his ability must be more powerful than the 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses. He's the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As far as he knew, the Hidden Fog martial competition today was hosted by the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Chapter 1296. The respectful voice came from Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of the Profound Spirit Realm. Qing Xian Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young scholar again. At that moment, he realized he was not the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. However, someone who could make Yang Hui respectful must not be a simple person. One must know that Yang Hui did not show such respect even when he was facing Emperor Wu of Thunder and Emperor Wu of Yuhan. He could see it. Yang Hui was respectful to Qing Xian Emperor Wu from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there was something that Duan Lingtian did not know. That was Yang Hui's honorific title, Ling Xian. The word Xian was taken from martial Emperor Qing Xian's honorific title. Profound Spirit and Qing Xian were only one word apart. It represented Yang Hui's respect to Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Greetings, Lord Qing Xian. Soon, Duan Lingtian witnessed a shocking scene. Most of the Cloud Continent Emperor Wu powerhouses, including Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of the Profound Spirit Realm, bowed to the young scholar. Even Emperor Wu of Thunder and Emperor Wu of Yuhan were no exception. They were all bowing to the young scholar. The scene shocked many people. This Qing Xian Emperor Wu, who exactly is he? Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Of course, some of them had heard of Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu is the current Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent. He's the person who stands at the peak of the human race on the Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent? As someone introduced Qing Xian Emperor Wu, many people were stunned again. So, he's the Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. I've heard some of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the Cloud Continent mention him. It is said that his cultivation is above the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm. A Hidden Fog Island's martial artist said, Emperor Wu's 7th tier? Doesn't that mean he's on par with the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists exclaimed in shock. There had long been rumors in the Hidden Fog Island that the 3 island masters were all at least at the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm. Their abilities were profound. I really couldn't tell. Such a weak-looking young scholar is actually the strongest person in Cloud Continent Emperor Wu. The group of Hidden Fog Island's martial artists whispered to each other as shock filled their faces. Emperor Wu's number 1? Listening to the whispers around him, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He stared at the young scholar who was smiling at a group of strong cultivators of Emperor Wu, who was none other than the Emperor Wu of Qing Xian. This Emperor Wu of Qing Xian is the strongest person in Cloud Continent, the current Emperor Wu? Doesn't that mean his position on Cloud Continent is equivalent to the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Haha, Qing Xian, you're early. Before Duan Lingtian could recover from his shock, a laughter that was like the sound of a large bell sounded from afar, and it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists with a low cultivation base had a change of expression. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured and blood spurted out of their ears. Whoosh! As soon as the bell-like laughter died down, a gust of wind blew past. A person appeared in front of the crowd. It was a bearded hunk in armor. The bearded hunk in bronze armor had a ferocious look on his face. He had a stocky back and a bear-like waist. His body was like an iron tower. As he stood there, he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that some of the people with a lower cultivation base could not breathe. As soon as the bearded hunk appeared, 10 people appeared behind him. 3 of them stood in front while 7 of them stood behind. Their identities and positions were clearly distinguished. Man Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu nodded at the bearded hunk as a form of greeting. Qing Xian, I lost the battle 3 years ago. It's been 3 years and I've improved a lot. When are you going to battle me again? I want to defeat you and avenge my humiliation. The bearded hunk who was called Man Wu said. His tone was magnanimous. As soon as he said that, the group of people including Duan Lingtian who had just found out about Qing Xian Emperor Wu's background were still calm. The others, on the other hand, were all aghast. The people who were shocked were those who knew about martial Emperor Ling Xian's background. Many people, including Yang Hui, Emperor Wu Leiming, Emperor Wu Yuhan, Emperor Wu Qiuli, and other demon emperors were shocked. Demon Emperor Man Wu, the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. He was defeated by Lord Qing Xian 3 years ago? Many people were shocked. Even the 10 people behind Demon Emperor Man Wu were shocked. Obviously, this was the first time they had heard Demon Emperor Man Wu mention this. It seems like only Martial Emperor Qing Xian and Demon Emperor Man Wu know about this. However, it seems like Demon Emperor Man Wu is quite a sensitive person since he's willing to reveal his embarrassing incident in front of so many people. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Man Wu, I only won the battle 3 years ago. If you're determined to fight me again, I'll gladly oblige. However, let's wait until the Hidden Fog martial competition is over. Even in the face of Demon Emperor Man Wu's challenge, Qing Xian Emperor Wu still had a smile on his face. "All right." Demon Emperor Man Wu nodded without hesitation. Then, he led his 10 disciples to the side. Lord Man Wu. Lord Man Wu. At this moment, a group of demon emperors from Cloud Continent bowed at Demon Emperor Man Wu. Demon Emperor Man Wu's status among the demon beasts on Cloud Continent was equivalent to Qing Xian Emperor Wu's status among the humans on Cloud Continent. I didn't expect Lord Qing Xian to defeat Demon Emperor Man Wu 3 years ago. Doesn't that mean Lord Qing Xian is not only the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent but also the strongest person on Cloud Continent? An Emperor Wu powerhouse from Cloud Continent who came to Hidden Fog Island to cultivate many years ago exclaimed. The strongest person on Cloud Continent. At this moment, not only the people from Cloud Continent but also the people from Hidden Fog Island looked at Qing Xian with reverence in their eyes. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. Qing Xian Emperor Wu is really low-key. The 5 people behind him don't seem to know that he defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Lingtian had long noticed the shock on the faces of the 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses behind Emperor Wu. One of them was a woman who wore light purple clothes. Her soft long hair draped over her shoulders, and a jade belt was wrapped around her slender waist. Although her slender legs were covered, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. In particular, her beautiful face, which was close to perfection, caused people to be unable to help but be dazzled. Curved eyebrows, quick-witted autumn eyes, a tall and straight nose, and cherry-like little lips. Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "You're angry for a woman? Duan Lingtian, you're really brave." "Thank you for the compliment, Yuhan Emperor Wu." Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuhan Emperor Wu nonchalantly. He had already guessed that Chun Ji had come looking for him because Yuhan Emperor Wu had provoked him on purpose. However, did Yuhan Emperor Wu really think that a guy who was only at the 2nd stage of Emperor Wu stage could threaten him? Or perhaps, his identity is not simple. All of a sudden, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. However, even then, his face was still as calm as usual. There was no fear at all. If he was afraid of the other party's identity and background and allowed the other party to be rude to his woman, then he would not be a proper man. Senior Brother Chun. At this moment, many Hidden Fog Island disciples finally reacted and rushed toward the direction where Chun Ji flew out. Although Chun Ji's character was not good and the core disciples of Hidden Fog Island were dissatisfied with him, nobody was willing to offend him because of his identity. At the same time, many people wanted to curry favor with him because of his identity. Now, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to do so. Therefore, many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples moved and charged toward Chun Ji. They looked like a pack of dogs fighting for a bone. It was an exaggerated sight. Duan Lingtian. No one noticed that when Yuhan Emperor Wu was talking to Duan Lingtian, Qing Xian Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian strangely. It was just a glance, but he withdrew his gaze. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of surprise mixed in. So, he's Duan Lingtian. Qing Xian Emperor Wu mumbled to himself as if he knew Duan Lingtian. This young man is really bold. He even dared to hurt Qin Ji. At this moment, many Hidden Fog Island martial artists reacted and looked at Duan Lingtian as they whispered among themselves. Their eyes were filled with pity without exception. It was as if Duan Lingtian would be killed by revenge soon. Chun Ji is the only son of the 2nd Island Master. Putting aside the fact that he might not be Chun Ji's match, even if he could defeat Chun Ji, the 2nd Island Master would not let him go. Someone said, earlier, most people thought that Duan Lingtian injured Chun Ji because of his sneak attack. In terms of strength, he might not be able to win against Chun Ji in a fair battle. The son of the 2nd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island? That person is the son of the 2nd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island? Moreover, he's the only son. At this moment, many of Emperor Wu's disciples and Demon Emperor's disciples from Cloud Continent were shocked. This was something that they did not expect. At this moment, there was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he knew what it meant to be the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. The second island master of Hidden Fog Island. I heard that he's on Emperor Wu Stage 8. Even Lord Qing Xian might not be his match. Yang Hui was completely disheartened. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately and urged him through voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, quickly take the two sisters-in-law and run. You've injured the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. It's equivalent to offending the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. He won't let you go. Yang Hui's voice transmission was filled with anxiety. Kerr and Li Fei's expressions changed. At the same time, they looked at Yuhan's Emperor Wu coldly. At this moment, they realized that everything that happened before them was Yuhan's Emperor Wu's scheme. Yuhan's Emperor Wu was the man who wanted to kill them. Run! Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. His gaze immediately shifted to the distance. There was an old man who was escorted by a young man and a young woman. They flew across the sky and arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog martial competition in just a blink of an eye. The old man wore a copper robe. His long hair was tied up by a hairband, and his white eyebrows were straight. He looked majestic without being angry. Although the old man had white hair and white eyebrows, his face was like that of a middle-aged man. It was impossible to tell that he was over 70 years old. He had white hair and a youthful face. As for the young man behind the old man, he was handsome, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to the old man's. As for the young woman, her eyes were completely devoid of light. She stood there like a walking corpse. It set off her pale face, which was devoid of blood, and added a bit of evilness. Unlike the young man's handsomeness, the young woman looked ordinary. She was the kind of person who would not stand out if she was thrown into a crowd. She looked very ordinary. Of course, it was just that she would not stand out if she was thrown into a crowd. Her evilness was one of a kind. Third Island Master. Third Island Master. After the copper-robed old man appeared, the group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples bowed to him. The remaining group of Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples, outer island disciples, and Hidden Fog Island's martial artists followed suit and bowed to the copper-robed old man. There was only one person from Hidden Fog Island who did not bow to the copper-robed old man. This person was none other than Chen Ji. How dare you sneak and attack on me? Chen Ji ignored the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, who had just arrived, and glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with coldness as he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He knew that since the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had arrived, it meant that the Hidden Fog martial competition was about to begin. However, he did not know if the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would stand up for Chen Ji. I won't kill you right away. I'll keep you alive and torture you slowly. Chen Ji flew out like a sharp arrow that left the bowstring and shot towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. In his opinion, the reason he was injured by Duan Lingtian earlier was that Duan Lingtian had sneaked an attack on him. He was caught off guard. If he had been on guard, he would not have been hit. He was confident that his ability was above Duan Lingtian's. Just when the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was stirred and ready to attack Chen Ji, a voice rang out. Enough! A soft shout that was filled with dissatisfaction was transmitted over, causing Chen Ji's body to come to a halt. Third Island Master, he injured me earlier. I must avenge him. Chen Ji looked at the Third Island Master and said in a deep voice. Chapter 1298. The Hidden Fog martial competition is about to begin. You'll have plenty of chances to take revenge later. Now, Stop embarrassing the Hidden Fog Island. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island said in a deep voice with a cold gaze. Humph. Chunji seemed to be afraid of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and snorted coldly. I'll let you live a little longer. I'll make sure you die a graveless death in the Hidden Fog martial competition. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmed down the turbulent origin energy in his body. He glanced at Chunji nonchalantly as though he did not care about Chunji at all. In fact, he really did not care about Chunji at all. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to hate Chunji. At that moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that. Apart from that, he also noticed that the young man behind the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island had a fierce gleam in his eyes when he looked at Chunji. It seems like Chunji is not that popular on the Hidden Fog Island. However, Chunji's father is the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Theoretically, he should have a good relationship with the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. I wonder why the third island master hates Chunji so much. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. However, Duan Lingtian had no idea. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island once had a female direct disciple who was talented and loved by him. However, she chose to commit suicide because she was defiled by Chunji. If the second island master did not protect Chunji and the first island master did not intervene, he would have killed Chunji long ago. Although it had been many years since that incident, his hatred for Chunji did not decrease at all. Although he had promised the first island master that he would not kill Chunji, he did not treat Chunji well when he saw him. The young man behind the third island master was the third island master's grandson. Many years ago, the third island master's direct disciple who was defiled by Chunji was his senior sister. They were engaged. His fiancée was defiled and committed suicide. One could imagine how much he hated Chunji. Chunji, one day, I will kill you and avenge Kai. The young man stared at Chunji with cold killing intent. However, he knew that he was no match for Chunji with his current strength. Among the crowd of onlookers, Emperor Wu's expression darkened. She did not expect the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island to appear at this moment. Completely disrupted her plan. According to her original plan, Duan Lingtian would kill Chunji. Once Chunji was dead, she would be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. Since he's the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'm sure he has many rare treasures in his possession. The reason why she waited for Chunji to die was that she was worried that the powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Island would save Duan Lingtian. In her opinion, once Duan Lingtian killed Chunji, the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse would no longer stand up for Duan Lingtian. Now, she no longer hoped to enslave Duan Lingtian. She only wanted to obtain the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, the timely appearance of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island completely disrupted her plan. At this moment, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island began to announce the rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition after greeting the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. Only the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition can advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive a certain reward. Especially the top 10 people. Anyone who recommends them will receive an additional reward. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island enunciated each word clearly. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The Hidden Fog martial competition was organized by the Hidden Fog Island, so the rewards would not be bad. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, he knew what the additional reward that the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island mentioned was. It was none other than Saint Stones. After the Hidden Fog martial competition ended, the Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who recommended the person who ranked first would receive 10 Saint Stones. The second and third place would receive 5 Saint Stones each. The fourth, fifth, and sixth place would receive 3 Saint Stones each. The 7th to 10th place would only receive 1 Saint Stone each. He had already learned about this from the Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu. On top of that, once the Hidden Fog martial competition begins, unless you admit defeat, otherwise you'll die. Once one of you admits defeat, the other party can't make a move. If anyone disregards the rules, I'll intervene. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued. Life or death. At once, some of the Emperor Wu's disciples who had a lower cultivation base had a slight change of expression. Their hearts became heavy as they thought about surrendering immediately if they encountered an opponent whom they could not defeat. As soon as the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a ruthless and vicious gaze landing on him. He did not need to lift his head to know who it was. Chunji. Soon after, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued speaking, and the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began. The rules of the Hidden Fog martial arts competition were very simple. Round after round of eliminations until there were only 30 people left. That would be the end of the first round. All 30 of them could advance to the next round. After advancing, the top 10 would be determined from the 30 people. That would be the second round of the martial competition. The third round of the martial competition would determine the exact ranking of the top 10 people. Subsequently, it was time to draw lots. As the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition received their lots, the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began. Time passed by quietly. Gradually, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but suspect that the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island had done something to the lots. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. In the first round of the martial competition, none of the Emperor Wu powerhouses met another Emperor Wu powerhouse. All of the Emperor Wu powerhouse's opponents were only on the martial Emperor realm. Would such a situation happen if the lots were drawn normally? Duan Ling Tian believed that with the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island's powerful spiritual power, they would not be able to find out even if he were to spy on their cultivation base. It was because their abilities were too far apart from his. After the lots were drawn, the battle was one-sided. One could imagine the outcome of the battle between the Emperor Wu realm and the martial Emperor realm. In the end, the 30 people who advanced were revealed. 26 of them were on the Emperor Wu realm. Among them, 5 were under the Emperor Wu of Qingxian. However, they were still inferior to the core disciples of the Emperor Wu realm on the Hidden Fog Island. There were a total of 7 core disciples of the Emperor Wu realm on the Hidden Fog Island, including Chunji. The young lady behind the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island was also a core disciple of the Emperor Wu realm. Although the other young man was not a core disciple of the Emperor Wu realm, he was at the peak of the martial Emperor realm. Out of the 30 people who advanced, 26 of them were Emperor Wu powerhouses. Only 4 of them were at the peak of the martial Emperor realm. They were half a step away from the Emperor Wu realm. The young man, the grandson of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was among them. On Ling Xian Peak side, only Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di made it to the next round. The remaining 8 people were eliminated. On Yuhan Valley's side, only Su Rong made it to the next round. On Thundercloud Peak side, Lan Bai and Zhou Yi made it to the next round. On the other hand, some of the disciples under the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent made it to the next round. Almost all of them were at the Emperor Wu realm. Of course, there were 2 who were at the peak of the martial Emperor realm. The last person who made it to the peak of the martial Emperor realm was also a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. In other words, out of the 10 core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition today, 9 of them made it to the next round. Only 1 of them did not make it to the next round. At once, the core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island became the center of attention. That's amazing! As expected of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples from the overseas Saint Island, only 1 of them was eliminated in the first round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. What a coincidence! There's no Emperor Wu powerhouse going against another Emperor Wu powerhouse in the first round of the martial competition. The third island master must have done something when they were drawing the lots earlier. Actually, it's understandable. The best part should be left to the end so that people can look forward to it. You're right. The crowd of onlookers became lively. They were looking forward to the second round of the martial competition. They knew very well. In the second round of the martial competition, there would be an Emperor Wu powerhouse going against an Emperor Wu powerhouse. That would be the most exciting and anticipated scene. Zhou Yi has actually made a breakthrough to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi from afar. He could not hide the shock on his face. Although Zhou Yi did not unleash his full strength when he attacked earlier, he could clearly see that Zhou Yi had already made a breakthrough to the Emperor Wu stage. This female disciple from Thundercloud Peak is even more powerful than Zhou Yi. After Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Zhou Yi, it landed on the woman next to him. This lady was not inferior to any man. Her strength was far above Zhou Yi's. The woman Duan Lingtian was staring at was none other than Thundercloud Peak's martial emperor Lei Ming's favorite direct disciple, Lan Bai. The 5 people brought by Qing Xian Emperor Wu have all made a breakthrough. However, they're all at the Emperor Wu stage, so it's not surprising that they made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian continued to look at the 5 people brought by Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Soon, Duan Lingtian looked at Chuli Emperor Wu. To be exact, he was looking at Dong Hu, who was next to Chuli Emperor Wu. He was no stranger to Dong Hu. They had even fought before. You're lucky in the first round of the martial competition. You might not be as lucky in the second round. Chun Ji stood in the distance as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Flames of rage rose from the depths of his eyes, threatening to burst out at any moment. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him from the beginning until the end. This made Chun Ji even angrier. The second round of the martial competition begins now. As the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued to speak, the second round of the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began. Among the spectators, many people who were originally sleepy seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They widened their eyes and waited for the second round to begin. The second round of the martial competition began as scheduled. At this moment, Emperor Wu's powerhouse finally faced another Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Chapter 1299. In just a short while, 2 Emperor Wu powerhouses had fallen. Duan Lingtian's first opponent in the second round of the martial competition was someone he did not want to meet the most. Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai. As a Thundercloud Peak disciple, Zhou Yi must know Lan Bai's strength very well. If he sees that I'm capable of defeating Lan Bai, I'm afraid he'll admit defeat before I even make a move. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. Initially, he had planned to kill Zhou Yi in the Hidden Fog martial competition and take back the Devil Seal tablet that originally belonged to him. However, it was a little troublesome now. Lan Bai was the direct disciple of the Thundercloud Peak's owner, Emperor Wu of Thundercloud Peak on Cloud Continent. According to Yang Hui, she was at the second level of Emperor Wu stage. She was extremely powerful. She was definitely stronger than Zhou Yi. Naturally, this little bit of strength was nothing to the current him. Not to mention he could defeat her without using the colossal aerolite arrow. He could even defeat her without using any martial skills. Forget it. I'll let her win for the Devil Seal tablet. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Lan Bai's battle only lasted for about 10 breaths before he was completely defeated. In the end, it was as though he did not have the strength to fight back at all. However, all of this seemed flawless on the surface. Almost nobody, including Lan Bai herself, could see that Duan Lingtian had intentionally lost. Congratulations, senior sister Bai. After Lan Bai won, Zhou Yi was the first to congratulate her. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. Although this Duan Lingtian has broken through to the Emperor Wu stage like me, he only lasted for about 10 breaths against senior sister Bai. His strength is far from mine. A few days ago, Zhou Yi had sparred with Lan Bai. Without more than 20 breaths, it would be difficult for Lan Bai to defeat him. Due to this reason, he concluded Duan Lingtian was no match for him. Brother Lingtian. Not far away, Yang Hui was stunned. As for Duan Lingtian's defeat, those who didn't know his strength didn't think much of it. However, Yang Hui, as well as Ke and Li Fei, who were well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, were at a loss when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They didn't know why Duan Lingtian was giving in. They could all see that Duan Lingtian had held back just now, and had deliberately lost to Lan Bai. I don't want to alert the enemy. Duan Lingtian replied unhurriedly when faced with Yang Hui and the two girls' questioning voice transmissions. Alert the enemy? Hearing this, the three of them looked around for a while, but didn't find anything wrong. You dare to participate in the hidden fog martial competition with such little strength? Chun Ji sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian was defeated just like that. Lan Bai's strength had always been in his eyes. Although her cultivation was similar to his in terms of strength, she was far inferior to him. However, Duan Lingtian was defeated by Lan Bai. As long as he dares to fight, I won't give him any chance to admit defeat. Chun Ji glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he swore in his heart. Among the people present, besides Yang Hui, Ku Er, and Li Fei who were familiar with Duan Lingtian's strength, there was no one else who could see through the clues of the battle earlier. Cold Emperor Wu was undoubtedly one of them. She had fought Duan Lingtian before. Although it was only one hit, she was certain that Duan Lingtian's strength was definitely on par with a 4th-level Emperor Wu. He doesn't seem to know the female disciple from Thundercloud Peak, but he admitted defeat on purpose. He must be up to something. Cold Emperor Wu speculated as a gleam flashed in her eyes. However, she had no idea what he was up to. Apart from Cold Emperor Wu, there was another person who saw through the earlier battle. This person was none other than Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu glanced at Duan Lingtian. A gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes before he looked away. No one knew what he was thinking about. So this is his strength? If this is all he has, he'll definitely die if he encounters Chun Ji. Unless he surrenders in the beginning, he'll be in deep trouble. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and whispered among themselves. Chun Ji's face darkened when he heard the whispers of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would be frightened by these core disciples. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would not dare to fight him when they encountered each other. He did not want to see this happen. However, he was destined to be overthinking. As time went by, the 4 peak martial emperors were eliminated one after another. One by one, Emperor Wu powerhouses were eliminated. At the same time, another 3 Emperor Wu powerhouses were killed. Among them, one of the Emperor Wu powerhouses who was killed was under Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Even the Hidden Fog Island had lost 2 core disciples who were at the Emperor Wu realm. The battle was getting more and more intense. Wang! Spurt! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air, accompanied by the clear sound of something entering a body. It sent chills down the spines of many people at the scene. A young lady with a pale face was performing a claw martial skill. Her claw pierced through her opponent's chest. Her pair of boneless hands then forcefully stuffed into her opponent's body. After a while, she withdrew her hands, and a heart that was still beating appeared in her hands. Smack! Just as the Emperor Wu powerhouse whose heart was dug out stopped breathing and fell to the ground, the young lady exerted force in her hands and crushed the heart that was dug out. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so dazzling that it sent chills down the spines of many people. Bloody! It's too bloody! Many people's faces turned pale as they were shocked. So powerful. Her ability has already broken through to Emperor Wu Realm Level 3. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman, and his heart was filled with shock. The young lady with a pale face who was expressionless from the beginning until the end looked like a walking corpse. She was the young lady who followed the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island here. Unlike most of the people, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island had a gratified expression on his face. This was because this lady was not only a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, but she was also his direct disciple as well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the arena again. This was his last battle in the second round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. As long as he won, he would be able to enter the top 10 in the Hidden Fog martial competition. At that time, he would be able to compete with the other 9 people for the top 10 ranking. However, until now, he had not encountered Zhou. When Duan Lingtian entered the arena, his opponent entered the arena as well and confronted him. Do you guys think he'll admit defeat? Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and discussed among themselves. I think he'll definitely admit defeat. After all, he can't even win against that female powerhouse who lost to Chunji. Some people spoke as they looked in the direction of the people from Thundercloud Peak. Their eyes landed on Lan Bai. Lan Bai was defeated by Chunji earlier. I was wondering when they would encounter each other. I didn't expect them to encounter each other in the second round. Most of the people looked at the scene before them as though they were on steroids. At this moment, the person who stood opposite Duan Lingtian was none other than Chunji. Chunji was the person who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian and was severely injured not long ago. He was also the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. It seems like even the heavens are on my side. At this moment, Chunji's heart was filled with excitement as he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him. In his opinion, since he had encountered his opponent, he would be able to kill him immediately to avenge his humiliation. That was not all. As long as he killed his opponent, his 2 women would be his as well. Chunji's heart was burning when he thought about the 2 beauties. At this moment, he was most worried that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. If that happened, he would lose a great opportunity for revenge. This was not something he wanted to see. When Chunji looked over, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Chunji. His eyes were cold as ice. I didn't expect that I would meet him so soon. It's impossible for me to hand over the victory to him in this battle. I must win this battle. I can't lose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed brightly. At this moment, he no longer cared about letting Zhou know his true strength. Even if Zhou feared him because of his next move, or even admitted defeat on his own accord when they met later on, he couldn't do anything about it. He only knew that he could let anyone win, but he could not let Chunji win. Moreover, he would teach Chunji an unforgettable lesson. Boy, I'll kill you soon. After I kill you, your fiancé will be mine. As soon as Chunji opened his mouth, he pointed at Ke and Li Fei to provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed enraged. You want to kill me? I'd like to see who's going to be the one who dies. Duan Lingtian replied coldly. He was unwilling to be outdone. There's no need to think about it. The person who dies will definitely not be me. Chunji sneered. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Milky white flames rose into the sky along with strands of energy of different colors. It was the origin energy and profundity that Chunji had cast. Chunji's strength could be considered as one of the best among the second-level Emperor Wu realm martial artists. He might even be able to fight against an ordinary third-level Emperor Wu realm martial artist. For this reason, he attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. It was as though he would not stop until he tore Duan Lingtian into pieces. This purple-clad young man is going to die. He can only consider himself unlucky to have encountered Chunji. In the blink of an eye, many people whispered among themselves. They felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die in Chunji's hands. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian had lost to Lan Bai before. Lan Bai had also lost to Chunji before. Chapter 1300. What's wrong? Qing Xian, do you think this little fellow will win? Unknowingly, Demon Emperor Man Wu arrived next to Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. He followed the latter's gaze and noticed that the latter was looking at the purple-clad young man. More than 90% of the people thought that the purple-clad young man had no chance of winning. "I'm afraid you've misjudged him this time." Before Qing Xian's Emperor Wu could respond, Demon Emperor Man Wu shook his head and said, "This little fella is only at level 1 Emperor Wu realm. That core disciple from the hidden Fog Island is at level 2 Emperor Wu realm. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he's comparable to an ordinary Emperor Wu realm level 3. It'll be easy for him to defeat this purple-clad young man who's only at level 1 Emperor Wu realm." Demon Emperor Man Wu said, "Just watch." Qing Xian's Emperor Wu smiled faintly as he looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian. He seemed to be very confident in him. "It seems like the heavens are looking out for me. My chance is here again." A greedy gleam flashed in the depth of Emperor Wu's cold eyes. In her opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian killed Qin Ji, and as long as the powerhouses from the hidden Fog Island no longer helped Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for her to kill Duan Lingtian and take the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian's hand. As for Duan Lingtian's strength, she had seen it for herself. Therefore, she was certain that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill Qin Ji. "I've decided, I won't kill you. However, I'll cripple your dantian and limbs. I'll let you watch your 2 fiancés enjoy my crotch." Qin Ji smirked and flew out. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. A sword had appeared in his hand at some point in time. The sword was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 1-fold. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that this was another quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was refined by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. It must have been left behind by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu 10,000 years ago. After all, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword would not decay or be destroyed due to the passage of time. They were passed down and passed into the hands of various powerhouses. Every time a quasi-royal grade spiritual weapon appeared, many people would fight for it. Hearing Qin Ji's vicious words, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely gloomy. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Li Fei and Ker's expressions were also very ugly. Qin Ji's words were undoubtedly humiliating them. "Brother Lingtian, you mustn't be impulsive. Just treat his words as a dog barking and don't take them to heart. No matter what, he's the only son of the second island master of the hidden Fog Island. If you kill him, you and your 2 sisters-in-law will be in danger." At this moment, Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used voice transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian. It was not his first day knowing Duan Lingtian. However, it was his first time seeing Duan Lingtian so angry. It was as though he would not stop until he killed Qin Ji. "Are you still not going to admit defeat?" Not far away, where the people from Thundercloud Peak were, Zhou Yi's face turned grave as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Just like the others, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Qin Ji. Moreover, he could tell that Qin Ji really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, if Duan Lingtian died, the secret of the mysterious stone tablet in his hand would be buried underground again. That was not what he wanted to see. Right now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat quickly, so that he could stay alive and solve the secret of the mysterious stone tablet. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Qin Ji charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Qin Ji, whose mouth and manhood were crippled. "If that's the case, I should thank Qin Ji instead. I'm dead? Your father won't let me go?" When Duan Lingtian heard Qin Ji's threat, he smiled brilliantly. Chapter 1301. "You, what are you trying to do?" Qin Ji's mouth was mangled and he could not speak. However, this did not mean that he could not use his voice transmission. When he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear. Where was the arrogance from before? Duan Lingtian did not speak. He used his actions to answer Chun Ji's question. Whoosh! For swords flew out at the same time. They were so fast that most people could only hear the sound of the swords whistling through the air. Only a few people could hear the complete sound of the swords whistling through the air. Poof! 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 Blood splattered all over Chun Ji's body. Hideous bloody holes appeared on both his arms and legs at the same time. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Chun Ji, on the other hand, let out a series of blood-curdling screams. However, because his mouth was mangled, his screams were extremely strange. One could tell from his trembling body and hideous expression that he was in great pain. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he did not glare at Duan Lingtian like before. He only had one thought left in his mind. I don't want to die. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chun Ji endured the inhumane pain as he looked at Duan Lingtian and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to him. However, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he did not hear it. He raised the sword in his hand unhurriedly, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold light that did not contain any emotion. Why isn't Chun Ji admitting defeat? Many of the onlookers were stunned. The situation was so clear, yet Chun Ji still refused to admit defeat. Was he looking for death? That's not right. Chun Ji's mouth has been mangled. It's difficult for him to admit defeat now. That's right. Even if he sends a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian can still continue to kill him. He can just say that he did not hear it. Soon, many people realized what was going on. No wonder he wanted to rip Chun Ji's mouth apart. He was afraid that Chun Ji would admit defeat. If he wanted to kill Chun Ji, he would have done so a long time ago. Now, it's obvious that he wants to slowly torture Chun Ji before killing him. He twisted Chun Ji's mouth because he was worried that Chun Ji would admit defeat. Many people had guessed this. Thinking of this, many people only felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet, straight to their heads. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces and eyes were full of fear. The whispers of the crowd fell into Chun Ji's ears, causing him to come back to his senses. At that moment, Chun Ji turned his head to look at the third island master of the hidden fog island with much difficulty. While enduring the inhumane pain, he said through voice transmission, "Third island master, save me, save me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Chun Ji continuously sent voice transmissions, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Whoosh! Just as Chun Ji was pleading for help from the third island master, a sword ray pierced through the sky and sliced him into two. The whole process was clean and tidy. At that moment, the sky above the vast and boundless sea was dead silent. Although there were many people, it was as calm as the sea. Splash! Splash! When the two halves of Chun Ji's body fell to the ground, the sound of two bodies falling into the water finally woke the crowd up. Before that, Duan Lingtian did not forget to collect the spoils of war. He put away the spatial ring and quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Chun Ji's hands one by one without leaving anything behind. As the only son of the second island master of the hidden fog island, Chun Ji must have many good things in his hands. The third island master looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Although he did not plan to pay attention to Chun Ji's voice transmission, the speed at which he killed Chun Ji was faster than the speed at which he reacted. Even if he wanted to save Chun Ji, it was already too late, let alone the fact that he did not plan to save Chun Ji. How dare you kill the only son of the second island master? The third island master sized up Duan Lingtian. His heart was filled with shock and joy at the same time. This was because he had wanted Chun Ji to die since a long time ago. However, due to the promise he made to the first island master, he could not touch Chun Ji. Now that there was someone who could do it for him, it was only natural that he was happy. The young man standing nearby, the third island master's grandson, had a bright smile on his face. In the end, he laughed a little crazily. Chunji is dead. Chunji is dead. Chunji is finally dead. Kair, did you see that? After killing Chunji, Duan Lingtian was considered to have entered the top 10. Third Island Master. The Hidden Fog Martial Competitions rule that allows killing is set by the Hidden Fog Island. I know Chunji is the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. You won't seek revenge from me because of his death, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island from afar and asked when he returned to Ling Shen Peak and the rest. Of course not. The third island master shook his head. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition is a matter of life and death. Even if my grandson and my direct disciple died in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, I won't seek revenge from the person who killed them. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Whoosh! At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. I can't believe he killed Chunji. Although he killed Chunji in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition and has a valid reason, even if the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island doesn't kill him openly, he'll definitely kill him secretly to avenge his only son. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Apart from shock and shock, the gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with pity. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian had the audacity to kill the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. He was digging his own grave. It was impossible for him to survive. However, was Duan Lingtian really crazy? Naturally, he was not crazy. There are so many people here. Even if the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island finds out about this, he won't be able to kill me. I'll bring Kerr and little Fayer away from here after I obtain the 10 Saint Stones. As long as I'm far away from the Hidden Fog Island, why would I be afraid of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. He was not a reckless person. Since he chose to kill Chunji, he had a plan to deal with everything. Of course, this was only his current plan. He really killed Chunji. This means that the powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Island won't help him anymore. After the Hidden Fog Martial Competition ends, I'll follow him and kill him. Chilling Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed coldly. And the two little bitches next to him, I'll kill them as well. Could this brat be a demon emperor? This doesn't seem like something the cowardly human Emperor Wu would do. Demon Emperor Man Wu guessed in shock. The Shifter Emperor was formed from the cultivation of a shifter. A demon, on the other hand, was a demon beast. Compared to humans, demon beasts were more hot-tempered. Even if they possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans, they were not as docile as humans. That was why Demon Emperor Man Wu guessed so. He's Emperor Wu. At this moment, Qing Xian Emperor Wu, who was next to him, spoke calmly. He's a human? Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. He's not just a human. He's an extremely talented human. Qing Xian Emperor Wu said. Qing Xian, you know him? Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned. Qing Xian Emperor Wu only smiled and did not answer Demon Emperor Man Wu. Damn it! How did this Duan Lingtian become so strong? Zhou Yi's expression was extremely ugly. With his strength, it's impossible for me to suppress him and force him to tell me the secret of the mysterious stone tablet. If it's something else, I can ask Laming Emperor Wu to help me. However, this is related to the mysterious stone tablet. I can't ask Laming Emperor Wu to help me. Zhou Yi knew very well. Once Martial Emperor Lei Ming found out about the profundity of the mysterious stone tablet in his hand, he would definitely take it for himself. That was not something he wanted to see. If that's the case, I can only give up. Zhou Yi made up his mind with difficulty. The choice he was facing now was like a beggar who had not eaten for a few days and suddenly saw a delicious roast chicken. Just as he was about to eat the roast chicken, someone told him that there was poison in the roast chicken. If he ate it, he would die from the poison. At this time, he could only choose to give up. Brother Ling Tian, you're too impulsive. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. I won't allow anyone to profane my woman. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said nonchalantly. His tone was firm. Kerr and Li Fei stood next to Duan Lingtian. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes were filled with tenderness. They leaned on Duan Lingtian's sides and held Duan Lingtian's arms. They were willing to live and die with their man. The Hidden Fog martial competition will continue. At this moment, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island announced the continuation of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Perhaps he was affected by the bloody scene earlier. In the following battles, the participants did not seem to hold back anymore. They attacked with all their might, and all of them were killing moves. Soon, a few of Emperor Wu's powerhouses died. Innate ability. Suddenly, an exclamation came and woke up Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and with a single glance, he noticed that a black lotus had shot out from between the black-clothed young man's brows and flashed towards his opponent. The black lotus shot through the air and spun continuously as it shot out. Faced with the menacing black lotus, the black-clad young man's opponent, a blue-clad middle-aged man, hurriedly activated his energy to block it. However, the defensive barrier formed by his energy could not stop the black lotus at all. The black lotus passed through the defensive barrier without any resistance. The defensive barrier was still in place, but the black lotus had already entered the blue-clad middle-aged man's body. Although it did not leave any wounds on his body, it still made his body tremble. In the next moment, he fell silently with his eyes wide open. It's a soul attack innate ability. Duan Lingtian was shocked. The Black Lotus was the black-clad young man's innate ability. It was activated by his spiritual energy and was a spiritual energy attack. In other words, it was a soul attack. Unless an ordinary Emperor Wu's powerhouse specialized in soul attacks, it would be difficult for them to deal with an opponent who was also an Emperor Wu's powerhouse with soul attacks. However, it was different for those who possessed soul attack innate ability. Chapter 1302. The innate divine ability that attacked the soul was powerful and strange. Once it was cast, it would kill anyone who did not have a higher cultivation base and spiritual energy than him. Most importantly, the origin energy and profundity could not block the soul attack because they were two different types of energy. The soul attack was more illusory. The origin energy and profundity, on the other hand, were real energy. They were both Emperor Wu Realm Level 2 martial artists, and they were evenly matched in the beginning. However, when the black-clad young man cast his innate divine ability, he killed his opponent in just a blink of an eye. What a terrifying innate divine ability! That's the innate divine ability that attacks the soul. It's impossible to defend against it, unless one's spiritual energy is higher than his. It's impossible to escape death if one encounters him. Even if one's spiritual energy is higher than his, as long as it's not too much higher, he can still use his innate divine ability to heavily injure his opponent's soul. He can then defeat his opponent when his opponent is in a daze. The spectators reacted and discussed among themselves. They looked at the black-clad young man with fear in their eyes. It was exactly as they had said. Later on, when the black-clad young man entered the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, he encountered a Level 3 Emperor Wu Realm Level 3 martial artist. Although his innate divine ability did not kill his opponent, it affected his opponent. When his opponent was affected, the black-clad young man made his move and heavily injured his opponent before defeating him. As expected of a variant, Duan Lingtian exclaimed, "I wonder where Qing Xian Emperor Wu got this disciple from. Since the Hidden Fog martial competition started, there have been 3 variants. However, their innate divine abilities are far from his." Yang Hui could not help but sigh. Zhou. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Zhou enter the ring. However, Zhou opponent was a Level 2 Emperor Wu Realm Level 2 martial artist. His opponent defeated him easily. Zhou, why didn't you use your quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? After Zhou lost the qualification to enter the top 10, he returned to Emperor Wu's side. This caused Emperor Wu to be displeased. In his opinion, Zhou did not use his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon because he did not use his full strength. Master, even if I use a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, I'm still no match for him, Zhou said with a bitter smile. Of course, he was just looking for an excuse. The reason he did not use the stone tablet in his hand that was comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was because he was worried he would expose it to Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be targeted by Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he did not want to let Duan Lingtian know that the stone tablet was in his possession before he knew the secret behind it. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would be easy for him to snatch the stone tablet from him. Even if he had the protection of Emperor Wu, once the other party became enraged and told the Emperor Wu about the secret of the steel, as well as the fact that he possessed the steel in his hands would definitely be taken away by the Emperor Wu. That was not what he wanted to see. He did not want the steel that he had painstakingly obtained to be taken away by the Thunder Emperor Wu. Only he knew how great of a price he had paid for that steel. As time went by, the top 10 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition, including Duan Lingtian, were determined. As Yang Hui's first direct disciple, Zhou Di did not make it to the top 10 from Ling Xian Peak. He had no fate with the Saint Stone. Although Ling Xian Emperor Wu was a little disappointed, he did not blame Zhou Di. This was because many of the people who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition today had entered the Emperor Wu stage. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was the only one from Ling Xian Peak who made it to the top 10. Among the people from Qiuli Mountain, Emperor Wu's disciples under Emperor Wu, only one of them made it to the top 10. It was Dong Hu. Su Rong was the only one from Yuhan Valley who made it to the top 10. Lan Bai was the only one from Thundercloud Peak who made it to the top 10. There were a total of 2 people under Qing Xian Emperor Wu's command, including the black-clad young man who knew the innate ability of soul attack, who made it to the top 10. On Cloud Continent, there were a total of 6 human martial artists who made it to the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Of course, there was another human martial artist who made it to the top 10. She was the direct disciple of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. She was the pale-faced young woman who had a bloody attack. The remaining 3 spots were occupied by 1 Demon Emperor powerhouse from Hidden Fog Island and 2 Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent. One of the 2 Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent was the direct disciple of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Everyone, the Hidden Fog martial competition is coming to an end. The 3rd round of the martial competition, which is also the last round, will determine the ranking of the top 10. As the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island spoke at a moderate pace, the atmosphere in the surroundings was ignited. Many people widened their eyes as they looked forward to the start of the 3rd round of the martial competition. There would be a brutal elimination battle in the 3rd round of the martial competition. Soon after, those who made it to the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition each obtained 9 special tokens from the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island. The rules of the last round of the martial competition were simple. Any one of them could issue a challenge to the other 9. Once they defeated their opponent, they would be able to obtain a token from their opponent and so on and so forth. Only by defeating 9 people and obtaining 9 tokens would one be able to obtain the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Apart from that, the other 8 people who have just fought can't challenge them in the next round. These are the rules of the 3rd round of the martial competition. The 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island continued. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell all of you. Nobody is allowed to kill each other in the 3rd round of the martial competition. With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to do that. If you kill someone, not only will you lose the right to continue participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition, but your cultivation base will also be crippled. I hope all of you won't make a mistake. When the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3rd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition, which was also the last round of the martial competition, officially began. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, stood in different places with cold gazes. For a long time, nobody made the first move. Gradually, many of the onlookers became impatient. Why isn't it starting yet? Aren't we allowed to rest for the next round after a battle? Why are all of you so inactive? Quick! If this continues, the sky will turn dark soon. More and more people urged Duan Lingtian and the other 9 people to make the first move. Although Duan Lingtian heard the urging, he did not care about it at all. It was as though he had turned a deaf ear to them. However, there were still people who could not take it anymore and made the first move. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a burly figure flew out and made the first move. It was Dong Hu, the direct disciple of the master of Qiuli Mountain, Emperor Wu. He had fought with Duan Lingtian before and was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he did not even look at Duan Lingtian after he made the first move. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Soaring, the direct disciple of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. She was also the only direct disciple in Yuhan Valley who had entered Emperor Wu's level. As the only one among the 10 who had advanced to the first stage of Emperor Wu's level, Dong Hu's strength was proven. The Soaring, her cultivation of Han Bing's divine sword technique is not bad. Dong Hu won't last more than 30 breaths if he goes up against her. Duan Lingtian had seen Soaring's attack earlier. Naturally, he could tell the depth of her strength. As for Dong Hu, he had fought with him before and knew his strength better than anyone else. As someone who had merged with the memories of Emperor Wu from reincarnation, Duan Lingtian's judgment was far better than an ordinary person's. It was just as he had expected. After Soaring and Dong Hu fought for more than 20 breaths, Soaring defeated Dong Hu and obtained one of Dong Hu's tokens. She became the first person to possess 10 tokens at the same time. As for Dong Hu, who had lost 1 token and only had 8 tokens left, he had a bitter expression on his face. Based on the current situation, I might be at the bottom this time. Dong Hu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he felt helpless, he knew that he had to accept the fact. After Soaring defeated Dong Hu, the second battle continued. As Dong Hu was the first to issue a challenge, the second person went up very quickly. It was one of the 2 people under Qing Xian Emperor Wu who had entered the top 10. It was the young man in black who knew how to attack the soul. After the young man in black left the arena, the first person he chose was Lan Bai from Thundercloud Peak. Lan Bai did not look too good after being chosen by him. This was because she had no chance of winning against him. Fortunately, killing was prohibited in the 3rd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, she would not have the guts to fight with the young man in black. This was because all of the young man's opponents had died before this. Those who were weaker were killed by his origin energy and profundity. Those who were stronger were killed by his soul attack innate ability. Lan Bai had just left the arena. Before she could make a move, she was affected by the young man in black's innate ability. She was stunned for a moment before she was sent flying by the young man in black. She was severely injured. The young man in black had obtained one of Lan Bai's tokens. The Hidden Fog martial competition continued. The next person to enter the arena was the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island. She was the young lady who had been ruthless and bloody since the beginning. Before this, none of her opponents survived as well. However, killing was prohibited in this round of the martial competition. Unless she wanted her cultivation base to be destroyed, she would not kill anymore. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the young lady's gaze was on him. She wants to challenge me first? Duan Lingtian immediately became alert. However, the young lady's gaze quickly shifted to the other direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. She locked her gaze on him and wanted to challenge him. Although they were both at Emperor Wu Realm Level 3, the battle between the 2 revealed who was stronger very quickly. Chapter 1303. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial arts competition was getting more and more intense. After a while, someone took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Among the 10 people in the top 10, there were 3 people who were feared the most. They were the young man in black under Qing Xian Emperor Wu, the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, very few people took the initiative to challenge them. However, the young man in black and the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the young lady, took the initiative to choose their opponents many times. They fought more frequently than Duan Lingtian. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not participate in the first round. However, in the end, there were still people who chose him. Dong Hu. Currently, he had lost to 6 people. The remaining 3 people, including Duan Lingtian, were the 3 people who were feared the most. Although the young man in black under Qing Xian Emperor Wu's command had a weaker cultivation base, his innate gift of soul attack was extremely mysterious. He could often catch people off guard. The direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the young lady, attacked cleanly. Her strength was comparable to an ordinary level 4 Emperor Wu. Until now, both of them had not lost a single battle. As for Duan Lingtian, he had not taken the initiative to participate in the battle even once. Nobody had challenged him, so naturally, he had not lost a single battle. Dong Hu's challenge was the first time someone had challenged him. This Dong Hu is really bold. That's right, he even dares to challenge Duan Lingtian from Lingshen Peak. He's really looking for death. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Chen Ji was still vivid in their minds. Therefore, more people thought that Dong Hu was looking for death by challenging Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would not kill him due to the rules of the last round. However, he would definitely not end well. However, after Dong Hu challenged Duan Lingtian, before Duan Lingtian could make a move, what happened next was out of everyone's expectations. I admit defeat. A moment ago, Dong Hu had challenged Duan Lingtian, but before the Duan Lingtian could leave the arena, he had admitted defeat. This was the first time something like this had happened in the last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. The challenger admitted defeat in a clean manner. Immediately, some people secretly scolded Dong Hu for being a coward, while others secretly praised Dong Hu for being sensible. In any case, the Duan Lingtian had won a match and obtained a token. The number of tokens in his hand had increased from 9 to 10. At the same time, among the remaining 8 people, there were a few who could only challenge Duan Lingtian. Like Dong Hu, they had no choice. The second person to challenge Duan Lingtian was the female disciple of Thundercloud Peak, Lan Bai. Lan Bai, whose cultivation base was at the second level of Emperor Wu realm, had fought with the Duan Lingtian before, but because the Duan Lingtian intentionally went easy on her, she obtained the final victory. I hope you'll give it your all in this battle. Lan Bai stared at the Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. The fact that the Duan Lingtian had easily killed the opponent who had defeated her and purposely lost to her had attracted a lot of gossip that enraged her. Although she knew she was no match for the Duan Lingtian, she still hoped to be defeated fair and square. She had her dignity. Give it my all? The Duan Lingtian raised his brows and looked deeply at Lan Bai. When he saw the seriousness in the girl's eyes, he nodded. I will. The Duan Lingtian had given Lan Bai enough respect in this battle. He did not use any spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength. Before Lan Bai could react, she was sent flying by the Duan Lingtian. She was severely injured and defeated. It was clean and neat. Apart from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and the group of elders who came to watch the show, only the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. This little fellow, he was still holding back when he fought with Chen Ji earlier? Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. Compared to the shock on Demon Emperor Man Wu's face, Qing Xian Emperor Wu was much calmer. He watched calmly from the beginning until the end. Thank you. Although Lan Bai was severely injured and defeated by the Duan Lingtian, she did not resent the Duan Lingtian at all. After thanking him, she retreated. How did this Duan Lingtian become so powerful? Zhou Yi's expression was grave. As a Thundercloud Peak disciple, he knew Lan Bai's strength very well. However, someone as powerful as Lan Bai was not a match for the Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, Zhou felt a chill run up from the bottom of his feet to his head. At this moment, he felt even more fortunate that he did not fight with the Duan Ling Tian before Chen Ji fought with the Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Brother Ling Tian's strength. Yang Hui was shocked. Although he knew that Duan Ling Tian was powerful, he thought that Duan Ling Tian had used all his strength when he fought with Chen Ji. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to still be holding back. Brother Ling Tian's current strength. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. Yang Hui's heart trembled as this thought appeared in his mind. Once this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress. How long has it been? Brother Ling Tian has already grown to such a level. Yang Hui's heart was filled with shock. Apart from Ke and Li Fei, the Emperor Wu of Yuhan was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's strength. With his strength, only the variant under the Qing Xian Emperor Wu and the direct disciple of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island can threaten him. Yesterday, the Emperor Wu of Yuhan had fought with Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, she had a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Of course, if she knew that the person who broke her heaven and earth wipeout was not the red-robed old man but Duan Ling Tian, she would not think that way. After defeating Lan Bai, Duan Ling Tian returned to the two little girls' side. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something inside. During the battle with Lan Bai's valiant figure reminded him of Feng Tianwu. Wasn't Tianwu taken away by the first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island? Logically speaking, she should be here since the Hidden Fog Island is hosting such a lively event. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not see any trace of Feng Tianwu. Brother Yang, do you know the first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Yang Hui. Of course I do. Yang Hui nodded. The first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island used to be a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on our cloud continent. His title was Crimson Flame, and people called him Crimson Flame Emperor Wu. He was considered a powerhouse of the older generation. When he was famous in the inner land of Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial monarch stage. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Yang Hui asked curiously. Have you seen him before? Duan Ling Tian asked again. I've seen him once. Yang Hui nodded. Is he among the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who are watching? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. Although he did not know what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do, Yang Hui still looked at the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who were standing in the distance and glanced at them one by one. He's not. In the end, Yang Hui shook his head. Duan Ling Tian was instantly disappointed. It seems like Tianwu really didn't come. Perhaps she's in closed-door cultivation now. Duan Ling Tian guessed. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition was still ongoing. Since the others had no choice, they could only challenge Duan Ling Tian one after another. Duan Ling Tian did not reject any of them and defeated them one by one. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian obtained another 5 tokens. Including the tokens that Dong Hu from Chioli Mountain and Lan Bai from Thundercloud Peak contributed, he had obtained a total of 7 tokens. As long as he obtained 2 more tokens, he would be ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition today. At the same time, the black-clad young man under Qing Xian Emperor Wu and the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island had obtained 7 tokens each. In the last round of the martial competition, any 2 people could only fight 1 round each. Therefore, obtaining 7 tokens meant that the 3 of them had defeated 7 people each. The top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition today are out. Many people had anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the start of the battle for the top 3. As for the ranking from 4th to 10th, it was out now. After the Hidden Fog martial competition ended, they would hand in their tokens and the ranking would be announced. The group of people who were watching formed a circle in the air. In the middle of the void, there were 3 people standing in a triangular formation. The 3 of them stood there calmly as though they would not be affected even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Finally, the direct disciple of the third island master of the hidden fog island, the ruthless young lady, took a step forward. Her eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. She's going to challenge Duan Lingtian? Immediately, many people's hearts moved as they guessed. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not think the young lady would take the initiative to challenge him. This was because he did not see any battle intent in the young lady's eyes when she looked at him. I'm grateful that you've avenged my junior sister. Although I won't go easy on you, I won't challenge you for the time being. Get ready. I'll fight you after I defeat him. A gloomy voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice was strange and sufficient to cause one's hair to stand on end. However, Duan Lingtian did not show any change in his expression as he nodded at the young lady. Naturally, it was only on the surface that he did not show any change. His heart was filled with shock. Now, he finally understood why the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island was not angry when he witnessed Chun-Ji being killed by him. Instead, he was calm. It turned out that Chun-Ji had harmed his female disciple before. Recalling Chun-Ji's reputation on the Hidden Fog Island, it was easy for him to guess what Chun-Ji had done. If that's the case, I've indeed avenged him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. East Island of the Hidden Fog Island. I want to see the second island master. An anxious voice came from the sky and broke the silence in the valley. The second island master is in closed-door cultivation. You can tell me if there's anything. An old voice resonated. An old man appeared and stopped the middle-aged man who was falling from the sky with an anxious expression on his face. The middle-aged man had a token with the word core carved on it hanging on his waist. Chapter 1304. Lang Yun. On the calm surface of the sea, a young woman with a cold expression stared at the young man opposite her as she spoke slowly. She was introducing herself. The fact that she was introducing herself was enough to show that the opponent in front of her had gained her approval. So her name is Lang Yun. At once, many people from Cloud Continent came to a realization. Lang Yun was the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. She was once in the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Anyone whose age could be measured by the age measuring pearl was eligible to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The age measuring pearl could measure the age of a person below the age of 70. As everyone knew, once a human martial artist cultivated to the martial monarch stage, he would be able to retain his youth forever. Therefore, it was not reliable to judge one's age based on appearance alone. As for demon beasts, there was no doubt that it was even more exaggerated. Once a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, it was considered as transforming into a demon. It could transform into a human or a human of any age. It could even transform into a 3-year-old child. Wang Yu, the young man, the most powerful person under Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, introduced himself in response to Lang Yun. As soon as Wang Yu's words left his mouth, Lang Yun had already made her move. Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Lang Yun made the first move. Not only did she unleash all of her energy, but a quasi-royal grade spirit claw also appeared and gripped her hand tightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian could only hear the ear-piercing sound of sharp weapons tearing through the air wherever Lang Yun passed by. The sharp claws on her hand shot out beams of light and transformed into claw shadows that filled the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Lang Yun arrived in front of Wang Yu. The sharp claws on her hand slashed down menacingly as though they were tearing the sky apart. As someone who was at the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage, Lang Yun's ability was much stronger than Wang Yu. Wang Yu was only at the 2nd level of Emperor Wu stage. If it was not for the fact that he was a variant and possessed innate divine ability, it was impossible for him to enter the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Facing Lang Yun, who was stronger than him and came with a menacing aura, Wang Yu was abnormally calm. When Lung Yun moved and shot towards him like a sharp arrow, he still stood where he was without any intention of dodging. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Innate divine power. The moment Lung Yun got close to him, he used his spiritual power to activate his innate ability. The demonic Black Lotus reappeared and faced the menacing Lung Yun head-on. When Lung Yun arrived in front of Wang Yu, the Black Lotus was also very close to her. Lung Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. Now, she was confident that she could severely injure Wang Yu the moment the Black Lotus entered her body. However, because she couldn't kill anyone, she didn't have the confidence to make Wang Yu lose the ability to attack her after severely injuring Wang Yu, so she chose to avoid it. She's going to lose. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had seen Lung Yun's situation clearly. If her attack landed, it would not be difficult for her to severely injure Wang Yu. She might even cause Wang Yu to lose the ability to continue fighting. However, she had chosen to avoid it because she was afraid of Wang Yu's innate ability. You can't just dodge an innate ability as you wish. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. This was because in the 2 reincarnations of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had encountered more than one variant who possessed innate abilities that could attack the soul. Therefore, he knew how terrifying this innate ability was. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Lung Yun gave up on attacking Wang Yu. She wanted to avoid it, but she soon regretted it. She discovered that the Black Lotus was not only moving faster and faster, but it was also sticking to her like gangrene. No matter where she dodged, it would follow her closely. Sky-ripping mystic in claw. Soon, Lung Yun also realized that if this continued, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, she tried to salvage the situation and attacked Wang Yu again. Sharp claws tore through the air, and claw shadows filled the sky. Unfortunately, this time Wang Yu had already dodged, causing her to miss her target. At this time, the Black Lotus's speed had caught up with Lung Yun's speed. Not only that, but its speed was also increasing. This was the mystery of an innate ability. Once it was used, its speed was not on the same level as the user's own speed. Unless one's strength was much stronger than the variant, it was almost impossible to avoid the innate ability. Duan Lingtian knew this from the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. It was because of this that he thought Lung Yun would lose. Because of a wrong choice, Lung Yun lost in the end. She was completely defeated. After the Black Lotus increased its speed several times, it finally caught up with her and merged into her body, causing her to be in a daze. Just when she was in a daze, Wang Yu made his move in time and defeated her. Wang Yu won. So this is the power of the soul attack innate ability? What a terrifying innate ability. It's not on the same level as the other variants' assist-type innate abilities. Of course, today, among the variants who know innate ability, Wang Yu is the only one who entered the top 3. After Wang Yu defeated Lung Yun, many people discussed how terrifying Wang Yu's innate ability was. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lung Yun returned to the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and lowered her head guiltily. It's my fault for not warning you. However, you've learned from your mistakes. I hope you'll remember today's lesson. The soul attack innate ability isn't something you can dodge just because you want to, the 3rd island master said. He did not blame Lung Yun at all. At the same time, the 3rd island master said loudly, "Rest for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the last round of the martial arts competition will continue." Brother Lingtian, are you confident? Even if I were to fight that Wang Yu, I wouldn't dare to say that I'd be able to defeat him. Yang Hui asked Duan Lingtian. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with dread. Duan Lingtian smiled. Won't you find out when you continue watching? Wang Yu, this Duan Lingtian isn't simple. If you fight him like how you fought Lung Yun, you'll definitely lose. Wang Yu, who was resting by the side, heard a clear voice transmission by his ears. He could tell that it was the voice of his master, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Master, I understand. Wang Yu hurriedly replied. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he muttered, "You'd better not lose to Lang Yun, otherwise I'll be disappointed." A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. This time, the one who took the initiative to enter the arena was still Lang Yun. After the previous rest, Lang Yun's injuries had completely recovered. Now, Lang Yun could only choose Duan Lingtian as her opponent. Facing Duan Lingtian, who flew out and stood opposite her, Lang Yun slowly opened her mouth. "Lang Yun, Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied in a timely manner. "Duan Lingtian, I won't show mercy to you just because you've avenged my junior sister." Lang Yun said through voice transmission, "As you wish." Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face as he replied indifferently. His indifference infuriated Lang Yun, causing her eyes to be filled with rage. Subsequently, without any hesitation, she executed her movement technique and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The quasi-royal grade sharp claw in her hand tore through the air as she executed the sky-ripping dark Yin claw once again. The sky-ripping dark Yin claw was a heaven-rank high-grade offensive martial skill, and Lang Yun had already cultivated it to perfection. It was precisely because of this that she could forcefully pull out a person's heart from his chest with her bare hands. Now that she was using the quasi-royal grade sharp claw, the might of the sky-ripping dark Yin claw had increased to a whole new level. Whoosh! 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 When Lang Yun charged towards Duan Lingtian, it was as though a huge goshawk was descending. Accompanying it were claw shadows that filled the sky as though she wanted to tear Duan Lingtian apart. The sharp claw tore through the air and set off a fierce gust of wind. It swept across the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered along with the wind. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot as he faced Lang Yun's overwhelming attack. He did not move at all. Under the gaze of a group of powerful Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor experts, Duan Lingtian casually took out a sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword split into 9 swords and revolved around his body. Suddenly, the 9 swords that revolved around Duan Lingtian's body swept out together. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the claw shadows that were formed by Lang Yun's sky-ripping dark Yin claw that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He immediately executed 2 sets of heaven-rank high-grade offensive martial skills. Both sets of heaven-rank high-grade offensive martial skills were not weaker than Lang Yun's sky-ripping dark Yin claw. Boom! 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 A series of deafening bangs suddenly rang out. It was Duan Lingtian's attack that collided with Lang Yun's attack. As the bangs rang out, waves of rolling shock waves swept out and raged in all directions. Suddenly, the group of onlookers felt a gust of wind blowing in their faces. Those with weaker cultivations were blown far away. Even more people were blown back by the wind. What a brilliant martial skill! The 2 sets of martial skills that Duan Lingtian had cast 9 swords in unison that transformed into 81 divine dragons before they shot out 162 ultimate flashes of light, shocking all the martial emperors and demon emperors present at the scene. Bang! Soon, a loud bang rang out and attracted everyone's attention. Many Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor experts clearly saw that after Duan Lingtian blocked Lang Yun's sky-ripping dark Yin claw, the sword in his hand shook and the sword body slammed out. The sword body slammed out as if it had the help of God. It was like a huge mountain collapsing, pressing down on Lang Yun. Lang Yun did not have time to react. She was hit by the power of Duan Lingtian's sword body. After a loud bang, she flew out like an arrow from a bow. She was battered and exhausted. Barf! As Lang Yun flew out, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her already pale face became even paler. The outcome was decided. From the moment he confronted Lang Yun to the moment he defeated Lang Yun, Duan Lingtian stood there and did not move his feet at all. This caused the onlookers to be inexplicably shocked. Wang Yu, after defeating Lang Yun, before the onlookers could react, Duan Lingtian looked directly at Wang Yu. The 9 swords merged into one and fell into his hand. This was the first thought that popped up in the minds of two of the three people. These two people were the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu. As for the third person, it was Qing Xian Emperor Wu. The reason why the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu lost their composure and even thought that Duan Lingtian had gone mad was because the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot was not aimed at Wang Yu. The arrow pierced through the air and was aimed at the Black Lotus that was as black as ink. It was also Wang Yu's gifted superpower. Although the remaining group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses could not see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's arrow clearly, they quickly caught a glimpse of it. Soon, they confirmed that the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot was aimed at the Black Lotus that pierced through the air. Doesn't he know that origin energy and profundity can't touch the gifted superpower? In order to shatter the gifted superpower, one must use extremely powerful spiritual power to succeed. This Duan Lingtian is really out of his mind. Does he think that he can shatter the gifted superpower just like that? In the blink of an eye, many people had the same thought. Most of them were mocking Duan Lingtian for being naive. Some of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. However, the mocking smiles on the corners of their mouths quickly froze. This was because they clearly saw that as the five-colored arrow pierced through the air, the Black Lotus was directly shattered and vanished without a trace. How's this possible? The group of people could not help but exclaim, "How's this possible?" Even Wang Yu, who had cast his gifted superpower to condense the Black Lotus to attack Duan Lingtian, was stunned. He could not wrap his head around what had just happened. Initially, he already had a plan to deal with Duan Lingtian. After casting his innate ability, he immediately cast his movement martial skill at full speed when Duan Lingtian made his move. He tried his best to avoid Duan Lingtian's attack. As long as he was not defeated by his gifted superpower, he would be invincible. However, at this moment, whoosh, as a gust of wind blew in his face, Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. The energy in his body that had weakened earlier surged again. He wanted to escape immediately. It's too late. At this moment, a voice entered Wang Yu's ears. Although the voice was calm and emotionless, it sounded like the voice of a devil when it entered Wang Yu's ears. It sent chills down his spine. Bang! Soon after, Wang Yu heard a loud bang. It was accompanied by intense pain that spread from his chest to every part of his body. Subsequently, he felt himself flying out as though he was riding on the clouds. The sweetness in his throat became more and more rapid. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was none other than the movement martial skill, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, that Duan Lingtian had cast when Wang Yu was in a daze. He had appeared in front of Wang Yu and struck out with his palm, easily sending him flying. Wang Yu flew for more than 100 meters before he could stabilize himself. He was in a sorry state and his face was even paler. After he took out a healing pill and consumed it, the outcome of the battle was decided. Duan Lingtian won and obtained the honor of being the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. At this moment, the entire place was in an uproar, especially the people from Lingxian Peak. Everyone from Lingxian Peak, including Emperor Wu Yonghui, had smiles on their faces. No matter what, Duan Lingtian represented Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog martial competition. He shared the honor and disgrace with them. When Duan Lingtian defeated Wang Yu in a clean manner, everyone's eyes shifted to him in unison. He had become the center of attention in the entire place. Duan Lingtian is really a monster. That's right. Whether it was defeating Lang Yun or Wang Yu, it didn't take him long. His strength is so strong that it's completely beyond our imagination. To think that Changji wanted to kill him, he's really overestimating himself. The group of onlookers discussed animatedly. The topics revolved around the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Soon after, one of Emperor Wu's powerhouses reacted and exclaimed in a low voice, "I wonder how he managed to break Wang Yu's innate ability. That's right, I still can't figure out that arrow. With just one arrow, he managed to break Wang Yu's innate ability. It's like a stroke of genius." By right, origin energy and profundity shouldn't be able to touch a soul attack innate ability, let alone break it. Duan Lingtian's arrow isn't simple at all. More and more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrow. It was as though the arrow was assisted by God. Some of the people with lower cultivation bases who initially did not see any clues began to realize how amazing Duan Lingtian's performance was when they heard the discussions among Emperor Wu's powerhouses. The arrow skill that he used earlier seems a little familiar. Yuhan's Emperor Wu frowned. She had a feeling that the arrow skill that Duan Lingtian had used earlier was familiar to her, but she could not recall it at the moment. Naturally, it was not that she could not recall it. It was just that she could not connect the arrow that broke her heaven and earth wipeout with the arrow skill that Duan Lingtian had used earlier. This was because the arrow yesterday was even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying because Duan Lingtian had used an arrow that was a royal-grade spirit weapon at the same time. However, he had held back today. He only used his own energy to form an arrow to attack. Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor, who recommended the top 10 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, please come forward and collect your rewards. As for the participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, the top 30 participants will be rewarded in 10 days. Just when most of the people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island announced loudly, causing everyone to shift their attention away from Duan Lingtian. Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor, who recommended the top 10 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, immediately took a spatial ring from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Our rewards will only be given out in 10 days? One of the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition frowned unhappily. Just when the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition were feeling gloomy, Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring from Yang Hui. After he dripped his blood on it to claim ownership, he saw 10 little stones shining with white light lying quietly on the ring. These are the Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember there were 2 of these little stones in the spatial ring of Chunji, the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Who is it? Who killed my son? Chun Bei's silver robe fluttered even more violently as the killing intent on his body soared into the sky. What a joke! Apart from the battle for the top 10, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition doesn't care about life and death. Your son Chunji wasn't the only one who died in the battle for the top 10. Chunji was killed because his skills were inferior. What does that have to do with me? Fong Wen sneered. Boom! Just as Fong Wen's voice fell, Chun Bei could no longer suppress his anger, and it roared out. His silver robe fluttered to the extreme as though it was burning with a silver flame. A vast energy rose around his body and emitted a terrifying aura. The group of powerhouses on Cloud Continent, including Qing Xian Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor Man Wu, had a change of expression. They could clearly sense Chun Bei's powerful strength. He's at least Emperor Wu stage 8th level or above. Demon Emperor Man Wu's heart skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian will definitely die if the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island makes a move. However, it's beyond my expectations that he's here. With the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island stopping him, he shouldn't be able to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. If that's the case, let me do it for him. Flames of greed burned deep in Emperor Wu's cold eyes. She had never forgotten her goal. She wanted the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. Right now, his spatial ring doesn't only contain the treasures that he left behind as the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. Earlier, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu also gave him the spatial ring that contained the Saint Stone. That spatial ring was also casually put into his own spatial ring. Perhaps the others did not notice all of this. However, Cold Emperor Wu had been staring at Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Naturally, she saw everything clearly. Initially, she planned to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand after the crowd dispersed. However, Chun Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had appeared. She had no choice but to make her move first. Now, she was only waiting for the two Hidden Fog Islands island masters to fight. Once they fought, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. At that time, she would kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the Duan Lingtian spatial ring. Cold Emperor Wu could not help but feel excited when she thought of this. Chun Bei, you really dare to make a move? Don't forget why the Hidden Fog martial competition is held today. If you ruin this, the first island master won't let you go. Fong Wen's face turned grave when he saw Chun Bei accumulating his strength and was ready to make a move. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Fong Wen was done speaking, several swift figures appeared and landed beside Fong Wen, blocking Chun Bei's path. Apart from Duan Lingtian, most of the people were shocked by this scene. The group of people who blocked Chun Bei's path with Fong Wen was none other than the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders. Second Island Master, please reconsider. The group of Hidden Fog Island's elders said to Chun Bei in unison. Their voices sounded like a clap of thunder. While most of the people were shocked and confused, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, "It's just as I expected. The Hidden Fog martial competition isn't that simple." In fact, when he heard about the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had already guessed that it would not be that simple. Putting aside the rewards for the participants who ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition, Duan Lingtian's imagination ran wild even though the rewards for the referees were enough. The Saint Stone can help an Emperor stage powerhouse to elevate his cultivation base. You can imagine how precious it is. However, the Hidden Fog Island offered the Saint Stone to tempt the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent to bring their people to the Hidden Fog martial competition. Who would believe that the Hidden Fog Island has no ulterior motive after going through so much trouble? Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he was still in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent, he had fought for many years for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and won the honor of being number 1 in the end. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the Skywolf Fort in the northern desert. They used a large number of concept fragments to tempt the young powerhouses of the 10 dynasties to join. The reason why the Skywolf Fort was willing to offer concept fragments and hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was because of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If it was not for Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the Skywolf Fort would not have held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The reason why the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and offered a large number of concept fragments was because of the Profundity Fragment. The Profundity Fragment in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With this experience, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The Hidden Fog Island today was just like the Skywolf Fort back then. The Hidden Fog martial competition today was just like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties back then. Just like the Skywolf Fort, the Hidden Fog Island must have their own agenda. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he killed Chun Ji. He was not surprised that Chun Bei, the second island master of the Skywolf Fort, would appear and seek revenge from him. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he was not worried. This was because he knew that as long as he displayed his value in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Island. When that time came, he would be extremely valuable to the Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog Island would not sacrifice him before they achieved their goal of holding the martial competition. Now that he ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition with his own strength, he had proven his value to the greatest extent. Therefore, he was not worried that Chun Bei would kill him. Of course, even if the Hidden Fog Island protected him for some reason, he was prepared to leave the Hidden Fog Island quietly after the martial competition ended. He would be free from the Hidden Fog Island's restraints. For some reason, he had a feeling that the Hidden Fog Island's goal was not as simple as the Skywolf Fort's goal back then. He had a bad feeling about this. If he stayed in the Hidden Fog Island and allowed them to do whatever they wanted, something bad might happen to him. Once I leave the Hidden Fog Island, even if I lose the Hidden Fog Island's protection, this Chun Bei might not be able to find me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was exactly what he had planned from the start. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate when he killed Qinji. He did not even show much emotion. He had already thought of a way out. Do you think you can stop me? Chun Bei asked coldly as he stared at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fong Wan, and the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders. Humph! Just as Chun Bei was about to attack Fong Wan and the others, a cold snort that seemed to come from all directions entered everyone's ears. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. That's... Chapter 1307. A gigantic human silhouette appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It stood there like a small hill. The human silhouette was an old man in a golden robe. There was a golden mole between the old man's brows. It was dazzling like a small sun. They can't stop you, but can I? The pair of illusory eyes of the golden-robed old man's silhouette flashed. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and landed on Chun Bei. It was as though a gigantic rock had fallen from his gaze. It was so oppressive that Chun Bei's expression changed drastically. First Island Master. Chun Bei took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the silhouette in the sky. There was fear in his eyes. At the same time, he said anxiously, Chun Bei dares not. First Island Master. At the same time, the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders and disciples, including Fong Wan, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, bowed at the silhouette in the sky. He stood in the sky with a majestic aura. He's the first island master of Hidden Fog Island? He doesn't seem to be a real person. I wonder what technique he has. I've heard that the first island master of Hidden Fog Island has a mystical ability that ordinary people can't imagine. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, he really lives up to his reputation. How terrifying. The real person hasn't shown up yet. It's just a silhouette, but it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Everyone present, including the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, deeply realized how terrifying the first island master of Hidden Fog Island was. He's the first island master of Hidden Fog Island? What technique is this? Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter softly as he looked at the human silhouette in the sky. Apart from shock, his heart was filled with doubt. This old man is a powerhouse at the peak of the innate stage. He only needs one more step to reach the mortal shedding stage. At this moment, a voice resonated from Duan Lingtian's body. It was Wang Ba who spoke. Peak of the innate stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. According to the words of your mortal continent, it is the peak of the Emperor Wu realm. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, he can be considered to have entered the peak of the innate stage. He's only one step away from the mortal shedding stage. Wang Ba continued, as for the skill he's using now, it's the innate illusion, which can be mastered by any martial cultivator who has reached the peak of the greater heaven realm. Innate illusion. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's the use of this innate phantom? The innate illusory body doesn't have much use in the Tao Martial Saint Land other than to confuse people. However, it can be used to scare people in a place ruled by mortals just like now. Wang Ba added. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He could understand Wang Ba's words. The innate illusory body was very common in the Tao Martial Saint Land, but it was extremely rare in the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands where mortals ruled. However, when Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-robed old man's figure in the sky again, his heart was still filled with shock. The peak of the Emperor Wu stage. This golden-robed old man, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was actually at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. It's very likely that he's the one who's leading the Hidden Fog martial competition. What does he need us to do when he's at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Just like that time when Emperor Wu's secret treasure was opened in the northern desert, forces such as Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, and Five Element Sect had recruited young powerhouses just for the sake of obtaining the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. All of this was because the powerhouses from the various forces were unable to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Emperor Wu's secret treasure only allowed those below the age of 40 to enter. This time, the Hidden Fog martial competition also has an age requirement, those below the age of 70. Don't tell me that there's a place similar to Emperor Wu's secret treasure that's about to open? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought about this. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so coincidental. Then, what does the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island want from us? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. You don't dare? Is there anything that you don't dare to do, Chunbei? At this moment, the golden-robed old man's silhouette in the sky spoke again. He mocked Chunbei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. First island master, I just want to kill the enemy who killed my son with my own hands. Chunbei took a deep breath and said, Chunbei, although you're not the one who's leading the Hidden Fog martial competition, I remember you were there when I set the rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Do you need me to repeat the rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition for you? The golden-robed old man asked. His tone was as cold as ice. First island master, I'm confused. Chunbei had a panicked expression on his face. At the same time, he lowered his head silently. He looked like a child who was being recognized in front of an adult. There's a difference in the severity of the matter. Remember, apart from being Chunji's father, you're also the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. The golden-robed old man left these words behind before he disappeared. The human-shaped silhouette in the sky disappeared without a trace. At this moment, most of the people present finally heaved a sigh of relief. The appearance of the golden-robed old man was just a silhouette, but it was enough to make them feel suffocated. Second island master, do you still want to continue? Fong Wen looked at Chunbei and asked nonchalantly. Humph! Chunbei snorted softly. He stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. It seems like this Chunbei still hasn't given up. I can't stay on the Hidden Fog Island anymore. Now that the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island has stepped in, he shouldn't dare to kill me for the time being. However, once I lose my value, be it the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island or the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, they won't be able to protect me anymore. At that time, Chunbei will definitely kill me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. He planned to find an opportunity to leave in the next few days. The first island master of the Hidden Fog Island is so terrifying. Duan Lingtian won the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition, and he's actually protected by him. It seems like I'll have to find another suitable opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression turned grave. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He was afraid of the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Initially, she thought Duan Lingtian had offended the Hidden Fog Island by killing Chunji and would not be protected by the powerhouses of the Hidden Fog Island. It was only now that she realized she was wrong. It seems like the Hidden Fog Island's purpose of holding the Hidden Fog martial competition isn't that simple. At this moment, Yuhan Emperor Wu also guessed something. No matter what, the Hidden Fog martial competition had come to an end. Everyone left one after another. 10 days later, the rewards for the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition would be given out. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 29 people were looking forward to it. Brother Yang, here are 3 saint stones. Please accept them. On the way back, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and passed the spatial ring that contained the 3 saint stones to Yang Hui. Apart from the 10 saint stones that were rewarded for the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had also obtained 2 saint stones from Chen Ji's spatial ring. There were a total of 12 saint stones. Therefore, he decided to give 3 to Yang Hui. No matter what, it was all thanks to Yang Hui that he was able to come to the Hidden Fog Island and participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Naturally, Yang Hui wanted the 3 saint stones. However, he politely declined in the end. However, after Duan Lingtian insisted, he finally accepted it. He thanked Duan Lingtian sincerely. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. Yang Hui subconsciously lowered his attitude when he faced Duan Lingtian. Naturally, all of this was because of the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. He had only suspected it before this. However, now Yang Hui could confirm it. Duan Lingtian's strength was no longer inferior to his. If they were to fight to the death, he might not be Duan Lingtian's match. After returning to the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Lingtian did not rush to leave with Kerr and Li Fei. The Hidden Fog martial competition had just ended. It was undoubtedly unwise to leave now. Kerr, little Fei, I'll bring both of you out of the Hidden Fog Island in 5 days and return to Cloud Continent. After Duan Lingtian informed the two girls, he entered his room and began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form. According to Emperor Wu's memory, the Divine Dragon Form could be cultivated until the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. The Divine Dragon Form is the mental cultivation method that I started cultivating when I was at the Martial Monarch stage. Even if I can cultivate until the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, what about after the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? The peak of the Emperor Wu stage is only the peak of the innate stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. After the innate stage, there's still the Mortal Shedding stage and the Saint Rudiment stage. After the Saint Rudiment stage, there's still the Saint stage. If Duan Lingtian used to think that the Emperor Wu stage was the peak that he could reach. However, the current him did not think so. His horizons were much wider than before. This Saint Stone. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a Saint Stone. He had already learned about the Saint Stone's function from Yang Hui. Could rapidly raise one's cultivation base. Holding the Saint Stone in his hand as he cultivated, Duan Lingtian circulated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. He could clearly feel a powerful energy surging into his body from the Saint Stone. It felt like it did not take long before he broke through the bottleneck that was only one step away from breaking through to the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. In just a blink of an eye, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed. His cultivation base successfully entered the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. I broke through just like that? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his expression was slightly dazed. The breakthrough this time gave him a feeling that it was very unreal. I feel like the speed at which this Saint Stone helped me raise my cultivation base is even more exaggerated than the rebirth pill. However, it's also consumed very quickly. It's only been a short while, and I've already consumed half of it. Duan Lingtian could clearly see that the Saint Stone in his hand had dimmed a little as his cultivation base had broken through to the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. It seemed like it had consumed a lot of energy. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. Feels like only 1 or 2 days. After leaving the house, Duan Lingtian learned from the two girls that he had been cultivating for 3 days. No wonder they say that time flies when one cultivates. It seems like it's true. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Zhou had always been the target of his jealousy. Now that he had the chance to trick him, it was beneficial to him. There was no harm in doing so. Here are 1,000 supreme-grade primal stones. Consider it a deposit. I'll give you the other 2,000 supreme-grade primal stones after this is done. Let me remind you, don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot even if you have Emperor Wu's protection. Duan Lingtian threatened when he reached the end of his sentence. I'm sure you've seen how much the Hidden Fog Island values me 3 days ago. In order to protect me, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Emperor Wu, who's at the peak of the Hidden Fog Island, even personally came. The peak of the Emperor Wu stage. The Thundercloud Peak's disciple's eyes narrowed. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. 3 days ago, although he could see that the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island's ability was not simple, He did not expect him to be at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. If such a powerhouse wanted to, he could kill their Thundercloud Peak's Thunder Emperor Wu in just a blink of an eye. Go. Duan Ling Tian said again. After the Thundercloud Peak's disciple took the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 supreme-grade primal stones, he turned around and returned to the mansion where the people from Thundercloud Peak were staying. As for Duan Ling Tian, he followed far behind and hid at the side of the mansion. I hope he can really lure Zhou out. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he hid behind the forest and looked in the direction of the mansion from afar. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw the Thundercloud Peak's disciple appear. There was another person who appeared with him. Just by looking at the back, he could tell it was Zhou. After the two of them appeared, they left the mansion and headed north. After confirming that there was no one following them, Duan Ling Tian made his move and followed them from afar. Soon after, he stopped them in a forest far away from the mansion. Zhou. After appearing, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou calmly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Duan Ling Tian. Horror dawned on Zhou's face. He did not expect to be so unlucky to encounter Duan Ling Tian as soon as he stepped out of the door. Whoosh! At this moment, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian shot a ray of light at him with just a raise of his hand. Origin energy and profundity rose from his body as he tried to block it. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he noticed that the Thundercloud Peak's disciple next to him had raised his hand to block the ray of light shot out by Duan Ling Tian before flying away and disappearing before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. When the ray of light approached him, he realized it was a spatial ring. At this moment, he realized he had been deceived. Damn it! I can't believe I didn't guard against him. Now, he could roughly guess what was going on. The Thundercloud Peak's disciple must have bribed Duan Ling Tian and helped Duan Ling Tian lure him out. When Zhou recalled the powerful strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed 3 days ago, he felt a chill run up his spine from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Duan Ling Tian, it was my fault for what happened back then. However, it was Emperor Wu who asked me to capture Miss Tian Wu and bring her to Lost Stone Forest. After taking a deep breath, Zhou looked at Duan Ling Tian and pushed all the blame to Emperor Wu. 3 days ago, before the Hidden Fog martial competition began, I met Emperor Wu once. He's not as powerful as I am, and his life is hanging by a thread. In order to survive, he told me everything. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhou indifferently and said slowly, including why you betrayed Lost Stone Forest. Horror dawned on Zhou when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Run. Without any hesitation, Zhou turned around and fled. What a joke! Since Duan Ling Tian already knew everything, then the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit was not as simple as taking revenge on him for kidnapping Feng Tianwu. He was here for the mysterious stone tablet. If he stayed, not only would the mysterious stone tablet be taken away, but he would also be killed. However, would he be able to escape? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared in Zhou's path again and blocked his way. Duan Ling Tian, I can give you the thing that you want. Zhou's expression changed drastically. Zhou's expression changed again. He realized it was impossible for him to escape under Duan Ling Tian's nose. He immediately wanted to take out the Devil Seal tablet and beg Duan Ling Tian to spare his life. However, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of letting him finish. He interrupted him. There's no need for you to say anything else. You'll definitely die today. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's body moved. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and charged at Zhou as though he was going to swallow him whole. No. Zhou's face was filled with despair as he let out a cry. Boom! Just as Zhou cried out in alarm, he heard a loud bang. Immediately after, a vast, rolling shockwave landed on his body and sent him flying. Zhou thought he would definitely die. The outcome would be the same whether he defended or not. Therefore, he did not deliberately defend himself against Duan Ling Tian's attack. Because of this, he was blasted far away. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood as he ignored the intense pain from the impact of the shockwave. His face was filled with ecstasy. After his ecstasy, he gradually calmed down. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he should be able to blast me into pieces with just one blow. But when Zhou came to a halt and looked into the distance, he saw a figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian, blocking his path. Although the figure was a little blurry due to the distance, he could still recognize the silhouette of Martial Emperor Lei Ming's back with just a glance. I hope he can kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will still be a huge threat to me if he's alive, Zhou thought to himself. However, Zhou did not go over. He merely watched from afar. This Duan Lingtian shouldn't be hiding his strength, right? An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he recalled how Duan Lingtian had displayed his strength step by step 3 days ago, and how he had shocked him time and time again. No, he can't stay. Who knows if this Duan Lingtian is still hiding his strength? If he's really hiding his strength, and his true strength is enough to kill Thunder Emperor Wu, then won't I be dead for sure? Run! I must run. Just in case, I must run. When Zhou thought of this, he no longer hesitated and turned to flee. However, he had forgotten one thing. Chapter 1309. Duan Lingtian. What enmity do you have with Zhou? Why do you want to kill him? Thunderclap Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not answer Thunderclap Emperor Wu because he saw Zhou Yi's silhouette leaving. Anxious, he hurriedly moved to chase after Zhou Yi. No matter what, he could not let Zhou Yi escape. It would be fine if Zhou Yi escaped back to the Thundercloud Peak's residence. However, if he escaped from the hidden Fog Island, how would he be able to find Zhou Yi and take back the Devil Seal Tablet in the vast land? However, he was stopped by Thunderclap Emperor Wu as soon as he moved. Get lost! Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. All he wanted to do was to chase after Zhou Yi, kill him, and take back the Devil Seal Tablet. He did not have time to think about the Thunderclap Emperor Wu who was blocking his way. He simply threw a punch at him. Boom! Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that charged out swiftly and crashed into Martial Emperor Lei Ming. It was as if the ground had collapsed when the punch was thrown out. However, Thunderclap Emperor Wu easily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack with a loud bang. Moreover, after Thunderclap Emperor Wu's energy crushed Duan Lingtian's energy, there was still a large portion of it left. It landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! As expected, Duan Lingtian was sent flying. His vital energy and blood were surging in his body. The intense pain that came from all over his body caused him to snap back to his senses. He hastily took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. In just a short moment, Duan Lingtian's injuries were mostly healed. Thunderclap Emperor Wu. After he stopped moving, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. He would not allow anyone to stop him from killing Zhou Yi. Whoosh! A bow and an arrow appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands out of thin air. It was his royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. As soon as the bow and arrow appeared in his hand, he pulled it into a full moon shape. Colossal aerolite arrow. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shot an arrow that was as black as ink in his hand. It was like a black electric snake streaking across the sky. It was so fast that Thunderclap Emperor Wu's expression changed, who was originally calm. In a hurry, Thunderclap Emperor Wu took out his quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon and cast his most powerful technique to barely block Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, the remaining energy from the quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon still caused his body to tremble violently. He didn't unleash his full force? When Duan Lingtian had not Lingtian had with him, he was to Lingtian's his, fear to his. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shot another arrow. It was the same arrow that he shot earlier. As soon as it returned to his hand, he shot it out again. After shooting the arrow, Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 arrows were shot at Emperor Wu. It was as though he would not stop until he killed Emperor Wu. That's not right. With his strength, even if he cast an advanced heaven-class martial skill, it shouldn't be this powerful. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had once again made his move to block the 3 arrows that Duan Lingtian shot out, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Soon after, he finally realized what was going on. Saint grade martial tactic. That's right. It's a Saint grade martial tactic. When Thunderclap Emperor Wu realized what was going on, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had shot 3 arrows at Emperor Wu's vital points, gave up on Emperor Wu and dashed in the direction where Zhou Yi had escaped. After Thunderclap Emperor Wu dodged the 3 arrows, they returned to his hand. Zhou Yi. After flying for a while, Zhou Yi's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's sight again. Whoosh! A piercing sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was obviously coming from behind. Duan Lingtian knew that Thunderclap Emperor Wu had caught up with him. I don't care anymore. Even if I have to give up an arrow, I must kill Zhou Yi. Duan Lingtian, who felt that time was running out, raised his hand and knocked an arrow on the strong bow in his hand. He aimed it at Zhou Yi's back. Stop! A thunderous voice came from behind Duan Lingtian and was getting closer. It's too late. Duan Lingtian sneered. The arrow in his hand whistled through the air and disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time when he let go of the arrow, he saw Zhou Yi, who was running for his life, trembling before he fell to the ground. He's finally dead. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw this scene, as he was extremely confident in his archery skill. The arrow earlier had penetrated Zhou Yi's heart. However, the royal grade spirit arrow was nowhere to be seen. Since Zhou Yi was far away from him, he could not retrieve the arrow that killed Zhou Yi through the inscription formation that was inscribed on the bow and arrow. Although it was a pity, he did not feel any heartache. In his opinion, the fact that the arrow was able to kill Zhou Yi was already considered to have fulfilled its mission. In fact, the arrow had not only killed Zhou Yi, but it had also left behind the Devil Seal tablet for Duan Lingtian. If the arrow was gone, he could look for ink steel to refine it. However, if the Devil Seal tablet was gone, he would not be able to refine it as he wished. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a wave of rolling airwaves that came from behind him woke Duan Lingtian up, causing him to hastily take out another arrow and shoot it out from his bow. At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew out and landed on the arrow. With the help of the arrow's speed, he managed to dodge the thunderous attack that Thunderclap Emperor Wu gave him. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you actually know the Saint grade martial tactic. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Thunderclap Emperor Wu shouted. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his hand shook, and a storm-like attack swept out fiercely toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Thunderclap Emperor Wu had already killed Zhou Yi the moment he made his move. He did not kill Zhou Yi just to avenge him. More importantly, it was because of the Saint grade martial tactic that Duan Lingtian had cast. At Thunderclap Emperor Wu's level, he was especially sensitive to certain things. For example, the Saint grade martial tactic. After confirming that Duan Lingtian had cast the Saint grade martial tactic, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to ask Duan Lingtian to hand over the Saint grade martial tactic. This was because he knew the Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated through the Saint token. Moreover, those who had obtained the Saint token must have a powerhouse backing them up. That powerhouse was most likely someone who stood at the peak of Emperor Wu's level. Even if he was not, he must be someone who was close to the peak of Emperor Wu's level. He was not someone he could afford to offend. For this reason, after confirming that Duan Lingtian had cast the Saint grade martial tactic, the first thought that appeared in his mind was to kill Duan Lingtian to silence him. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would ask that powerhouse to make a move on him in the future? This concerned his life, so he could not afford to gamble. Moreover, after killing Duan Lingtian, he would be able to confirm whether Duan Lingtian had the Saint Token or not. If Duan Lingtian had the Saint Token, it would undoubtedly be a great bonus. Even if he did not, he would still be able to avoid a life-or-death situation. Kill! At this moment, there was only one thought left in Thunderclap Emperor Wu's mind, and that was to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future trouble. Due to the fact that he was determined to kill Duan Lingtian, Thunderclap Emperor Wu attacked again without holding back. He suppressed Duan Lingtian until he was forced to retreat again and again. He was in a precarious situation and could lose his life at any time. Although the Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic, and it was a human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian had only grasped the surface of it. Faced with Thunderclap Emperor Wu, who was at the 5th level of Emperor Wu stage, Duan Lingtian began to feel an immense pressure as time passed by. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here today? Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying again by Thunderclap Emperor Wu, had a bitter expression on his face as he spat out a mouthful of blood again as his internal organs trembled. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Bastard! You really can't help me? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba, who was hiding in his body. Boy, I can't help it. My soul isn't something that can be carried by your body. Once it occupies your body will instantly explode into dust. At that time, both of us will die. Wang Ba's voice resonated with a hint of helplessness. Also, my soul doesn't have a carrier, so I can't use my soul attack. Can't your soul attack his soul directly? Duan Lingtian asked again. Brat, my soul can attack his soul, and I can even destroy his soul. At this point, Wang Ba was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Then why aren't you making a move? Boy, although I can use my own soul to destroy his soul, at that time, I'll passively occupy his body. His body won't be able to carry my soul and will still explode into dust. Once his body explodes into dust, my soul will be destroyed as well. I won't do something that will send me to my death. Wang Ba said again. He made it very clear. If he wanted to save Duan Lingtian, he could only choose to perish together with Thunderclap Emperor Wu. Of course, he was not willing to do that. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately dismissed the idea of asking Wang Ba for help. As for Wang Ba's choice, he was not surprised. He and Wang Ba did not have a life-and-death relationship. It was only natural that Wang Ba would not be willing to sacrifice himself for him. If he was in Wang Ba's position, he knew he would make the same choice as Wang Ba. Then, after I'm killed, will you die? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Wang Ba said, if you're killed by him and not by my soul, the vitality in your body will disappear, and my soul won't passively occupy your body. At that time, I can choose to enter his body and use it as a host. Wang Ba said again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely understood. Even if he died, Wang Ba would not die. What a pity. Boy, if you can cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the next level, it won't be difficult for you to fight him to a draw. Wang Ba sighed. Boy, don't blame me. In the end, Wang Ba added, if you can live, no one is willing to die, even if I'm only a remnant soul now. Obviously, he did not think Duan Lingtian could escape this calamity. Although Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Ba's choice was right, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. In fact, Thunder Emperor Wu was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even Duan Lingtian could not figure it out as well. He would be enlightened in that instant. That moment of enlightenment helped his Colossal Aerolite Arrow break through to a whole new level. It allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After his Colossal Aerolite Arrow leveled up, his strength was not inferior to Thunder Emperor Wu's. When Thunder Emperor Wu's attention was not on him, he shot the arrow at lightning speed. Thunder Emperor Wu did not even have time to react before he was shot dead. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Thunder Emperor Wu being killed by his arrow. He looked at the bow in his hand and could not regain his senses for a long time. Thunder Emperor Wu was an existence who was on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu. The Emperor Wu powerhouse, who was said to be ranked in the top 3 on Cloud Continent, died in his hands just like that. For a time, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to accept this fact. Brother Lingtian. In the distance, the young girl hovering in the air not far away from where Martial Emperor Lei Mingfell looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard the voice. He looked at the young lady who had appeared in time to save him. The young lady was dressed in yellow. She looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were sparkling. With just one look, one could tell she was a mischievous person who did not know her place. There was a cold aura around the young lady's body. The young lady in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai, who came from Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian, you actually know the Saint Grade martial tactic? After a short moment, Han Xuanai withdrew the icy cold aura that she released and arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. She was slightly surprised as she sized Duan Lingtian up from head to toe and asked curiously, Xuanai, why are you here? At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. I couldn't find Brother Lingtian on Cloud Continent. I heard Brother Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog Island, so I came here. Brother Lingtian, you haven't answered my question yet. Han Xuanai frowned and said, that Saint Grade martial tactic. My father left it to me. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe and asked, Xuanai, I remember you told me last time that you've been maintaining this appearance because you've cultivated a special technique. Now that you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, why can't you return to normal? I have to enter the mortal shedding stage first. Han Xuanai said with a bitter face, Brother Lingtian, since you know the Saint Grade martial tactic, you must know about the mortal shedding stage, right? Yes, I do. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and said, wait for me for a while. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian flew out and took the spatial ring from the Thunderclap Emperor Wu's body before destroying it. Then, he went to take Zhou Yi's spatial ring and did the same thing, making Zhou Yi follow in the footsteps of the Thunderclap Emperor Wu. After performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Yi's spatial ring and confirming that the Devil Seal tablet was inside, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. The Devil Seal tablet is finally back. When Duan Lingtian took Zhou Yi's spatial ring and turned to look at Han Xuanai, he was stunned again. At this moment, there was another person next to Han Xuanai. It was a little girl dressed in white. The little girl looked no more than 10 years old, and her eyes were sparkling. However, when the little girl in white looked at him, there was a hint of excitement on her delicate little face. When he recalled what Emperor Wu had said to him 3 days ago, he guessed the identity of the little girl in white. Brother Lingtian. Guess who she is? Han Xuanai brought the little girl in white forward and asked Duan Lingtian mysteriously with a smile on her face. Little White, I didn't expect you to be able to transform into a human. Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl in white and sighed. I still remember when I first met you. You were just a little girl. Duan Lingtian greeted the little girl as he gestured with his hands. Brother. Seeing that Duan Lingtian recognized her, the little girl in white could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She flew out and hugged Duan Lingtian like a koala. To her, Duan Lingtian was her closest kin. Ever since she could remember, Duan Lingtian had always been by her side. When she was born, she even treated Duan Lingtian as her father. Duan Lingtian smiled from the bottom of his heart. He patted Little White's head and said gently, Little White, I'm sure Kerr will be very happy to see you. Sister Kerr? Little White's eyes lit up. She asked in anticipation, Brother, where's Sister Kerr? She's on the hidden fog island too. I'll bring you to see her later, but why is it only you and Xuanai? Where's little gold and little black? Duan Lingtian looked around as he spoke. How boring. Brother Lingtian recognized me so quickly. Han Xuanai said a little unhappily. Although she was already over 20 years old, she was still a child at heart. Brother, how did you recognize me? Little White asked curiously. When Han Xuanai heard this, she also looked at Duan Lingtian. She found it a little unbelievable that Duan Lingtian was able to recognize Little White with just a glance earlier. If it wasn't for Emperor Wu Shiqi, I wouldn't have recognized you either. Duan Lingtian smiled and told the two girls about his encounter with Emperor Wu Shiqi 3 days ago. So it's him. The two girls finally understood. Sister Xuanai, you and Little White should have killed that Emperor Wu Shiqi back then. Now we can't even maintain our mystery anymore. How boring. At this moment, a dissatisfied girl's voice sounded. A little girl dressed in gold appeared before Duan Lingtian. Unlike the little girl in white, the little girl in gold looked more like Han Xuanai. They were both mischievous. Little Gold? Upon hearing the little girl in gold's voice, Duan Lingtian immediately guessed her identity. This was because her voice did not change much from before. Between Little Gold and Little Black, only Little Gold was female. As for Little Black, it was a male snake. Brother. When Little Gold looked at Duan Lingtian, she was also excited. She flew out and pushed Little White, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, to the side. She hugged Duan Lingtian tightly. Brother, Little Gold missed you so much. In the past, although Little Gold and Duan Lingtian would fight occasionally, they were very close. Brother. At some point in time, a cool little boy dressed in black appeared. His appearance was somewhat similar to Xiao Bai's. Chapter 13:11. Little Black. Duan Lingtian looked at the cool little boy in black. It was easy for him to guess his identity. The arrival of Xuanai and the three little fellows was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. Since the three little fellows missed Ke and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian did not have time to chat with Han Xuanai before he brought them back to the mansion where the people from Lingshan Peak were staying. They returned to their courtyard. Young master, they are... Ke was elated when she saw Duan Lingtian return. However, she was stunned when she saw the four people behind Duan Lingtian. Li Fei heard Ke's voice and knew that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, she was stunned when she saw the four people behind Duan Lingtian. Han Xuanai and the other three were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Ke and Li Fei. Sister Ke. Sister Li Fei. Soon after, Little White leaped into Ke's arms while Little Gold leaped into Li Fei's arms. The two little fellows were very excited. It was as though they had returned home after wandering for many years. The two little fellows' actions had undoubtedly frightened the two little fellows. After Duan Lingtian's explanation, the two little fellows reacted. As it turned out, the two little girls were the little white python and the little gold mouse from back then. Little White, I didn't expect it to be you. You're Little Black, right? Ke was naturally very happy that Little White had returned. Soon after, her gaze landed on the cool little boy in black who was looking at her excitedly. Sister Ke. Little Black greeted Ke excitedly. Back then, when he and his sister, Little White, were just born, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Ke. Due to this reason, they had an extraordinary affection for Duan Lingtian and Ke. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian and Ke were not only their brother and sister, but they were also their father and mother. They were the people they respected the most and the most important people in their hearts. Little Gold, compared to before, you've completely changed. I can't even recognize you, Li Fei said to Little Gold. When Duan Lingtian saw the two little girls were getting along with the three little fellows, he beckoned Han Xuanai over and walked to the side. He immediately shifted his gaze to Han Xuanai and asked, Xuanai, if I'm not mistaken, You're from the Tao Martial Arts Saint Land? Big brother Ling Tian. You guessed it? Han Shuanai was a little surprised. I'd be an idiot if I still can't guess it. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Initially, I thought you're from the Han clan, one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Han clan. Han Shuanai's mischievous eyes gleamed as she said, although I'm not from the tiny Han clan, our clan has some ties with them. The Han clan's ancestor can be considered as someone from our clan. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. It did not cross his mind that the Han clan's ancestor was from the Tao Martial Saint Land. The Han clan was one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Back then, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had interacted with them before, so he knew them quite well. However, even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know that the Han clan's ancestor was from the Tao Martial Saint Land. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not even know about the Tao Martial Saint Land. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian also learned from Han Shuanai when she brought the three little fellows back and what she did with the three little fellows on Cloud Continent. The Ling Tian sect, the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian was completely shocked when he learned that the Ling Tian sect had become the #1 sect on Cloud Continent under the leadership of Han Shuanai, the acting sect leader. However, when he thought about it again, he felt relieved when he recalled his current strength. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to lead the Ling Tian sect to become the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. With my current strength among the known Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, only the Qing Xian Emperor Wu can defeat me. As for the chilling Emperor Wu, he'll only be able to fight me to a draw at most. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. Naturally, this was only the known Emperor Wu powerhouses. The Cloud Continent was so big that there must be many Emperor Wu powerhouses who lived in seclusion. It was not impossible for some of them to defeat the Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also learned some other things from Han Shuanai. This included the fact that Han Jing, the Han clan's disciple who annihilated the Northern Mountains Lu clan in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent, had arrived at the Ling Tian sect and was killed by her. I didn't expect so many things to happen when I wasn't around. Xuanai, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the Ling Tian sect would no longer exist. Duan Ling Tian sighed as his eyes flashed. He did not care if the Ling Tian sect was gone. What he cared about was the people in the Ling Tian sect who were forced by the Han clan's disciple, Han Jing, to stay and die with the Ling Tian sect. Brother Ling Tian, why are you being so courteous with me? Han Shuanai shook her head and smiled. Then, her mischievous eyes gleamed as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, you said that the Saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating was passed down to you by your father? Isn't your father from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent? How would he know the Saint-grade martial tactic? The Saint-grade martial tactic belonged to the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even if the Cloud Continent had it, it was only in the hands of the two great ancient clans. Naturally, that was only the situation on the surface. As far as she knew, apart from the two great ancient clans, there was another person who cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic on the Cloud Continent. That person was somewhat related to her. My father is indeed from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. However, he's not around since I can remember. He's only reappeared after more than 20 years. Duan Ling Tian told Han Shuanai everything about Duan Rufeng's return, and how Duan Rufeng brought his mother away. He also mentioned the things that Duan Rufeng left for him. 3 Dao talismans left behind by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator? Han Shuanai was shocked when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like your father isn't a simple person in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The Dao talismans left behind by Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators are not something that ordinary people can obtain. Chapter 13:12. I'll go look for that spirit profound Emperor Wu now and take all the saint stones that Brother Ling Tian won for him, Han Xuanai said as she prepared to dash out of the courtyard. Xuanai, you've misunderstood. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally reacted and stopped her. It's true that I won the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition 3 days ago, but the spirit profound Emperor Wu gave me all the saint stones that I won. There's a total of 10 stones, not one less. He's my friend. Before I came to the Hidden Fog Island, I already knew that the most precious prize in the Hidden Fog martial competition is the saint stones. Duan Ling Tian said, the reason I came to the Hidden Fog martial competition is for the saint stones. Han Xuanai nodded as realization dawned on her. Now that Brother Ling Tian said this, that spirit profound Emperor Wu seems like a good person. Since he's Brother Ling Tian's friend, I won't look for him to settle this matter. Settle this matter? You won't look for him to settle this matter? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Xuanai, did he offend you? Humph. He brought Brother Ling Tian away from the cloud continent and caused little white, little black, and little gold, and I to spend a lot of time looking for him. Initially, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but since he's Brother Ling Tian's friend, I'll let him go for Brother Ling Tian's sake. Han Xuanai said matter-of-factly. After listening to Han Xuanai's words, Duan Ling Tian secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. If Yang Hui was targeted by this little devil, even if he did not die, he would most likely lose a layer of skin. This was something that he had deeply felt back then. Soon, Duan Ling Tian introduced Han Xuanai to Kerr and Li Fei, and also introduced them to Han Xuanai. Sister Kerr, Sister Fei. Han Xuanai, who looked like a little witch in front of others, was very sweet in front of Kerr and Li Fei. She kept calling them sister, which made Kerr and Li Fei burst with joy. Not long after, the 3 women started fighting. The arrival of Han Xuanai and the 3 little fellows was undoubtedly a big surprise for Duan Ling Tian. I originally planned to leave in 2 days. Duan Ling Tian told Han Xuanai about how he had killed the son of Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. He did not hide anything from her. He planned to leave because he was worried Chen Bei would make a move on him after he lost his value. Brother Ling Tian, I'm very curious about the purpose of the Hidden Fog martial competition. You don't have to leave the Hidden Fog Island in a hurry. As for that Chen Bei, you don't have to worry about him. It's fine if he lets go of his hatred. But if he dares to seek revenge from you, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her true colors as a little devil were revealed on her pink face. Strands of icy cold aura were unconsciously emitted from her body, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from shuddering. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was also very curious about the purpose of the Hidden Fog martial competition. It should be known that the Hidden Fog Island had taken out many saint stones for the Hidden Fog martial competition. The saint stones could help Emperor Wu to raise his cultivation base rapidly. It was an extremely rare treasure. Xuanai, do the saint stones come from the Dao martial saint land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The saint stones were similar to origin stones. He had noticed this long ago. However, the heaven and earth origin energy contained in the saint stones could not be compared to the origin stones. Take the supreme grade origin stones as an example. If the heaven and earth origin energy in the supreme grade origin stones was a small stream, then the heaven and earth origin energy in the saint stones was equivalent to a vast ocean. The two were not on the same level at all. Yes, Han Xuanai nodded. The saint stones are mostly produced in the Dao martial saint land. Of course, the Hidden Fog Island is one of the 4 great overseas saint islands, and there's a supreme grade origin stone reserve buried underground. On average, a saint stone would be produced every few years. There are also 2 supreme grade origin stone reserves that can produce saint stones on the Cloud Continent. They're in the hands of the 2 great ancient clans, respectively. Due to this reason, they're not interested in the Hidden Fog martial competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. They don't lack saint stones. Han Xuanai said, I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. In that case, although the reincarnation Emperor Wu was more or less related to the two great ancient clans back then, the people from the two great ancient clans never mentioned the Saint Stones to him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There was no record of the Saint Stones in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. In that case, there are many people who have entered the 7th level Emperor Wu stage or above in the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent? Duan Lingtian asked curiously with a gleam in his eyes. The last time I killed Han Li from the Han clan, he sent out a communication jade slip before he died. After that, an old man at the 8th level Emperor Wu stage came from the Han clan. Even little gold was no match for him. Han Shuanai said. The 8th level Emperor Wu stage? Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. That old man isn't the strongest person in the Han clan. Han Shuanai continued. Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he heard that. His heart was filled with shock. It seems like even the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then didn't really come into contact with the real powerhouse in the Han clan. Standing at the peak of the Cloud Continent? Now it seems like it's all just a joke. At that moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then could only be considered as the #1 Emperor stage powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. There were many people who were more powerful than him in the two great ancient clans. However, the two great ancient clans kept a low profile and did not expose the real powerhouses in their clans. To be honest, it's all thanks to the Han clan that I know Brother Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog Island this time. Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he heard what Han Shuanai said. According to Han Shuanai, she actually mobilized the forces of the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent just to look for him. How powerful were the two great ancient clans? But they actually listened to Han Shuanai, a little girl's orders. However, when he thought about it again and recalled Han Shuanai's background, he felt relieved. Perhaps they found out about Shuanai's identity. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Of course, it's also possible that Shuanai's strength is enough to suppress the powerhouses in the two great ancient clans and force them to help. With Shuanai's personality as a little devil, it was not impossible for him to speculate. Saint stones are produced from supreme-grade origin stone mines. It's extremely rare. Are there any saint stone mines in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Han Shuanai. Of course, there are. Han Shuanai nodded. However, saint stone mines are usually in the hands of powerful forces. Even the weakest forces who control saint stone mines have the strength to annihilate the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent and the 4 great overseas saint islands, including the Hidden Fog Island, in just one night. So powerful! Duan Lingtian turned pale with fright. Powerhouses like Emperor Wu are nothing in the eyes of those forces. Han Shuanai added. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Han Shuanai's words. The strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land was beyond his imagination. Naturally, while he was marveling at the strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was also looking forward to the day when he would step foot on the Dao Martial Saint Land. That day shouldn't be too far away. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. That evening, Duan Lingtian took the time to call the two little girls together. It was time to explain some things to them and even be frank with them. Little Fayer, let me tell you about the things that happened to me after the two of you left the 7-Star Sword sect. After reuniting with the two girls, although he spent most of his time by their side, he did not have the time to tell them about the things that happened to him after they left. Duan Lingtian hugged the two girls in his arms and began to tell them about the things that happened after that. He started from the annihilation of the 7-Star Sword sect. When the two girls heard that the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated, horror dawned on their faces. They did not expect that such a tragedy would happen to the 7-Star Sword sect after they left. When they heard that the senior officials of the 7-Star Sword sect were willing to lay down their lives for the sake of their man's survival, tears streamed down their faces like rain. Only when they heard Duan Lingtian say that he took revenge for the 7-Star Sword sect and even rebuilt the 7-Star Sword sect did their tears stop. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian mentioned Feng Tianwu to them. At the beginning, Ke was fine, but Li Fei was filled with enmity towards Feng Tianwu. When she heard that Feng Tianwu had forcefully erupted with the strength of her fire spirit body for the sake of Duanling Tian and was willing to give up her life, causing her to lose her memories in the end, the enmity in Li Fei's heart towards Feng Tianwu vanished without a trace. All that was left was pity. Subsequently, Duanling Tian spoke of his other experiences. Every time he spoke of a dangerous situation, the beautiful faces of the two girls couldn't help but tighten, and their eyes were filled with worry. Although they knew that Duanling Tian would be able to turn danger into safety, they still could not help but feel worried. He also told the two girls about Han Xuanai's matter. The two girls were shocked when they learned that Han Xuanai came from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. Before this, they had already learned about the Dao Martial Saint Land from Duanling Tian. They also knew that their parents-in-law were in the Dao Martial Saint Land now. After spending an entire night, Duanling Tian finally translated the main experiences of these past few years into words and told them to the two little girls in his embrace. Scoundrel. I can't believe that you've experienced so many things along the way. Compared to what you've experienced, Ke and my experiences are a little monotonous. Li Fei sighed emotionally. When she and Ke left the Seven-Star Sword sect, they went to the Yin-Yang sect. After that, they left the Yin-Yang sect and went to Yuhan Valley. After leaving Yuhan Valley, they came to the Hidden Fog Island. Compared to Duanling Tian's experiences, their experiences were indeed monotonous. Young Master, you're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.